Good morning and welcome to the special concurrent meeting of the Oakland Redevelopment Successor Agency and City Council of Wednesday, May 28th. Before I call roll, I will give speaker card instructions. If you would like to fill out a speaker's card on any item on this agenda, please submit your speaker's card before that item was called. You can do so by turning your card in to one of the ladies at the front table. At this time, the opportunity to submit online speaker cards has passed. Speaker cards were due 24 hours before the start of this meeting. And as with council meetings, you have 1 hour and 30 minutes to submit your speaker's card. And that's for all items on the agenda. All speaker cards are due to clerk staff by 10:33 a.m. On roll for this meeting, Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gaio.
Present.
Councilmember Houston. Councilmember Ramachandran.
Present.
Councilmember Unger.
Here.
Councilmember Wong.
Present.
Council President Jenkins.
Present.
And Chair Brown, who will be chairing this meeting.
Present.
Showing 6 members present at this time.
Excellent. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. We are excited for our budget study session today, where we will hear from multiple departments about their priorities, and this will allow council members to ask questions. In addition, we will also hear from the Budget Advisory Commission, and council members can openly dialogue about their priorities as noted in the agenda item, all with the goal of ensuring greater transparency in the budget process and for us to have good insights as we approach potential amendments. Please note the following. Today's session will wrap up at 4 p.m. since myself and Councilmember Wong have our budget town hall this evening at the Oakland Asian Cultural Center, which is located at 388 9th Street. We will take public comment at the end of the department presentations, and the study session will potentially be continued to Thursday, May the 29th at 1 p.m. if needed. Also note, Rules and Legislation Committee is still scheduled for 10:30. Also of note, upcoming budget town halls will continue for the rest of the week. District 4 on Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Montclair Presbyterian Church. Saturday, May the 31st, District 5 at 10:30 at the Cesar Chavez Library. And then also District 3, Saturday, May the 31st, 12:30 at Mount Zion Baptist Church. Additional opportunities to engage in the budget process will occur also on June the 11th, when the council budget team made up of co-chair Councilmember Ramachandran, myself, as well as Councilmember Unger and Wong will present potential amendments. And then June the 17th is the proposed budget adoption day. And before we get started, I did want to pass it to my co-chair, Councilmember Ramachandran, for any opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to members of the public who are here to eagerly listen to each department walk through what the mayor's proposed budget was. Today is an opportunity for colleagues to ask questions about the mayor's proposed budget, as well as to state priorities and interests in each of these respective areas. I'm grateful to the administration and our various departments for putting together short presentations. We'll keep this agenda moving as swiftly as possible, and welcome public input and questions at the end of today's presentations. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And we can get started.
As there are no actions, special orders of the day, going to item 4, there's no modifications because there's only one item on this agenda. At least that's my guess. Going to item 5, which is the only action item on this agenda. Approval report and recommendation on the proposed fiscal year 25 through 27 biennial budget. Recommendations from the Budget Advisory Commission and council member budget priorities. As of now, I have 2 speakers on this item.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And so we will go ahead and get started with department presentations. First up is the Oakland Police Department.
Good morning, council member. Chief Floyd Mitchell of the Oakland Police Department. This is going to be a very abbreviated, high-level overview of the Oakland Police Department's approach and priorities as we look toward this new budget cycle. Next slide, please. So our approach and prioritization is continue the efforts to reduce crime and address crime issues throughout the city of Oakland. We're going to continue that by reinforcing our ceasefire strategy to address violent crime throughout the city of Oakland. This consists of basically maintaining basic public safety services based on what we will realize to be a shrinking staff from where we are right now. Currently, we have 665 sworn police officers on the Oakland Police Department. Of that 665, we have 105 that are out on some type of leave, whether that be administrative leave, medical leave, or military leave. And then we have an additional 25 that are out in regards to that are on modified duty. So when you look at our actual operational staff right now, we are sitting at about 535 officers. That fluctuates depending on how many are out on administrative leave. Like I said, today it's at 105, tomorrow it could be at 102 or 103, or it could go up from that number, depending on if people are coming back off medical leave or our administrative leave. But our main goal is to continue the efforts to reduce crime through our ceasefire strategy. The second bullet point, maintaining community trust. We're going to continue to, police using 21st century policing methods, data-driven approach, and ethical policing to make sure that we build trust throughout our community as we move forward in this next two-year budget cycle. Third bullet point is to attempt to maintain sustained compliance with the negotiated settlement agreement. Our reduced staffing is really affecting our ability to meet some of the timelines in regards to Task 2. That's going to be talked about later on this year in regards to our CMC meeting. But we will continue to try to meet the 180-day requirement as we move forward in regards to that. The fourth bullet point, prepare for the future of policing and service delivery. With the implementation of this new budget, starting with the 6 police academies over the next 2 years to try to get our staffing back up to where we can provide a better police service throughout the city, enhance tech implementations throughout the city with our flock cameras, implementing drone as a first responder, and enhancing our real-time crime center as we move forward there. Next slide. When you talk about the service impacts as we move forward, with the proposed budget, we are being budgeted at 678 officers. With the 3 academies, we're going to continue to attrition down over the next year because we didn't start academies over this last year. So we hope to have 33 cadets start this academy on July the 1st with this new budget year. They will graduate at the end of December and go into field training, and toward the end of May, 1st of June, they will be off break and hit the streets on their own. This will be the first opportunity that we will have to add people to our law enforcement side within this next budget year. But we will continue to attrition out about 5 officers a month. So you can see that we're still going to be attritioning down over this the first year of this new budget. The federal monitor required that we established a new bureau in the police department last September. That was the establishment of a new deputy chief's position to go along with that bureau. That required us to reduce the number of captains, so we reduced that by 1. With this current budget, the hope is over the next 3 years, we can get staffing up to where it needs to be at the 700 to meet the requirements of Measure NN. In regards to our professional staff, under this proposed budget, we're currently sitting at 266 sworn positions of the 306 that that were allocated in the previous year. So I know we're going to add 5 more additional positions this year to help us bolster our non-sworn professional staff. And next slide. Overtime reductions, there was a 25% reduction over our last budget cycle in regards to the 25-26 budget. The total funding for this year will be just over 33 million, I'm sorry. This will have an impact on our ability to do some of the additional enforcement activities in regards to burglary and robbery suppression and vice suppression, and also our sideshow activities. We're still going to conduct our sideshow activities, but they're going to be on a reduced frequency, but we're going to still conduct those. From an operation and maintenance standpoint, this budget has a $12 million increase across all funds to assist us in regards to the operation and maintenance of the police department as we move forward. This also includes the funding for 3 additional police academies. So that will help us in regards to that position there. And again, I know I'm going fast, but they said keep it to 3 and move through them. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that the complete budget detail is available to everyone. That's really all I have in regards to this quick overview. I'll see if there's any specific questions in regards to the entire OPD budget.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Councilmember Ramachandran.
Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I have, and please bear with me, 5 questions. Before that, following up on your last statement, the $12 million increase for O&M, the $12 million for O&M, so the 50-something% increase, that is where the academy funding comes from? Is that what you had said, or that's a different
That's additional proposed funding includes the allocation of three academies. Our academy cost is for 2 academies. Our academy costs about $7.5 million per academy. So that covers a big portion of that, but it's also other things that are included in our operation and maintenance that goes along with that. But no, that's not the full cost of all those academies.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So the O&M cost for the academies is basically like the contracts that pay for the academy. We have the ranges, we have supplies that we use for the academy, so that's the O&M for the 3 academies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My second question is regarding the line item for vehicle rentals. It says 1.3 million in FY 25-26 and 2.23 in 26-27. What is this used for now that, especially, we've gotten word that the new police cars are going to be purchased from San Leandro Ford, and we're on our way to having better cars? What is this used for, and is it all essential in this year?
Yeah, and there's a breakdown in regards to how much of that money comes out of the general fund and how much of it comes out of other funds that are tagged on to that. And those are for undercover operations. We have a lot of that support ceasefire. Ceasefire pays for, I want to say, $800,000. How much does ceasefire pay out of that? The rental cars. They're going to do 700K comes out of that, and it's for our ceasefire strategy, and it pays for all the undercover operations, surveillance, and takedowns, and things like that.
Thank you so much. There's another line item of $2 million for education. What is that for, since that seems to be separate from the academies?
That would be continuing education for our staff in regards to mandatory requirements, whether it be for our helicopter pilots or our Marine unit or our K-9 unit. It's all specialized training that we have to continue to maintain to keep our certifications throughout. And it's also, for employee improvement in management.
Thank you. And do you know approximately what this figure was in the last budget?
Yes, I can get that for you.
Thank you.
We'll work to get that for you for what it was last year.
Awesome. Just 2 more quick questions. There's $2 million for legal services. What does that include, or what does that cover?
The legal services, it covers any cost that would have to do with the review of contracts or anything that we would pay someone. Like sometimes we pay people to do outside investigations because it might involve something internal. So it would just be a legal cost that the department incurs.
Thank you, and I understand if you don't have this figure now, but I would like to know as a follow-up, what was the amount actually spent on legal services in the last biennial budget?
Okay, we'll get that for you.
Thank you. And then my last question is around overtime. When the budget was presented, you answered several questions around overtime and the measures that you were trying to proactively take to curb unauthorized overtime, which is very much appreciated by this body. So in the OPD practices and procedures manual, the section on overtime has 6 different categories under which advanced approval isn't necessary. So like a radio dispatched assignment, attending a court session, an on-view assignment, unplanned vacancies, things that you all had that you had mentioned in the last meeting as well. Can you explain how much roughly of overtime that's not special operations, but overtime that's shift extensions in this category of overtime, roughly how much requires advanced approval versus approval after the fact?
Well, at this point in time, all overtime requires advanced approval because we are in the contingency budget thing. So when we kicked in November, all overtime requires advanced approval.
Okay, so then what's in the procedures is now not void, null and void right now because of the contingency practice?
Well, so if an officer's out on a call for service, they have to contact their sergeant to get permission to stay late on a call for service, kind of like I explained in the other presentations. But yes, you know, any overtime that is requested has to be approved prior to them doing the overtime. But I think it's important for this body to understand that if an officer's out on a homicide scene, the sergeant's out there as well, and the sergeant's not going to release that officer because their shift is ending.
Okay, thank you, I'm complete.
Excellent, thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions for the chief? Councilmember Unger?
Just to clarify, so there is no more shift extension overtime that officers can self-assign?
No, sir, no.
Okay.
Those are approved by a supervisor or a commander at some level prior to them doing that.
And it's a supervisor one level above them or more than that?
Generally, it's one level above that. If they're out on a call for service, that would be their supervisor out there who is in contact with their commander.
So is that where you've seen the greatest reduction in overtime over the last few quarters?
No, I'd say the greatest reduction would be in the reduction of our extra enforcement activities. Like we completely shut down sideshow detail since late last year. And we've reduced the number of human trafficking details. We reduced our robbery and other crime suppression details because those were done on overtime because we just don't have the staffing to do it on regular time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wong?
You said in your presentation that vice operations would be reduced with the overtime limitations. Is that the sex trafficking, or what is the? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what overtime currently is not? Which category of overtime is not being reduced right now?
Right now, what we're not reducing or what we're approving the most is the extension of duties and to backfill vacant spots in patrol to make sure we have officers assigned to each patrol area.
Okay, an extension of duties is
when you're working over your shift.
Okay, so the shift extensions.
Shift
okay.
extension.
And then one other question. I did notice that there seems to be a substantial growth in the expenditures of the Office of the Chief of Police. Why is that?
Yeah, that's an administrative problem that we see here. We will put in the request to have people transferred to the correct pay area, and because there's a backlog, that's not being done. A person that's assigned to traffic right now, because that person was promoted to lieutenant, they showed up, the vacancy in that position showed up in the chief's office, but that person is actually assigned to traffic. So that's an administrative thing that needs to be cleared up, but it's outside of our control.
Okay, so the growth is really focused on traffic enforcement then?
The
That reflects
growth is not really accredited to the chief's office. It's just because the position that person is filled is currently assigned to the chief's office, and we need to get that position control number moved.
Okay, and they would be really actually doing traffic
Yes,
enforcement
ma'am.
instead of, great, thank you.
Yeah, sorry to keep harping on the shift extension. It does seem like shift extension over time is up significantly over last year. So even with these new approvals, it's not being controlled. Are these approvals pro forma? Does the officer always hear yes, or are they turned down sometimes? Because otherwise, I don't know why the numbers would be continuing to grow.
It would just depend on what is going on out in patrol at that point in time. If there's additional crime scenes and we need more officers out there to protect the crime scene, I would have to do a deep dive to find out exactly what's going on in regards to that. But you know, there are issues that we have to address.
Okay.
Councilmember Gallo?
Yes. Did we make the slides available? Because I know my assistant couldn't print the report that I'm seeing on the slides, and he doesn't have one either. But anyways, my question directly to you is, certainly in Oakland, public safety has been the #1 priority for years, growing up in this city. It continues to be a #1 priority. The area that I represent, where I live in, that I see daily, nightly, and that I don't get a police response because we don't have enough officers. All right, so I think that this city council needs to recognize the fact that in any city, in any given city, public safety is #1. That's what we're here to serve, to make sure that our children and families are able to walk down the sidewalk, down the street, feel safe, go to school, go do business, come home, and enjoy the neighborhood. And that's something that's missing here in Oakland today. Because when I see the numbers, look at the number of businesses that have left Oakland. And those are tax-generating businesses. They've left. Why? Safety. Secondly, look at the residents that have left Oakland. The number that have left. Why? Safety. Specifically, seniors that I get the complaints from the lower district, Chinatown, and throughout the city, that people don't feel comfortable where Oakland is today. And I did see the report that we paid for that clearly stated that Oakland should have 805 officers present on the street, available to provide the safety. But growing up here, when I got on the council, we had 800 officers. And when I ran public safety for 3-4 years, we were at 750, stayed at 750, to make sure that our streets are safe and protected. And so what I'm looking from the police department is to give me the data that you believe Oakland needs, should have. I know there's a cost figure to it, and many people are going to disagree with it, but at the same time, Oakland is going downhill. Look at downtown Oakland. And I walk Lake Merritt specifically once a week. And it used to be the jewel of Oakland, but you go walk Lake Merritt today and tomorrow, and it's not like it used to be, where it was clean and safe throughout the day, throughout the night. So what I'm looking from is from our police department. One is we have this negotiated settlement agreement. We've been at it for 20 years, spending millions and millions and millions of dollars for an outsider to come and tell us how to do our job. And we don't seem to get, so the next hearing for the NSA is when, in July?
July the 10th, sir.
It'll be again before the judge to make a decision whether Oakland will continue. But at the same time, you know, you're recommending 700 officers, where I still believe we at least needs to be at 750, due to the fact that you have a good number that are going to retire. They're on the, how many are eligible for retirement this year?
Through the chair, and I apologize for not doing that earlier. Councilman, I want to make it clear, I'm not recommending 700 officers. These are the number of officers. The 678 is what is being budgeted in this
Right.
proposed budget.
Yeah.
The study that you're speaking of, the study that was commissioned by the Office of Inspector General, they came back with 877. And that's a baseline of where we need to be to maintain the level of service, which we will all agree is not adequate that we are right now. So to be better, we're going to have to get past that. But based on the current financial situation that we're in and the situation that the department has been placed in because we have not done an academy in over a year, it is going to take time for that. And because of that, there's no need to budget for 877 officers when we can't hire that many that fast. It's going to, because we are in the hole that we're in, it's going to take several years for us to dig ourselves out of this hole. So working with the city administrator's office, working with the budget, they funded us with enough positions to where if we get those people going through the academy, we can start the recovery to get to where we need to be. But it's going to take years and it's going to take a lot of money to get there. So I understand what the budget office is trying to do. I understand what the city administrator's office is going to do. But the easiest way I can explain is if you put $1 billion on the table right now, it's still going to take us time to hire 300 officers. You just can't snap your fingers and do that overnight. So from a financial standpoint, they're budgeting what we can hire at the click that we can hire it at, or at the rate that we can hire it at. So, and I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah, no, but
a
okay.
little,
I mean, it's
Nas is not feeling well today, but I mean, we're hiring them as fast as we possibly can.
all right. But look, I mean, for my city council colleagues and my city administrator that's been here for a number of years, the reality is public safety is number one. When you have already a long list of people eligible to retire, because they're leaving Oakland, because Alameda is recruiting. I mean, look at Alameda's police department. Look at San Francisco. They're out recruiting. If I go to San Francisco, I get a $35,000 bonus for me to go to other cities when Alameda offered me $70,000. So why wouldn't I go work in Alameda and here at our end? The request for police enforcement has grown dramatically, but we're over here debating the issue, should I have more officers on the street level? And so for me, what I'm looking for, you being the police chief, give me an advice in terms of what you believe Oakland needs today to be able to serve. I know 3 academies, we've had those annually, and I know there's other needs that we have, but you know, I still would like to make public safety a #1 priority, because at the other end, your businesses are closing and leaving. Why? Public safety. And secondly, residents are leaving Oakland that paid their taxes for homes. Why? Safety. So until we, get back to the area where East Oakland and West Oakland, have the assistance through the government to provide safety. Safety for their children and families, and I'll leave you with this last example. Oakland Unified, I'm the one that brought the police unit from San Jose to school district. But they laid all 10 officers, and they're relying on you to deal with the school safety issue. We used to have in our parks the park rangers, but we laid them all off. And so we don't have any assistance when it comes to some of our parks, because in some of my parks, you got the drug activity going on. You got other activities that children should be able to play and day in, day out, like I used to go to the rec center Monday through Sunday. But we can't do that no more because it's not safe. So I'm looking for your advice for this council in terms of what would you recommend based on your experience that Oakland should have to deal with the streets in Oakland today, to maintain our businesses and our residents here in Oakland as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Gallo. On that note, I did have a quick question for you, Chief, and it's actually related to the police academies. Would you happen to know offhand when was the last time the police department was able to complete 4 academies?
Yes, ma'am. We were able to complete 4 academies, I want to say 8 years ago, and we actually subbed out the 4th academy to, I want to say it was San Francisco. San Francisco, they went through their academy and did that for us. So if it's the direction of this council to have 4 or 5 academies, then 1, we're going to have to budget for that. 2, we're going to have to be able to identify the number of applicants that we can get through our process. 3, it's going to take some overtime to do that with the current staffing we have. You have to have the overtime to pay to do all the backgrounds because we don't have enough people in our background and recruiting to do that. We are facing that problem right now to where we're trying to fill the class for July the 5th. We need to spend more time on that, and there's only so many hours in the day that these people can work without using overtime, and we have shut that overtime off. So in order to fill these classes, it's going to take additional funding to the overtime budget, and it's going to take an additional roughly 7.5 to 8 million for each additional class that you want to hold in a given year. The problem that I understand that this department experienced was when you send them outside, like when you send them to San Francisco, some of the police officers that we put through the academy end up getting siphoned off for those other police departments. So that was an issue the last time that we did that. So there's pros and cons to both.
Excellent, thank you. And then lastly, can you, and just super high level, I know that there was a report that was recently completed, like the OPD staffing study, and I believe that there was actually an amount that was articulated as far as how many officers would be needed just to kind of maintain. And I'm not sure if the language was exactly that, but what was that number?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. Yes, that was the commission. I mean, it was commissioned by the Office of Inspector General, and it's the 877 officers to maintain the current level of service that we provide now. And so even to get to that number, you are 3 to 5 years away.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Houston.
Yes, through the chair, I'm on a softer note. About our children and our seniors, right? And I want to recognize Lincoln Elementary School to come down here to see the process, the public process, our future leaders out here. We want to recognize you, and that was through the chair. You have your chair, Rowena Brown at large. You have Johnny, council member. You have Unger here. You have Wang here. You have Noel Gallo here. You have Council Member Jenkins here. And I'm your District 7 Council Member, Ken Houston, and we're missing District 3, Fife. So we just want to say thank you for coming, and here's a public process on Department of Budget presentations about our budget, which is a huge thing. Hopefully you guys learned something, okay? All right? Nice seeing you guys there. So that's what I wanted to ask you something through the chair about. The port has given $350-something thousand to actually monitor the corridor of Hagenberger and 98th. How does that benefit and take away from, how do I know the officers that are actually monitoring that and the ones that are monitoring the outskirts of that? And is that helping any? With the port, if we got some more money from the port, would that benefit that we can use less officers in my district on that corridor? Because they're giving like $340-something thousand per year for that. Can you answer that question?
Yes, sir, through the chair. Yes, that's considered third-party overtime. We have several businesses, the Big Four here in Oakland also pay for additional officers to patrol their specific area. That is third-party overtime that is reimbursed to the city. That money is then placed back into the general fund. So it's an additional batch of money that you show the overtime through our work, but it's actually the money is reimbursed through those third-party vendors.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember Ramachandran.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. One, going back to the academies, do you have the data, or can you follow up to provide the data for, I'm curious about the last 6 academies that we've had and the number of people that started in the class and the number of graduates, and then thirdly, the number that completed field training for the last 6 academies.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. We can get you the exact figures, but we roughly start each class with 33 cadets. That's what's been generally budgeted. I know in this budget year, we're going to have one that's a shorter class based on funding. But of those 33 cadets, we usually net around 20.
Including after field training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I'll follow up to request the
Yeah, we'll get you
numbers.
the exact numbers.
And the last question is walking officers. I know about 2 years ago, end of 2023, there was a program to introduce officers on foot and bike patrol in several commercial corridors, including one in my district, and I met the officers and seemed like a great program, but very quickly, within a few months later, it seemed like the program disappeared. In the Laurel MacArthur corridor, where we've had 2 homicides, or at least 2 homicides this year alone, it's something that a lot of our small businesses are thinking, or are asking, will they come back? We've had a number of shootings, including plus the 2 homicides, and my constituents wanted to know whether the foot patrol program in the business corridor citywide would be reinstated.
No, I want to make a paint as clear as picture as I possibly can for the council and for the new mayor and our public. Our operational staff right now, our operational staffing is at 535. That is extremely low. It is critically low, and we will continue to attrition down from this day until June of next year. So there are decisions that have to be made in regards to what is staffed first. So when we talk about basic policing, we are talking about staffing patrol vehicles. We are talking about doing investigations. Everything else is on the table to get cut as we continue to lose 5 people a month moving forward.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Yeah. Madam Chairperson.
Councilmember Gallo?
Yes, just for the public's information and for my new council colleagues that are joining us, it's just to make it very clear, it's an example. The Port of Oakland has to contract with the Sheriff Department to patrol the Port of Oakland. Secondly, AC Transit has to contract with the Sheriff Department to patrol inside the bus. Anything that happens inside any bus, the sheriff responds to it. Anything that happens on the bus lane, well, that's OPD's job to respond to that. So one is, if you can share with us, there's other law enforcement from the sheriff that are involved in Oakland streets. And secondly, you also now have more presence of the highway patrol that's involved in our streets. But the other one that is significant in District 2 that is way out of control is the human trafficking and the prostitution. I can take you right now to International. You're going to find 10, 15 girls out there and their skivvies prostituting, and yet I don't see the FBI like I used to. The FBI would come at nighttime and clear the area, deal with the pimps, and get our streets back in order. So I just want to understand from you, what is the role with the Oakland Police Department when it comes to Port of Oakland? I mean, I'm not talking about Hagenberger, I'm talking within the port area. And also dealing with the prostitution that is these are young girls. These are young girls that are on the street that all of us sitting here should be extremely upset, concerned, and be able to clear that in our streets here in Oakland once again. So can you share with us in terms of what is the role with other law enforcement?
Of the other law enforcement agencies? Yeah, we work hand in hand with all of our other law enforcement agencies, the Sheriff's Office, BART, police, and all of our federal agencies, FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshal Services. We work hand in hand with them to address specific crimes throughout the city.
But these are all activities in Oakland.
Yes, sir.
In Oakland. So give me as an example, what are we doing to deal with the young girls that are prostituting in our streets on a daily basis. I mean,
Yeah.
we drive by, you see them, I see them, we all see them, but, you know, we're going to make excuses over it.
Yeah, we work human trafficking details throughout the year, and when we find victims of human trafficking, we get them the services that we need, and when we find the pimps that are trafficking these women, we file the appropriate charges, whether they be in state court or in federal court if they meet those parameters.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you. Thank you.
Council President Jenkins.
Yeah, to Councilmember Gallo's point, there was a video on Instagram of someone asking a sheriff why they aren't enforcing laws around human trafficking in Oakland. It was on International Boulevard. What differs from our approach than other cities in how we deal with human trafficking?
Well, I don't know what that sheriff's deputy was talking about. You know, from our standpoint, we do human trafficking details, and when we find the victims, we try to get them help. And when we find the Johns well, whether it be the Johns or the pimps that are out there prostituting these women, we file the appropriate charges. So I don't know what this person with the sheriff's office was talking about. From their standpoint, they may do it differently.
Yeah, definitely. I can send you the video. And just to Councilmember Gallo's point, this is a moral atrocity. These are young girls that are being human trafficked. And so it's incumbent on all of us to figure out a way to give you the support that you need to end this and eradicate it in Oakland.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to this is in my district. I encourage every council member to visit my district to see what's happening. It is, and I agree, a moral shame and atrocity. And I would ask for you, the chief, what you need from a budgetary standpoint in order to do more, because we're continuing to see it. It's continuing to explode in my district. That's one. And then the other question I have is, I think right now in the police academies, we have, I think, what was the numbers, like 30 people that you're planning to graduate. Are we at all able to get more people into the academies per academy?
Well,
So we're talking like maybe 40 is a starting point, not like 100. But as I understand, that the more people you add to the academy, if you have a lot, that can decrease the training quality, and we certainly don't want that. But what would be a reasonable number where we could get more people into one academy?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair. Yeah, we could stretch it till about 40. It's going to take some additional trainers to come in. And again, because we don't have a full-time, fully staffed academy class, it requires people to come in as adjunct instructors, which takes additional overtime, which takes them away from other duties. It is a process to where it affects everything we do from a police department standpoint. So when you say, how do we increase our academy classes, we first have to start by having them and not going a year without an academy class. And then trying to identify 33 to 40 cadets that you can put through them. The more you put through, the higher your attrition rate, because you lose those touch hours. So we have to get to a point to where we have to be committed to saying that we're going to fully staff an academy, and we're going to fully staff the training cadre that's needed for that academy. And we have to say that we're going to commit to that over a long period of time. Like I said, it's 14 months. When an officer walks out the door, it's 14 months to replace that person. So when you go that distance without having one, or a time span without having one, it has a ripple effect for years to come.
Also, does this current budget have an officer reserves program where we're getting support from retired officers and whatnot, or do we need that? Or I think we've discussed a reserves program. Thank you.
The department does have a reserve program. It's not very robust, and from a budgetary standpoint, that's not a factor. It is more of having officers that want to participate in a reserve program and making sure that they meet the requirements to continue to participate in a reserve program.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Council President Jenkins?
Yes. So more of a question, a comment and a question. So I want to organize the members of council outside of the council president's budget team around getting the chief what he needs in overtime so that we can do enforcement on illegal dumping. I think it's imperative. Councilmember Gallo, your district, Councilmember Houston, your district, Councilmember Fife, your district, whatever it takes to do enforcement. The EEO officers are effective in sending citations, but we have to catch people in the act. We need to set up sting operations. We need people, our officers, out there at illegal dumping hotspots. And once the word gets out that we are going to enforce this, I think we're going to be better served.
Councilmember Houston?
Yes, and I agree. Because of the condition, we have a new district attorney that's willing to prosecute now. And the EEOs, I put something in there that needed to be trained at a higher level where just not finding the indicia for addresses, but to actually find out the contaminated and hazardous material so we can go up and have higher penalties. So I agree with Councilmember Kevin Jenkins on that. We need to do a sting operation on some known spots. Since we were talking about cadets, is there a mechanism in place to retain the trained cadets so they don't end up being hired by other outside cities? Is some mechanism in place? Because we're talking about cadets. How do we hold and maintain them? Is there some mechanism in place to maintain them?
You talking about after they graduate from
Yes.
the academy?
What do we have in place to hold on to them?
Well, we have an agreement that if they leave within a certain time period, they have to reimburse the city for the cost depending on at what point they are that they decide to leave after they graduate from our training.
And just a really quick question, Chief. I know you mentioned usually each academy is about 33 cadets, and then I didn't quite hear how many actually make it kind of after the academy.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
was the number?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. We usually net about 20 to 22 out of each academy classes.
20 to 22. Okay, excellent. Council President Jenkins?
Yeah, and I'll be complete after this. I mentioned the legal dumping, but also enforcement when it comes to graffiti. If some of you guys go around our city, it's horrible. We have to get on enforcement. As soon as spots are cleaned up, they are vandalized again. And if you go around, just look for Junior. You'll see Junior all over Oakland when it comes to graffiti. So it's time for us to give the chief what he needs so that we can enforce this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilmember Gallo?
Yes, just to respond to the graffiti issue and I have pictures and videos of people doing it daily. I get them from the residents, but the process is that if I have that video, I got to turn it in through the legal office. Then the legal office goes to the district attorney. Then the district attorney has to call in the individual that's on video, but I took the video, so then I got to come to the court and say, yep, judge, that's me, that's him, I saw him doing it, I took the video. And a lot of the people don't want to do that, to come out and point fingers in court, because the repercussion, they're afraid that they're going to come back at them. So, but what we used to have, Chief, we used to have cameras located, and I used to ride with your officers at midnight. That's when they're doing graffiti, right? We would catch them, but what other cities are doing from San Leandro, Fremont, because every Saturday and Sunday I do the volunteer cleanups, I get people from Fremont, San Leandro, Hayward, that the sheriff department is sending to me so they can work off their hours for doing graffiti or illegal dumping. So I think we just got to grow that relationship in terms of in-house to make sure that we enforce, the rules that we have when it comes to graffiti and illegal dumping, because right now we're not enforcing the laws and the rules that we have. And not only with that, but that's, other actions on the street as well. So, but I'll work with you in terms of what the sheriffs are doing. Because they even took me to Santa Rita Jail to see some of the people that they had arrested, to see how they work off their hours, because they can't afford to pay it, but they're out there helping you build homes and all that other stuff. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, colleagues, for this good discussion. Councilmember Houston?
Just this is last. If we get a hold of back to basics, just back to basics, the basic core services, we could save millions and millions and millions of dollars that can go to the police, because we support you when it comes to illegal dumping. We have to deter it. Cleanup, cleanup, cleanup is not happening. We have to deter these problems. Graffiti vandalism. Oakland is known as graffiti tourism, because people come here from all over and do graffiti vandalism from other cities and other states.
It's not
and
graffiti, it's art.
No, it's called graffiti vandalism, inflict their will upon our community, right? And we spend multi-millions of dollars. Did you guys see what happened in LA just recently? We don't want that to happen here. We got to bring back law and order and let the chief be able to do his job. We need to put money into those basic services that are causing harm to our community. So I'm supporting you big time, Chief. We just got to give you what you need, because we have a district attorney right now that's willing to prosecute, and people need to know that they cannot come here to our city and do this. They have to know this. Along with the pursuit policy, we have to make that harder so people know that they can't come and ram their cars into our businesses and then run off, and they won't be pursued. They have to know you have the power to bring back law and order to this city, the basic core services. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Chief, for answering our questions, and we'll be in contact soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And so we can move on to the next presentation, which will be from the Department of Violence Prevention.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, I'm just going to wait a couple minutes for my slides. Thank you. Okay, for the Department of Violence Prevention's approach to the 25-27 budget, we focused on our charter mandates, and to the council members' earlier points around going back to the basics, we tried to really focus on what the charter says, which is that the DVP's #1 priorities are to reduce homicides and shootings, incidents of gender-based violence, and then address the trauma associated with those forms of violence in the forms of supports, trauma therapy, et cetera. So to this end, we prioritized two main things. The ceasefire strategy, or focused deterrence. As most of you all know, we brought that back 18 months ago. So the DVP, essentially, like most other departments in the city at this point, is definitely doing more with less. So our budget has been shrinking, but the duties and responsibilities of the department have been growing. The ceasefire strategy, as a reminder, was not implemented in the department or in this city at all before January 2024. So we focused on the ceasefire strategy and movement toward full implementation of the research-based, data-driven focused deterrence strategy, including life coaches, violence interrupters, and making sure that in alignment with best practices, we have client incentives and supports for those most at risk of being involved in imminent gun violence within the next 90 days in this city. And then the other thing we focused on is continuing an investment in the important nonprofit services, the folks that are working directly with Oakland's high-risk vulnerable populations as required by Measure NN legislation. And those community-based organizational strategies are focused on group violence, gender-based violence and intimate partner violence, commercial sexual exploitation, and then the healing supports, again, in alignment with the city's charter mandate for the Department of Violence Prevention. It can be challenging to keep both the internal staff and the nonprofit services focused specifically on the charter mandates, because so many things do come up in this city, you know, property crimes, bipping, vandalism, et cetera. But with a small staff and a fairly small budget, we did focus on prioritizing those internal and community-based strategies that are focused specifically on violent crime. So Jenny Lynchy is going to come up and talk about the service impacts specifically. Thank you.
Good morning, Jenny Lynchy, Deputy Chief of Grants, Programs, and Evaluation for the Department of Violence Prevention. I'll talk through some of the service impacts that are resulting from the budget reductions to our community-based organizations. In our gender-based violence strategy, we made the difficult decision to reduce funding for employment from $175,000 to $0 for this next fiscal year. This will result in 30 fewer people being served by employment services. We made this difficult decision after surveying both clients and service providers and hearing that employment was ranked much lower than other services in terms of critical services for individuals who are at the center of gender-based violence. And fortunately, 3 of the providers that we fund in other service categories do offer employment programs or pipelines so that survivors can access those resources. Healing, we are reducing from $1.15 million to $945,000. This represents a reduction in funding for girls groups that are funded at Skyline, Tech, and West Oakland Middle School for survivors of gender-based violence. At the same time that this funding is being reduced, though, we have expanded the school VIP program to Skyline and Tech, and we fund a full-time gender-based violence specialist at those schools who also hosts groups for survivors of gender-based violence, so that will mitigate the impact of this reduction. For legal services, we're seeing a reduction of $650,000 to $530,000. This funding amount, the $530,000, still fully covers the amount of legal services that are delivered to clients in Oakland by the agency that we fund, and also provides some extra funding for subgrantees in that strategy. For transitional housing, we decreased funding from $300,000 to $150,000, but we increased emergency housing from $800,000 to $850,000. This resulted from us looking at the data being entered by our transitional housing provider and seeing that survivors were actually accessing services for an average of 5 months instead of the expected 12 to 18 months, which suggests that they were really using transitional housing as emergency housing, which is why we pivoted some of that funding to emergency housing to address the real need. Additionally, hotline services are decreasing from $200,000 to $100,000. The overall cost of the hotline is $1.5 million, so we were always funding just a fraction of that service, and we'll continue to fund at $100,000. We expect that service to still be fully funded through other sources within that agency. Then within group violence, we're seeing a slight reduction in employment services from $750,000 to $700,000, and this will result in approximately 8 fewer people being served by employment services. For family support, we are decreasing funding from $905,000 to $835,000, but we are increasing our healing supports from $370,000 to $640,000. The increase in healing supports is extremely important. We were previously not funding individual therapy services for individuals at the center of group violence, and that was something that we heard resoundingly from both clients and service providers and our external evaluation partners as being a glaring need, and so we are significantly increasing the investment in that strategy. And for family support, the reduction is really a result of us reducing funding for general neighborhood healing events following a tragic incident and focusing our resources on individuals who are at the center of those incidents, either as victims or surviving family members. We will continue to fund the mothers' grief groups and the response to families of homicide victims in the immediate aftermath of a homicide, as well as general funding for victim support. For violence interruption services, we are decreasing funding very slightly from $1.8 million to $1.65 million. This represents the reduction of 1 violence interrupter position. But we were able to just onboard earlier this week, actually, an additional violence interrupter within the Department of Violence Prevention through outside funding that we have from Kaiser Permanente, so we don't actually see a reduction in the capacity of the network in that service. And then lastly, we are eliminating funding for restorative justice services, which we're serving 2 high schools in Oakland, Castlemont and Rudsdale primarily. Castlemont already has a full-time restorative justice coordinator, and the district does have district-wide restorative justice resources that all schools can access. And we made this difficult decision in consult with the service provider in this area. And we decided to move the funding from restorative justice services within the schools to the healing services within group violence, again, recognizing the immense need for individual level therapy supports for individuals at the center of group violence. Thank you.
So as Jenny Lynchy has outlined here, the reductions do represent some pivots, some difficult decisions, but ultimately represent our purpose, again, which is to focus on reducing homicides and shootings and incidents of gender-based violence, and to make sure that we really are working with the individuals at the highest risk. Many of you know that when I came in December 2023 and we had the independent evaluators take a look at the work of the DVP and the work of our nonprofits, we were not all serving those at the highest risk. That is a particular standard that we've institutionalized in our intake process to make sure that we are reaching the individuals that are currently driving violence in this city. And working with those hardest to reach, hardest to serve populations is the way that we continue to drive violence down in this city. Of note, before I go into a little bit more of the additional context, is that community violence intervention work is a field. It's not just something that we do in Oakland. It is a national field. We are part of national coalitions and committees and continuously staying up on best practices across the country. In terms of what folks are doing across the country in Los Angeles, in DC, in Baltimore, the Oakland Department of Violence Prevention is the 3rd largest Department of Violence Prevention in the country, only behind Baltimore and DC. And we are competing currently with the results that Indianapolis is having. So I just want to emphasize that the decisions that we're making in terms of implementing best practices in the field are based on research, based on best practices, based on continuous consultation with experts in the field, including California Partnerships for Safe Community and Nick Jr., who the city had hired back in 2023 to do an evaluation of our community violence intervention work. So in the coming years, we're gonna hold ourselves and our nonprofit partners to extremely high standards, prioritizing our responsibilities to be reliable stewards of public dollars and dependable public safety partners, continuing to work with our other community and public safety partners, including OPD, to reduce crime and increase safety. And so some of the things that we're putting in place moving forward in conjunction with the budget are ensuring that the services are focused on the highest risk individuals. Like I said, we have a new intake process that holds ourselves and community-based organizations to an extremely high standard to make sure that the people receiving the services are at the highest risk. Of course, those folks are hardest to reach, most difficult to serve, and that's why oftentimes you'll see that that isn't happening, because we really have to push ourselves and work extremely hard to keep the folks that are most at risk of gun violence engaged in services and supports. We're realigning services with evidence-based models and promising practices. As one example, we did an evaluation of some community-based interventions and frequency of contact with high-risk individuals, and the case management model was not tailored to or a match for high-risk individuals in terms of frequency of contacts. So we had one community-based organization that was having maybe every other week or every 3 weeks contacts with some of their clients, when really best practices in the field for high-risk clients needs to be daily contact with 2 to 3 times in person. So that's what we mean when we say we're realigning with evidence-based and promising practices. And then initiating independent evaluations of the ceasefire strategy. We want to look at our implementation over the past 18 months, our progress, and then of course client outcomes and how those are associated with the practices that we've put in place. expanding our capacity to assess the participants' experience in transformation. Many of you have heard me say before that over the years of doing both Oakland Unite and the Department of Violence Prevention evaluations, a lot of times the data that we collect from ourselves and community-based organizations represents a lot of widget counting. How many hours did we serve? How many clients did we serve? How many groups did we hold? When really we need to turn our attention to the participant experience and what transformation happened over time. So we're working with independent evaluators to include some client experience surveys and then to really look at transformation over time so that we can understand what impact we had, not only what impact we had, but what parts of our programming are most transformative that we need to invest in moving forward. And then all of these data improvements are going to enhance the city's ability to evaluate the impact of Measure N and funded services. Even when we had Measure Y, when we had Measure Z, those measures, those tax measures have always come with a requirement for evaluation. And unfortunately, over the years, those evaluations haven't told a strong enough story about the work being done. And again, I put a lot of that on the questions that we're asking in terms of data collection on the front end. So if we're not asking the appropriate or interesting data collection questions in the beginning, then the story is not going to be interesting. So we're really paying attention to changing that moving forward. And then based on many lessons learned in this past 18 months, we are improving fiscal accountability practices for all of our contracted agencies, including some audits. We've clarified indirect cost rates and standardized fiscal sponsorship fees to be in alignment with state and federal practices. As a local city government, we really needed to look into what are best practices in terms of fiscal accountability for community-based organizations. And so there is a bit more in terms of accountability practices, and we are asking more from our community-based organizations in terms of fiscal audits. So I'll stop there and open it up for questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Colleagues, questions for Dr. Joshi? Council President Jenkins?
Yeah, so I first want to highlight the work that Dr. Yoshi is doing. I think 30% homicide reduction in a year is just absolutely amazing, especially for someone who's grown up in Oakland, who's seen friends die. I think you guys are doing a fabulous job with the ceasefire work. To the council president's budget chair, and Councilmember Ramachandran's not here. So as part of this budget, I'm willing to draw a line in the sand. I want a directive to the city administrator of Measure NN funds that go to CBOs. I want $3 million a year for people most likely to commit crimes to beautify our city, meaning cleaning up illegal dumping, meaning graffiti abatement, and that can go to a CBO, but I'm willing to draw a line in the sand. This has to be a directive, $3 million of that money. It's important as you look in districts 3, 5, 6, and 7. We struggle with these things. We have this money that the voters have blessed us with, and in giving people money, they are less likely to commit crimes. So that is a directive that I will be putting out, and it's a line in the sand for me.
Thank you so much for the feedback. Councilmember Houston.
And I know this isn't where you second things, but I'm a second council member, President Jenkins. And I love what you're doing. You're doing a fabulous job. I've been following it. We talk. We have a live and living condition out in our city, which is the illegal dumping and graffiti vandalism that we can use on the Tier 1 and Tier 2 to train them, to teach them skill sets, to back roll, to box, to match, to use the rigs for getting rid of this live living situation, to bring them and stop the violence. I just had 2 murders in my district. Councilmember Wang had one in her district on 17th. We had one that guy on the 90th shot in his chest. 3 o'clock, 24 years old, and then one dropped off. This is real. This is real, you guys. I'm sharing this with you. This guy was shot in the face and shot in the chest and dropped off on 100th and East 14th. This is real life. This is happening. We losing bodies. We losing lives. And all it is, if you go down to East 12th right now, where did a fabulous job with relocating, embracing, not displacing the individuals on East 12th. If you go out there right now, you'll see individuals that are cleaning up that area that are 100% justice impacted and unhoused that would be committing these crimes. We have a living condition right now that we can train these tier 1 and tier 2s, because this is all financial. People are getting killed and murdered because they are desperate. Desperate. And these CBOs are these nonprofits that are getting $12 to $14 million. And I asked for that to come back to council to see their data and database results, right? To show that they are actually touching that tier 1 and tier 2. And you might be able to explain the tier 1 and tier 2 that they should be touching, the ones that are most likely to commit these crimes. So if we have what you said, it was like 320, or what was that number of people, individuals that are most likely to commit the crime, doctor? What was that?
Right, it's between 250 and 350 people per year, sir.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
we got 200 to 300 people that are most likely to commit crimes, and we got $14 million, and we can't help those individuals? That sounds crazy. So we need to put the money where it's going to affect the highest risk individuals, tier 1 and tier 2, and you can explain it, and they probably already know. I'm probably the only one that's learning it. The tier 1 and tier 2 that these nonprofits are supposed to affect with that $14 million. So I'm going to second council member president that we need to put that $3 million in a CBO or someone that is actually touching those individuals, the 250 to 300 people that are most likely to commit the crimes, that are committing the homicides, and bringing them out of that condition, recidivism, bringing them out of homelessness. You can go on East 12th, right where in Wayne's district, and I'm gonna repeat myself, District 12, District 2 right now on 12th Street, they are out there right now. They're not committing crimes, they're not murdering anybody. They're productive. So I wanted just to share that. I second you, President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Houston. Thank you so much, Dr. Joshi, just for kind of presenting to us. And I know you spent a lot of kind of one-on-one time with multiple council members, just kind of focusing on the work that you are doing. I did have just a couple questions. Can you share with us what is the department ceasefire's current budget and staffing?
Sure, through the chair. In this current fiscal year, the ceasefire budget is about $4.3 million. With next year's budget and the monies we've been able to raise through the Department of Justice and Kaiser, we anticipate the ceasefire budget being $6 million. So that takes us from 15 life coaches to 23 life coaches, takes us from the capacity to serve 150 clients to 230 clients. So to Councilmember Houston's point around what is the number of individuals at the highest risk of driving violent crime in this city any given year, it's between 250 and 350. And so once we have capacity inside the DVP to work in collaboration with the other ceasefire partners to identify those individuals, we will be in a position to serve 230 of those individuals, which gets us closer and closer to full ceasefire implementation capacity.
I see. Thank you. And so I'm hearing a consistent theme around workforce development that my colleagues are kind of mentioning. I am curious, based on the kind of the information online under the DVP's budget, there's a contract for $190,000. Are you able to share what that contract is?
I'm sorry, which
It just
line
says
item?
it just says third party.
Let me ask Jenny Lynch, 1 second. I know that we have various contracts in the works, several that came to Public Safety and Council most recently that have to do with evaluations, ceasefire evaluations, contracts, but the 190 specifically, I don't believe is for any one contract.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Councilmember Wong?
Right. First of all, it's really clear that you've done a lot of thoughtful work to focus the department's resources on evidence-based practices, so appreciate thoughtfulness in the work. And it's also incredibly important. I think one of the things that I wanted to just explore is just the services specific to sex trafficking, and for my colleagues too, the sex trafficking brings in the gun violence actually in the district. It's very much linked, and so in the presentation it was talked about as gender-based violence, which doesn't distinguish between domestic violence and the commercial sex exploitation. So what services are going to be provided for explicitly individuals involved with commercial sex exploitation?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. My work over the past 25 years in this city has been distinctly focused on that exact intersection that you're talking about, which is the intersection of gun violence, group violence, and sex trafficking. And you're absolutely right, particularly now on International Boulevard. What we see often happening is many of the pimps and exploiters are coming into our city from outside cities. They're coming in with significant group and gang ties, and then they're driving the street track and running the street track very similar to the ways in which group and gangs are run, which historically hasn't been the case in Oakland, and so we hadn't seen as much violence associated with the street track as we're seeing now. Again, both exploiters, customers, and working women and girls being injured, shot, murdered, et cetera, on our streets. So inside of the Department of Violence Prevention, what we really are understanding is deepening our understanding as a collective around those intersections and making sure that at the ceasefire partnership table, we're able to identify those exploiters that are involved in group and gang violence. Because ceasefire hasn't historically focused on pimps and exploiters.
Yes, I was.
However,
okay.
Now that pimps and exploiters are involved in gun and gang violence, there's no reason that we shouldn't be calling them into call-ins, putting them on notice, as the chief testified, talked about earlier, working with all partners to make sure that pimps and exploiters driving violence on the street track are being held accountable. In terms of direct service provision from the Department of Violence Prevention, we are investing over $3 million in the umbrella of gender-based violence services and supports, and those dollars are for domestic violence and sex trafficking. So oftentimes we see that those are interchangeable, overlapping, and intersecting as well. And oftentimes victims may show up for services or identify as a domestic violence survivor, but not seeing themselves as a survivor of sex trafficking, and vice versa. But oftentimes it's very interlinked, particularly when a lot of the exploiters are practicing what we call Romeo pimping, where the woman or girl or a young person believes that they're in a relationship to begin with, and then that relationship leads to commercial sexual exploitation. So there's over $3 million going to those services for survivors of domestic violence and sex trafficking. The vast majority of the community-based organizations that we're funding do have expertise in working with both populations. And so there's street outreach, crisis response, meaning that if a hospital or the police department or the district attorney's office locates or identifies a survivor at any hour, 24 hours a day, that a community-based provider will show up at any of the locations in community, at the police department, at the hospital. So there's the crisis response, and then there's the longer-term supports, including supporting them to find emergency housing, transitional housing, therapeutic supports, and case management.
Okay, that's great. So what I'm hearing is ceasefire is actually going to be expanded to address actually pimps, which I would say that I'm aware of some nonprofits that have violence interrupters that unfortunately they're not at some point turning that data over to law enforcement. Like at a certain point, if you're not going to stop pimping, there's got to be some consequences, I would say. So yeah, I would just, that sounds good. I want that ceasefire model expanded to the sex trafficking issue. And then one final question is, I noticed that we're doing a shift towards therapeutic services, which I think is great. Is there a potential for some cost savings by ensuring that we're billing the therapy to an insurance provider, a Medi-Cal or something, or is that something that's being considered? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So just to address the first part around ceasefire, I wouldn't say that it can be completely used to address sex trafficking. It can be used to address exploiters who are also involved in gang and group violence. So because we're seeing that more regularly, then we can be intentional and would expect to see more pimps and exploiters being involved in ceasefire because they're involved in gang and group violence. But ceasefire, the model itself, is specifically focused on reducing homicides and shootings. To your point about the therapeutic services and supports, the expansion in therapeutic services and supports really is more of a pivot. We've always invested in therapeutic services and supports, but it hasn't been streamlined or focused on those at the center of violence enough, and has been offered more as a blanketed kind of community offering in the form of community events. We, for example, used to fund town nights. Those things are community building, they can be healing and therapeutic for community. But when we're in a budget crisis and in a situation where we need to reduce homicides and shootings and we have a limited amount of resource, then we are focusing that therapeutic support particularly on those most at risk of violence. So that's the pivot that you see. I do know that some of our community-based organizations already do charge against Medi-Cal and Medicare. And so they end up being able to have like a force multiplier situation where they have a resource and an investment from us and they can bill. I know the billing can be restrictive and challenging and all of those things, but I do know that some of our CBOs already participate in that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I know some of our other departments are here waiting online. Did any other council members have questions? Councilmember Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Captain Yoshi, and certainly we, Chief Yoshi, we certainly appreciate you being here in Oakland, providing a service again, and certainly you know the neighborhood, you know the activity, and you know us from the past. And one of the problems that I have is there are many actions that are happening on the streets, sidewalks, that are becoming a norm, where the younger folks, you see people laying on the sidewalk, drugged out, laid out, I'm just gonna walk over you and keep walking. And certainly when it came to violence, I still remember, growing up in East Oakland, if we didn't kill each other 130 a year, it wasn't enough. So it became a norm for us to accept that certain behavior. But the question that where I think I would like to see more of your presence is within our high schools. When you take a school like Castlemont High School, 50% absenteeism. If I'm not in school, where am I? I'm on the street. And that from Castlemont to McClimas and some of the other high school, the absenteeism is growing. And at one time, we created those continuation programs like Dewey and other schools that would allow me to continue to get my high school diploma. But at least I had a different setting, different environment where I could go to school and be successful, so that I would welcome. I noticed that it says here the school VIP program has been reduced at Castlemont from 350 to 0. I'm looking at the last line here. Restorative justice services are decreasing from 350 to 0.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we are completely invested in Oakland Unified School District. At this point, the school VIP program is in 9 high schools, including Castlemont. And we've worked really hard over the past 3 years to make sure that we could continue to expand the school VIP program to go to all of 9 high schools, including the Department of Violence Prevention writing a federal grant that is essentially just acting as a pass-through through the DVP to go directly into Oakland Unified School Districts to support the expansion of the school VIP program into additional high schools. So going into this next school year is going to be our 4th year of piloting the school VIP program inside the schools. The school violence intervention program brings a violence interrupter, a life coach, and a gender-based violence specialist, so a 3-person safety team into each school. So the reduction that you're actually looking at is not a reduction in the school VIP program. It's a reduction in our investment in restorative justice practitioners on those particular campuses, because part of our task was to go through and look for services that we believed were duplicative. And as Jenny Lynchy, my deputy, talked about earlier, the schools have restorative justice facilitators accessible to them already without the Department of Violence Prevention investment. So it's not a reduction in the school safety team at all.
Okay, thank you. So you'll continue. Then the other one is regarding the human trafficking, and you know that extremely well.
Yes.
And certainly you and I have worked on that in the past. I moved that out of my district. It went to your district. And so, you know, we do need, you know, victory outreach in some of the churches that were involved that would take the young ladies in and fly them back home if we had to fly them back home. So I would really welcome that service through your department to increase, to be able to provide that attention. And the other one is the gang activity that we have, that's growing. And certainly with the previous chief meeting with him monthly, you know, he said, Mr. Gallo, this month we arrested 89 people on the street. But, you know, only 4 were cited by the district attorney. But the other ones were under the age of 18, under the age of 24, and we just sent them home. So I would really welcome us to make sure we work with our high schools, because we know the youngsters that are not and what they're involved in. And I'll leave you for my council colleagues, just so you understand what's going on in certain neighborhoods. Take, for example, what happened 2 weeks ago over at Home Depot. You see all those containers that we kicked out the homeless and put containers all over them? Well, last week you saw the federal marshals there. Why were the federal marshals there? Because there were 2 containers full of weapons. The other container was full of stolen goods. And the other one had all kinds of other activity that they were called in to remove. And, but so the activity here in Oakland is certainly escalating in different ways, and we really welcome your attention, especially with our young people that are in school, and to make sure that we have a productive future. Thank you for your help, and certainly for me, it's public safety and clean city are top priorities.
Thank you, sir. If I could just quickly address, as my last points, your points about the schools. So in addition to the school VIP program, we do have 2 youth life coaches working inside the Department of Violence Prevention. So to your question, what happens when young people aren't in school? You're absolutely right. Unfortunately, if they're not in school, most oftentimes they're participating in violence. And so we have 2 life coaches working in the Department of Violence Prevention to attempt to work with those young people who have now been cut off from school, no longer engaged in school. And one of our most important priorities when working with these young people is to always get them re-engaged with school and to get the therapeutic supports for them and their families that are necessary. In terms of the relocation that you were speaking about for the young women on the track who would like to go back home or ready to get out of the life and escape the violence, we do have a relocation fund. We work closely with a community-based organization, NICJR, when people are ready to relocate out of Oakland, whether it's gang or group involved people who are at risk by staying in this city and showing their face, and the only way that they can break free from the gang or group is to relocate. We relocate them at least 60 miles outside of Oakland and sometimes outside of the state, and the same thing goes for the young women. And then the last thing I want to say is to just challenge our narrative as city leaders. I completely agree that violence is not at the level that we want it to be at, and but to say that violence is continuing to escalate does not match up with the data. So from 2019 to 2023, we had over 100 homicides. We had homicides get up to about 124 per year over the course of those years. When we re-implemented ceasefire in 2024, we saw the 34% reductions in homicides and shootings, and we're continuously trending in that direction. So if you take the 30% reductions that we're seeing in homicide and shootings so far this year, coupled with the 34% reductions we had last year, we're at over 60% reductions in shootings in an 18-month period. So I think both in terms of, you know, when we're talking about the work of the DVP and when we're talking about the work of the police department, we really do need to be clear that these are historic reductions. You can't look back in Oakland history at any time, even when ceasefire was implemented well the first time from 2012 to 2019, and see reductions in violence happen that quickly. So I think really where we're at is that we need to stick to what we're doing. We need to stick to research-based practices. I know that there's a lot of opinions and alternatives to the focused deterrent strategy that have been thrown about in this city. But at the end of the day, it is the only thing that I've ever seen work to reduce homicides and shootings in this city, and it's continuing to work now. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshi, for your leadership and the Department of Violence Prevention. I'm really, really grateful. Councilmember Houston, did you have one last point?
You're doing a good job. I was going to ask a couple of questions, but we could talk offline.
Thank you.
Okay.
And through the chair, I'd like to continue my open invitation to all council members to come to the call-in. A few council members came to the last call-in. I think that it was probably very eye-opening and a learning experience. I know every time I'm at a call-in, I learn. So I'll continue to make sure that the council receives the invitations to the quarterly call-ins. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And now we will hear from the Oakland Fire Department. And as they are approaching the podium, we have a very robust schedule for today, and so just wanted to remind my colleagues that we are focused in on, having any of our questions answered during this time. Thank you so much. Hello, Chief.
Good morning, Council President, esteemed council members, City Administrator. Thank you for the opportunity to present our budget. I've brought with me our Fire Division Manager, who's our CFO for the Oakland Fire Department, Sean O'Shea, who will walk us through our slide presentation, and I will be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning, council members. Let me get this PowerPoint to work. Here we are. Okay, great. So I'll go through the presentation slides. Chief Covington will be available to answer any questions and step in to give some additional context to what's summarized here today. So in our budget process for our approach, the first step we took as a department was recognizing the opportunity for position right-sizing throughout the department. In each division in fire, we reviewed vacancies for potential conversion into classification of positions that we need going forward to be most effective in this new economic environment. This was particularly focused in the civilian or non-sworn positions. We also evaluated all of our expenses for potential fund shifts where appropriate, particularly to relieve the general fund or any other stressed funds. So that means maximizing grant fund opportunities, local measure funds, as well as fee-based funds. We made a commitment to not cut any services, even though if some were to be reduced due to staffing challenges, and that's the key impact of the budget and the hiring freeze over this past year and looking forward. So particularly that's impacting our Fiscal and Administrative Services Division, our Medical Services Division, Emergency Management Services Division, and Fire Prevention. Given the city's budget constraints and our general fund allocation target as we were going through the budget, Fire's budget proposal was very focused on maintaining firefighting staffing and keeping as many fire stations open as possible. And a key consequence was proposing to essentially defer major apparatus purchases for engines and trucks. Fire has an aging fleet with significant apparatus replacement needs. A consistent budget over multiple years versus kind of the uneven large sum budgeting that's currently been happening over the past few years would allow for more effective fleet replacement. Then after going through our proposals, we reviewed all civilian positions for potential freezing or add deletions, and we'll touch on some of those later in our impact section. And then as a final resort, we evaluated brownouts. That's the last thing we would like to do in providing fire safety services. We initially presented a budget proposal with 3 brownouts, so essentially continuing the status quo that we had for most of the year until just recently into the FY '26 and '27 to try to meet the initial department targets for general fund 1010 allocations. Currently, one brownout is proposed in the revised proposed budget that's been published. So while one is too many, the fire department really appreciates the mayor and council's prioritization of safety of the Oakland community and really working to reduce the number of stations browned out. Okay. Service impacts. So as mentioned just before, even just one browned out station has an impact in reducing the collective community safety. Even now, we're evaluating options for potential partial staffing in case of funding opportunities arise. As noted earlier, we've had uncertain funding for our major apparatus purchases over the last few years. And now that equipment replacement is budgeted back in the departments versus in public works via a replacement program, fire needs a consistent funding plan. We have a really long lead time, up to 3 to 4 years, to deliver engines and trucks. Public Works' grade for our fleet was high risk, with nearly 50% of our fleet having an F grade of being way past our useful life. So with a very aged fleet, we run risk of breakdowns. And now with most stations back online, we don't have backup vehicles. So with older vehicles, additionally, the maintenance costs for public works increases. Looking at our civilian positions that were frozen or deleted, as I noted earlier, we're not eliminating any services, but some are impacted. So in fiscal and admin services and fire prevention in particular, there are several administrative positions, administrative analyst, administrative assistant, accountant positions that are being frozen. And that work is going to be reallocated to existing staff. And some admin tasks are going to roll up to supervisors and managers, and particularly in fire prevention. That these are positions that have a heavy work in working with Excella, which is our permit services software that really requires some technical expertise, and that work is going to have to roll up to supervisors and impact their ability to sort of manage their divisions and move forward with goals and directions when they're having to do this administrative work. With macro, our proposal really balanced positions against the available budget, and even recognizing that our state grant was coming to an end. And so there are significant numbers of frozen positions in this proposed budget for macro, which we recognize is necessary due to available resources. But we know that it means less help and less intervention to folks on the street who need it. For fire payroll, we have over 650 employees, and we have a unique interface model using telestaff. And for all of those employees, we have one dedicated payroll clerk by classification. And technically, they're not even in fire, they're in finance. And so fire payroll needs additional resources in staffing in order to support our operation, keep our employees paid accurately. And we recognize that there's a challenge with sort of the centralization of payroll. And we'll go on to the next slide, talk about some detail of what is in the budget and not, but that's a big issue for fire. And then really critical for fire is the ability to hire budgeted vacant positions for both sworn and unsworn. So we know over the past year and a half, we've been under kind of a general hiring freeze, particularly for unsworn positions. And we know that fire is not unique as a department here, but in order to continue to deliver services, it's really important to be able to fill the positions that are budgeted in the next 2 years, even while vacant. So this is particularly important for emergency management services and fire prevention, who have been really struggling due to the hiring freeze in citywide classifications to be able to do outreach the way they'd like. some key items for additional consideration in our budget. So we have minimum staffing requirements for a couple of our fund sources. So including the SAFER grant, which we received were awarded in 2023, which gave us funding to support 35 new firefighter and firefighter paramedic positions. We had a minimum staffing requirement for that grant of 477 operational staff. Measure NN, which just passed, actually has a 480 minimum staffing requirement. Our current sworn staff is at 432. We have a fall academy that we're hoping to yield 30 to 35 new firefighters. We're not quite going to reach 477. We have submitted some information to our grant partners with FEMA just last week about our staffing plan and what's going on with our grant, and we expect to hear back soon. General, they like to see that we're keeping progress by having academies, and we do have budget for 2 academies, 1 in each fiscal year. So we do feel that that is making forward progress. For Measure MM, that is our new wildfire district funding that that the voters passed in just this past November. So at the moment, only 100,000 is in fire's budget in FY26. I think there's still sort of some jurisdictional questions about how much money or what part of the budget should be in public works or in fire, and I think we're going to continue to work on those questions. Measure NN, which is the former Measure Z, we are very excited to use elevated funding, which we currently have a budget of $2 million for Measure Z. In this budget, as published, it will continue at $2 million for FY26 and will increase to $3 million in FY27. And that elevated funding, and we're going to start to implement it next year anyway, safety equipment needs. So we have, there's new turnout technology, new helmets, turnout replacements that are really critical for our firefighting staff. So we're going to prioritize those purchases, as well as defibrillator and Lucas machines replacements. There's 42 of each, and we're excited to get a lease agreement with a vendor for that before you, so that we can replace those aging equipment. Okay. So this is kind of our final slide. So additional consideration, as I mentioned before. So fire needs at least 1 more full-time payroll clerk assigned. In our budget proposal, fire proposed to give up an account clerk 3 vacancy, essentially in exchange for the finance department to gain a payroll clerk to then be allocated or dedicated resource to fire payroll. So that seems to have happened in this budget, but we just wanted to emphasize before you how critical it is to keep that position in the budget and to make sure that it is allocated to support fire. We wanted to touch on the macro program. So our state grant funding, which historically is funded positions, is going to be exhausted by the end of third quarter next fiscal year. And in this budget, we're grateful that the general fund is proposed to pick up that remaining funding need the rest of FY26 and through 2027. New grant opportunities are being pursued to continue macro, as well as potential philanthropic opportunities. And I will note also how we do funding in macro is that we have opioid settlement funding. And over the past year, we've been using that funding to support operation and maintenance. And that will be proposed to continue in 26, 27. Just to touch on fleet needs again, so we have ongoing unfunded needs to replace our very aging fleet. In this budget, there's $5 million budgeted in each of FY26 and FY27 for public safety vehicles. So sort of a official split TBD, but if we were to fund $2.5 million over the next 4 years, so that would mean continue sort of a 50-50 split to PD and fire beyond this budget into the next one. That would allow fire to order 3 trucks and 3 engines. And as I noted earlier, there's a 4-year build. And so if we could get our orders in with a commitment to funding them next year, then 4 years later, we'd have a significant turnover of a big portion of our fleet. And that would be a big success for us. And so with that, thank you, and we're happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Colleagues, questions? Council President Jenkins.
Yeah, so a comment and a question. The question is going to be for Chief Covington, but the comment is just to colleagues, we are funding macro out-of-state grant funding and opioid settlement funds. And so it's going to be incumbent on us to figure out a funding mechanism for macro. Right? And we've had talks with our state senator. The Senate Pro Tem has come to Oakland to visit, and this has been a priority for us, but it's incumbent that we continue to do that. So, Chief, I know that recently San Jose implemented a first responders fee program, and I know there are 23 throughout the state, including Alameda and Vallejo. Is that something that we've looked into, and how close are we to getting there? Do you have any, I'm going to make you a Bradley for a second. Do you have any idea how much we would yield if we did have a first responder fee program?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. We have looked into it. As you said, there's 23 cities throughout the state that currently have a responder fee. San Jose is in the process of standing theirs up. It's gotten approval through council. We have looked at it. I've talked to Chief Sapien with San Jose, as well as other chiefs throughout the state. It's certainly something that we're interested in doing. We feel like we run about 37,000 EMS calls a year, which would be eligible for this. Council would set the price point. Every city has their own price point for what that responder fee would be. San Jose's is a little over $400 per. So that would, and they run a lot more medical calls than we do. The one issue that I've talked to, every chief that I've talked to, the one issue that we would have is that we don't currently have ambulance service. Most of the responder fees are built into the ambulance service, so there's not a direct bill that's going to whoever is being helped or has called for 911 service. So that helps them to, from a Medicaid and Medicare perspective, it helps them with the billing. The other piece we have to look into is what is the third-party billing going to cost us? What is it going to cost to implement this program? And if council has the appetite to approve a program like this, and what effect it would have on our community.
I'm sorry, and through the chair, Chief, maybe I was a bit assumptive. Can you explain for the public what a first responder fee program is?
So it's anytime you call 911, obviously fire responds in the city of Oakland. The first responder fee would give us an opportunity to charge Medicaid, Medi-Cal for responding to that call as an additional fee to anyone who calls 911. If we're able to bill their insurance, then that money would come back to the city of Oakland. If we're not able to bill them or they don't have any way of paying, there's no delinquency that's going to hit their credit. There's nothing that's going to be punitive about it. It's basically an opportunity to bill if you have the ability to pay.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Councilmember Unger.
Yeah, a couple of questions. So in your report, you said brown out of one fire company?
That's what we've been told.
In City Administrator Johnson's report that was included with this packet, it says 2.
Through the chair, initially we received a budget document that said 2. Then we received another document most recently that said 1.
Because your report from dated May 22 says 2. That came with the packet for this.
Through the chair to Councilmember Unger, my apologies, it should be 1.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. On Measure MM, are you all going after Prop 4 money to help augment that?
Through the chair, yes, we have worked with our local 55 as well as Senator Aragon and sent documentation to Sacramento to request funding for any of the programs that we have going. Right now, our Go Grazing contract needs assistance. It's $1.8 million for the goats throughout the city. They do over 120 acres throughout the city. Right now, we're funded at $600,000. So we've asked for additional assistance with our Go Grazing contract.
Okay. And on Measure Z, I believe Mr. O'Shea said $2 million was coming from Measure Z. My understanding, I'm sorry, not Measure Z, Measure NN, the replacement for Measure Z.
Yeah.
My understanding was that that called for $3 million for fire. What happened to the additional $1 million?
Through the chair, that's a great question. We're wondering the same thing. We were initially, Measure Z called for $2 million for the fire department. Measure MM calls for 3, but in the budget, it's still at 2.
Bradley, do you have?
Hi. Good morning, City Council. Brad Johnson, Budget Administrator. If the details of Measure NN specify that there's an allocation formula for both, for the first year that follows the Measure Z guidelines. And so it's in that allocation detail where it sets out, and I'm forgetting the particular citation. We work with the City Attorney's Office on this. The allocations for NN in year 1 match Measure Z per that measure. In year 2, the amount is specified based on the measures breakdown, and that's where fire's increase goes to $3 million. And so what we had to do is actually do 2 different allocations. There's a year 1 allocation where we go back to the Measure Z allocation guidelines and follow that out, and that includes a $2 million number for fire. And then in year 2, we switch over to the measures guidelines where it follows the $3 million allocation.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Excellent, thank you so much. Council.
Can I add one thing to that?
Oh, sure.
Bradley, maybe you can explain if Measure Z was a percentage for OPD and a percentage for DVP and a set amount for fire. So if this new MM is bringing in additional money, well, OPD is going to get additional money, DVP is going to get additional money because of the percentage of a larger amount of money, but we're still staying stagnant. And for us,
I think NN has an escalator for fire.
For year 1?
No. As the dollar amount that comes in goes up, fire's dollar amount goes up as well. It doesn't stay static at $3 million. Measure Z.
For year, I'm just speaking year 1.
For year 1, it is the $2 million, but after that, it
after
elevates,
that.
Yeah.
But even year 1, does it go up for OPD and DV? It stays at the same amount?
It stays.
Yes. Thank you.
So it's a little bit, it is a little bit strange. What the application of the Measure Z formula to the NN base does in year 1 is a little bit strange because fire stays at $2 million. The others are a percentage, and so it does end up in the space where PD and DVP actually get additional resources in year 1, and then those resources drop down again in year 2. We have balanced that out with the general fund balancing in those 2 years. It worked out okay because the general fund was actually more constrained in year 1, so we use that as a balancing action. In year 2, we align it, and then that's correct. The way it works from year 2 onward is actually we use the year 2 allocation as we will adopt the mid-cycle budget to create a master formula percentage allocation, and that master percentage formula allocation will roll forward for every future year based on that year 2 allocation, which is planning in this second year of the biennial, but if it modifies at all based on revenue estimates come the mid-cycle, that actually then becomes the formula allocation lock-in for the rest of the measure. It's a little bit complicated, but that's how that will work out.
Thank you.
Through the chair, just on this very question, a follow-up. So in year one, we have $2 million coming from so in year two, is it $3 million that's locked in? Right
Correct.
now? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Fire Chief. If you can address the issue of your fire marshals, fire inspectors, and certainly throughout the city of Oakland, you have many illegal vendors on our sidewalks, on our streets, that are impacting the established businesses that have closed down. Foothill International, with their propane tanks, and some are sitting right next, blocking the sidewalk of our schools with propane tanks. But I don't see the response like we used to have, that, we would call the fire department, they would send the marshal, make sure you had a health license to do business or had permission on that sidewalk to do business. But right now, it's out of control throughout East Oakland and throughout the city. And so what do we need to do to hire more fire marshals and inspectors? Because at the same time, on a weekly basis, I'm taking a business that wants to open up, but he needs to be inspected to be able to have a permit that is a safe location and safe whatever. But I have to walk them into your office or here to get to assign an inspector to go to their property. So what is the need to get our marshals and inspectors like we used to have? And the last question that I have, if you can explain to the public and the council, what is the relationship with Alameda County, the FLAC? They're out there dealing with homeless and people on the sidewalk laying out with their ambulance and so forth, where, I don't see the macro being that active, but I do see the county services responding a lot sooner. So you can share about the staffing needs, yes. Yeah.
Okay, through the chair. Hopefully I caught all of that. As far as, why don't we start from the end and go back? As far as macro goes, the county has recently, very recently, in the last few months, stood up an alternative delivery model similar to macro. I've talked to Chief McDonald extensively about how we can coordinate our delivery models. Also, the county has another delivery model that they use as well. How we're all working kind of in silos right now, and how can we across our region combine our resources and give better service to the citizens of Oakland and Alameda County as a whole. Again, these are very new models. I know macro. There's a very diverse narrative about macro within our city. Macro's doing fantastic work. I think as a city, we need to decide what it is that you want macro to do, because macro is spread out all over the place and they're performing all types of duties throughout the city. But if there is a specific lane that we want macro to live in, then as leadership, we should decide what that lane is so that we can make sure that we're giving the best effort and being force multipliers in that lane. But again, we are working collaboratively. These dollars that we get for these alternative delivery teams are not a lot, so we need to make sure that we're utilizing them the best that we can across our entire region. As far as inspectors and the food vendors, this has been an ongoing challenge since City Administrator Johnson got here. That was one of his first conversations we had. It's pretty nuanced. They're dealing with the same challenges in San Francisco, San Jose, all the cities that they have venues where they have entertainment. We've done a decent job of clearing out the venues, Paramount, Fox. They were really having a hard time. This is a collaborative effort. OFD is certainly one of the partners, but it's also the Department of Health, it's OPD, it's all these different these entities that need to come together, because when we come out and someone has a food truck that's not licensed and doesn't have a permit, we can give them a citation for having, an open flame. But we don't have the ability to shut them down and tell them and take their cart from them or do anything of that nature. So they meet every couple weeks, the team does, and we've tried to come up with ideas. Maybe there's an area that all of these vendors can be in and do business. But until we decide as a city what we want to happen, do we want these vendors to go away and put them out of business, or do we just want to cite them and force them to get a permit? I don't think that conversation we haven't come to a determination on that, but we're out there weekly trying to get these vendors off the streets and at least cite them for having an open flame.
And I walk with your the fire marshals from East Oakland all the way down to my neighborhood in the Fruitville area.
Yeah, no, you're right, it's a tremendous issue.
Giving people notice, but that's all we do is notice, well, you know, you get a propane tank, you don't have a county permit to do business. And at the same time, you'll see the businesses shutting down, the restaurants.
Yeah.
Primarily shutting down across the street because they're competing. Thank you, I'll follow up with you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Houston?
Yes. Hey, Chief. When you said put them out of business, they're not in business. They're not doing business legally. And I'm not saying this to you. I'm just sharing this with you, Chief, because they need to be held to the standard that the restaurants that have to have the fire inspection, you'll go out there and cite them. They need to stop. And not only they are doing it illegally, what about the aftermath of what they leave behind, right? So they're not being responsible on top of irresponsible, right? So they need to be shut down and then started back. It's like if I was doing fixing a house, building a house, Councilmember Brown, if I was fixing a house, right, and I didn't have my permit, they'd come and put a red tag on me, and they would shut me down. That's what would happen. They need to be shut down and do it the right way. And on macro, and I was just sharing that with you, Chief. And with macro, we had a meeting last night, and you had mentioned something about we need to define the scope of work and what do we want macro to do. The scope was defined. Macro said on public record on the dais yesterday, he said that they changed the scope of the macro program because we can't tell some of the Oaklanders no. The definition of their scope was for D3 and D7. And I don't see them. They talking about they're uptown, right? They need to be where that scope of work. And here's another thing, Chief, is when I see things that say not returning back to council.
So you think to say what?
You know, some of the legislation or when it comes to the council, they say not to return to council. I hate hearing that. We were voted, all these council members here were voted for stuff items to come back to council so we can report back to our constituents, right? So did they come to council to change their scope of work? No, they just changed it on their own. They should stick and define where that scope of work says. And it's defined, it was supposed to be D7 and D3. So that's what I like to share that.
And then just really quickly, just to comment on what Councilmember Houston is stating, ultimately last night in the presentation, it was shared out that based on the kind of success of the pilot of macro early on, it was expanded citywide. And so that was a little bit of the dialogue to Councilmember Houston's point. But on that note, I did have a specific question around we had a lot of questions around like the calls actually getting to macro and the number of calls that they are able to take. And I guess I just have a question around like, is that, like what is getting in the way of macro actually being able to take more of these calls that are kind of routed to 911 potentially? Or is it based on staffing limitation?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. It's both. Macro is taking all the 911 calls that fit into the category that we've created for macro. We've had extensive trainings with our dispatch, with OPD's dispatch, on what type of calls should be a macro call. We've educated the OPD officers on the street, as well as firefighters on the street. Here's what you can, when you get to a scene, and it's this type of scene, you can call macro for this. So we're trying to make it so that everyone understands these are the types of calls that macro can go on. Macro is going on as many calls as they can go with the staffing that they have. They have 2 or 3 crews out a day. So there sometimes calls, will have to be prioritized based on them already being on a call. And again, if it's any type of call that's emergent, where it requires a 911 response, that's not a macro call. So any call that macro is responding to, it should not be, we need to be there right now, or there's going to be, an escalation of something, because that's not a macro call. That continues to be an OPD and an OFD type of call that they should be responding to. If I could pivot to Councilmember Houston's question about what initially macro was asked to do. This is probably the 10th iteration of what our city has asked of macro. Initially, they were supposed to be D3 and D7. We've pivoted from that. We've pivoted to helping with the homeless cleanups. We've pivoted to everything you can imagine. Macro has been asked to be part of that. So when I say, if we want to be very specific about macro, and this is what macro does, then we should decide which lane macro is going to live in, and macro can just be a force multiplier in that lane. But we've spread macro out across all different, gray areas of what the city needs, and macro has no problem doing that. But then the feedback comes back that macro's not doing the things that originally it set out to do, but it's being asked to do all of these other requirements, to be a resource for all these other teams throughout the city. So I'm just saying, if you guys want specific data about macro taking the mental health calls and taking the quality of life calls, okay, let's get macro doing that only, and then we can have raw data about if macro is being successful in that area. But if we're asking macro to do 7 different things, well, it's hard to have quantitative data on if macro is doing its best job in those 7 different areas.
Councilmember Houston.
And through the chair, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And that's why I said it needs to return to council so council can discuss it. Because if council doesn't understand what's going on, that's why I said those are the words I hate, not returning to council. When I see that in my paperwork, it triggers me, right? So that's why council needs to know what's going on. So when the public comes to speak to us, we can address it. Because they'll come to us and say, the original scope of work is 3, 7, 6, 5, but they're not doing this, they're not doing this. They see them more uptown, right? But when they should be in D7. So if it comes to council, we can discuss it, then we all on the same accord. We understand it, and we speak in the same language. That's all I'm saying, Chief.
Through the chair, we are going to, I believe quarterly, have a SSOC, or the new commission, and council meeting together so that we can just speak macro, give you the numbers, give you a presentation on what we've done in that quarter. That's been set up already. And to your other point, I forgot.
That's okay, Chief.
Yeah.
I'll let the president run that about how we're going to address, how we meet with macro and how we get the information as a group.
Those meetings have been set already for you.
Oh, they have?
You have.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm happy about that one. Thank you.
With the measure in body. Okay, thank you so much. I know we've had a very robust conversation. I wanted to allow Council President Jenkins to ask his question, and then Councilmember Wong. Thank you.
So I will be brief. When we talk about the food vendors that aren't licensed, to the city administrator, through the chair, do we have a proactive or reactive approach? How are we dealing with them in terms of like code enforcement, fire? Is it an education piece, an enforcement piece? Can you break that down for us?
Sure, through the chair to President Jenkins. So generally speaking, we have a more reactive approach. I think many communities, depending on where you are, will choose and what is acceptable and what is not. In the city of Oakland, the one benefit, I'm not just saying it because the chief is here, the one benefit that we have is the fire department has been pretty proactive, specifically around the safety piece of the open flame permit. So they've done a fantastic job. The other element of this is the fact that the work is bifurcated in such a way that you have the fire department, economic workforce development, you have OPD, so you have all these different groups that have some responsibility with respect to the illegal vending piece, and so I think there's a level of coordination. But also, as we talk about the support of our enforcement efforts, just to be blunt, when our staff, specifically if they are not a sworn officer, when they approach many of these vendors, there's a level of indignation that comes with that. And so are we going to say, hey, look, as a community, we're going to send folks out to deal with a certain constituency that is indignant about asking them, hey, look, please stop what you're doing? Well, there's a certain nicety that comes with that, and at a certain point, you got to pull that nicety off. So we want to approach folks and deal with folks in a respectful way, but I will say that there is a responsibility that we have to provide a level of protection from a law enforcement standpoint, but guess what? That comes at a cost. And so we have to make sure that we are funding that initiative in such a way that we can actually have a more proactive approach. And the same for code enforcement. We have a more reactive approach, unfortunately, but I think there's an appetite for us to be more proactive when it comes to code enforcement. And we have a responsibility to the businesses in our community who are paying business license and business tax to make sure that we can support them in their survival as well, but also provide pathways for those that are entrepreneurial and have an entrepreneurial spirit. That's great. But I think there's an opportunity to provide a pathway for them.
Councilmember Wong.
Okay, on the macro issue, you just mentioned the county has just set up their own alternative responses. Can you talk a little bit about what those look like? Because I think that will help to define what lane this council wants to take macro in. And the other question I just have is around, I noticed that it looks like our police, or sorry, not our police, our fire staffing numbers are below the Measure NN requirements. What strategies do you guys currently have in terms of recruitment? There's that one fire academy, but how can we get more folks into the fire department? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we'll start with the staffing. Currently, we have 44 people in backgrounds for an academy that should start by the middle to the end of September, with the hopes of hiring 30 to 35. So that should get us close to our number for the measure. We are, it's a revolving door. People are retiring, people are going off injured, so the staffing levels always go up and down. We will have a new recruitment starting first quarter of next year, where we'll have a new test to hopefully establish a new list to have. We have a budget, we have an academy budgeted for every year, and we intend on having an academy every year to make sure those numbers stay close to or at the measure requirements. Then, yes, macro. So there are various iterations of macro throughout the Bay Area, San Francisco, Alameda County, San Jose. Lots of different cities have a alternative delivery model. Alameda County has a clinician as part of their team. So I think that's one of the biggest differences between macro and other teams. For macro, they do not have the ability to, they can only request that someone take services. They don't have any authorization to force them into services. So we can offer them resources, and that's why macro might have to visit a person 4, 5, 6 times before they decide to take these services that we're offering them, where other teams have a clinician and they can say this person is clinically, boom, boom, boom. They'll still have to have a law enforcement entity come and maybe give them a 5150 or give them some other type of service, but we don't have a clinician on macro right now. So the way that other teams work and the way that macro works is different based on the way that it was invented and the way that it was structured, and what the offer can be and what the authority those teams have to make someone take these services.
And it's my understanding the county does have a clinician on their type,
Correct. Yes.
Okay, their version of the services.
Yes.
For macro, it's also my understanding that we could be billing Medi-Cal for some of these services, but we don't currently have that. So when we talk about even just, I'm noticing a common theme, actually, the third-party billing administrator that you request. Does it have to be third-party? Could be just internal person, by the way.
I've only seen it be third-party.
Third-party,
Yeah.
okay.
Especially since we don't have EMS transport services.
Okay, And can that also support actually macro and also billing for some of these services and recouping some of the funds?
Yes, so
Okay.
thank you for that question.
Yeah.
Our EMS director, Vita Swart-Ratliff, is looking into that. The only other entity that I've spoken to that has had success doing that is Milwaukee Fire, and it's a little bit more intricate. For you to be able to bill, your macro team has to deliver these specific services.
Right.
And we're looking into if macro actually fits a couple of the boxes we're not able to check, but a couple of the boxes we can. So we're looking into that now. As of now, we don't qualify based on the way we deliver. Maybe that's something that we can do in our next iteration of macro, is try to create a way to fit those boxes so that we can bill.
Okay, that makes sense. And then you mentioned also that there's a set of criteria for the types of calls that the macro team takes off of 911. Is it possible to look at it, like, can we expand some of that criteria?
Absolutely.
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 Okay, great.
Yeah, a lot of it's how we hire, the type of training we can get, de-escalation. Macro, for example, macro doesn't go inside of buildings.
Right.
But if we up our de-escalation training and give them some other types of training, that could be an iteration that we do moving forward.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. That's the end of my questions.
Madam Chair, just
Excellent. I know that we have multiple city departments that have arrived, and so we want to go ahead and move the presentations along. And so really grateful for all of your feedback and comments, Chief. And then, of course, I know that your phone is always available for any additional questions that we may have, especially relevant to macro or any other items. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Just, can I make a comment on that? Just for all of you that are new to the council, I was one of the leaders that brought the macro program from Seattle. And the reason we brought the macro program is we didn't want the police, because the police department was being very confrontational within the individuals on the street. So that's why we created the macro. And we didn't locate it under the police department. We brought it under the fire department, just to be able to have that respect within the people on the street, on the sidewalks that needed a service. And that's why it was created. And we located it under the fire department. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much, Councilmember Gallo. And so now we will hear from the Office of the Inspector General.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Zervon Malouf. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of my office, the Office of Inspector General, the 2025-2027 budget. So I'm not sure. Okay, so the approach and prioritization. Assisting the city with this budget, the OIG did suggest that 2 program audit positions be frozen in exchange for a 2-year, $245,000 contract for a qualified firm, and that was granted to us. However, we did not prioritize or suggest the pending proposed budget reductions to freeze or delete. It's actually changed. Initially, they deleted these positions, and I just spoke with finance recently, and so from moving those positions from deleted, they moved them to frozen, which does help. However, our budget shortfall is $1.1 million. So we're looking at a 43% reduction from 2.58 to 1.47. This is one of the most significant department cuts in the city. Other significant department cuts were still under 30%, and we are at 43%. So how does that affect us? Moving those positions from deleted to frozen is helpful. However, reducing that budget by 43% does have significant service impacts, particularly on police oversight, accountability, and public safety within Oakland. And here's how it affects. We're talking about, number 1, reduction in policy reviews. So the OIG has made 10 reports with 33 recommendations. So by freezing or deleting, the policy analyst position significantly cuts or limits our capability to provide critical policy recommendations to approve on public safety and police operations. Second thing is that it weakens police oversight and accountability, so limiting the OIG's capabilities to have a disproportionate effect on marginalized communities who have historically been subjected to OPD's ineffective policies, practices, and procedures. And third thing, how it impacts us is the delay of continuing to do audits. So the entire OIG staff, audit staff, was frozen in 2004. So the proposed budget currently does offer contracting with an audit firm, but once the proposed contract ends, then the auditing, the lack of an auditing staff would create delays in continuing to do audits. Furthermore, freezing the policy analyst position would delay in analyzing OPD policies and procedures to make them more effective and efficient. One of the key things to recognize is that OPD is one of the largest department budgets in the city. And by having a lack of oversight, I think hinders efficiency and effectiveness. So we're talking about potential consequences. With the budget cuts with OIG, it hinders the ability to address systemic issues. The OIG is the only city department that is authorized to conduct performance audits of OPD, policies, practices, and procedures, and make recommendations on systemic issues. It also limits assessment of OPD's compliance with the NSA, Negotiated Settlement Agreement. So a lack of resources will limit the OIG's ability to monitor OPD's compliance with policy reforms and make recommendations that improve on public safety and police operations. 3, it hinders long-term accountability, and that's key, long-term accountability. So while the independent monitor is supposed to transfer out of Oakland, the OIG's role in auditing and evaluating OPD policies is essential for long-term accountability and sustainability. Then reduce public trust and transparency. As we know, Measure S1 was established to create the Office of Inspector General to independently audit OPD. So current proposed reductions may hinder our ability to address those systemic issues so that OPD operates fairly and transparent. And then it slows, our reduction slows potential to save Oakland money by continued policy reforms. So policy reforms can result in a reduction of civil payouts. We know that historically. The OIG's continued recommendation for policy reform can support a reduction in civil lawsuits and potentially save the city money. The policy analyst position, my policy analyst left in April, and the city allowed me to go forward to fill that position. And now that position is set to be frozen. However, if the city did allow me to continue to freeze that position, it would still save the city, from my budget, $800,000. So we'll go from a saving of $1.1 to $800,000, which is still going to be from a 43% to 31% reduction, and it's still significant, and it's still saving the city quite a bit. However, it's allowing my office to continue to do policy analysis within OPD. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions? Councilmember Houston?
I should know this, but when was this office established?
Initially, it was established in 2020, and then the first IG was hired in 2022. She was around for about 2.5 years, and then I came in 2024.
All right. Well, colleagues, and then I know Councilmember Ramachandran is on Zoom. Is her hand raised? Just want to double check.
No, not at the time.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, thank you so much. Oh, Councilmember Wong?
Were you to have a policy analyst, what kind of oversight objectives would you want to pursue with the police department?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. So right now, if we were to go forward with our contract, we can look at audits, and we will audit OPD. Right now, we're currently inspecting some of the NSA tasks. We don't have a policy analyst, so we can't analyze some of the policies that are being currently created, like the high-speed pursuit policy, the other policies, the sexual harassment, lack of policy, the things that we can do, the office can do outside of the NSA. So not only look at what's in the NSA, but what's outside of the NSA, what can we look at to help improve upon the program, OPD. So our policy analysts would specifically look at policies. There have been some policy in OPD that has not been revised since 1974. So we want to be able to look at those policies, bring them up to date, make sure they're in line with current best practices, as well as what's best for the city of Oakland and its community. We do a lot of outreach, my office. Currently, we have First Thursdays where we go out and have people to come to my office. We meet out in the community. We did Houston's district a couple times, a couple other districts we have planned. So we're going out to the community. We're looking for any issues that they have specifically with OPD policies and procedures, and we'll try to address them. I hope that answers your
Is there a
question.
specific policy that you would want to look more into, like do more
Yes.
analysis?
Yeah, to be specific,
Yeah.
as we know, we have, OPD has over 100 officers out on administrative leave. The question is what policy dictates how they go through Scully hearings? And some of these officers, from my understanding, have been out on administrative leave for years. One particular officer, 3 years, pending a Scully hearing. So that's costing the city alone hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. So one of the things that my office is interested into is looking into what can save the city money. What policies and procedures can the Office of Inspector General look at within OPD that's going to improve on efficiency and effectiveness within the city?
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
I got one statement. It's just bothers me a little, is that we have just so many departments just overseeing the police department. I mean, this person's watching them, that person's watching them. It seems like too much. That's just my personal opinion. Police, they're doing a lot better than they used to do, a lot better. And it's just too much oversight, in my opinion.
Through the chair, can I address that?
Sure.
So we'll start with internal audits. OPD has internal audits. That internal audits has diminished. There's like 2 people there, and they're not even really doing audits. If you look at how many audits they've performed in the past couple years, very little to none. So when it comes down to oversight, it's being slashed everywhere. Internally, internal audits; externally, the Office of Inspector General. Those are the only 2 entities that are actually doing oversight and looking into policies and procedures of OPD. And they're both slashed so significant that there is no oversight of OPD when it comes down to policy, procedures, and effectiveness.
I'm just saying what I feel, is that I feel that they're held with a thumb on them all the time, and they can't even do their job. They're scared to like the pursuit policy. I mean, they should be able to pursue. They're scared to pursue. They're scared to do this. They're scared to do that. We should just let them. I know mistakes are made. Mistakes are made. If it's intentional, that's different. We all gonna make mistakes, but it's just too much oversight for the police. That's just my belief as one person.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Houston, for your feedback, and colleagues, and thank you so much for addressing the council, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
And now we'll hear from our Community Police Review Agency, CIPRA.
Good morning. My name is Antonio Lawson. I am the interim executive director of CIPRA. I apologize for not having a PowerPoint presentation. Unfortunately, as interim director, I wasn't on the director's list, so I didn't know about this meeting and the need for a program at the Thursday, and I presented a PowerPoint on Friday, but it was too late to get up on the calendar. You did? Well, you know what? I don't need the PowerPoint because I had an outline to discuss, but Councilmember Houston made a point that I think is important and that I want to address. CIPRA, just to let you know, we're kind of the frontline organization for investigating allegations of police misconduct. We investigate, we receive approximately 500 complaints yearly. Our mandate is to investigate, are we required to investigate cases regarding use of force, bias, in custody deaths, and cases dealing with assembly. And then after that, we look at other cases that are also important. The past year or so, we're operating at about 60% of our capacity, which means we don't have enough investigators and enough resources really to do our mandated cases. Fortunately, I'm happy that the current budget proposal basically increases us from 9 full-time employees to 18 full-time employees, and will allow us to do what we're mandated to do. But the bigger question I want to address is that of a Councilmember Houston was talking about, which is so many levels of review and police oversight in the city. And as interim director, I'm interested in being permanent director because my goal is to see that IEB services be transitioned to CIPRA and be civilian service. So many people have always expressed the need to make IEB and move that to a civilian agency, to CIPRA, but we haven't moved in that direction yet. And I think it's important that we do because it does a number of things. One, as an example, if there's a abuse of force case or allegation of abuse of force, my organization has to investigate, IAB investigates, and then a Force Review Board, another police department agency. That's 3 investigations of 1 incident. And then we have to all come to the chief and see if he agrees with one or more of us. And if he doesn't, I then go to the police commission and say, I don't agree with the chief. So as Councilmember Houston pointed out, it is redundant. And my goal is to be here and see that IAB services transition to CIPRA so that we can free up that money in the police department and those officers to be reassigned to be on the streets or wherever they can be and not have this investigative process. So I just want to focus on that, and thank you for the proposed budget because it will allow CIPRA to now do what we're required to do, but more important, it gives me the opportunity to prepare and transition to make an organization that can take on the responsibilities that currently IEB has. And I think it's very important as a city if we can free the department up, because civilian investigators can do the same for far less than sworn officers. And there's no need for it to be duplicative. And one other point I want to make, our relationship with the OIG is very important because as CIPRA, we're responsible for individual cases, so we investigate these individual allegations. But during that process, it often comes to my attention that there are broader systemic issues that need to be reviewed. I can only refer that to OIG. We don't do that at CIPRA. We don't investigate broader systemic issues. When we do identify them, we do pass it on to OIG, so that's what their role would be. And that's why, for example, Skelly hearings, that was one issue. I said, could you, OIG may need to look at this issue. There are other issues sometimes with training. We may say we've seen a consistent problem with lack of clarity on training, say on Fourth Amendment cases. Could you look at whether or not, or how the officers are training and whether that's suitable? And that's the kind of thing that OIG does in terms of working with CIPRA. So I want to point that out. But we are in a position where our budget now, if approved, will allow us to do our job and then hopefully to be in a position to transition services from IEB.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions? I do have a couple. Councilmember Houston?
Yeah, how many major cities have internal affairs civilized? I'm saying the word wrong.
Internal affairs departments within the police department?
No, how many major cities have internal affairs, how you pronounce it, civilized? How do you say it?
Yeah. I don't know at this time, through the chair. I can't say, but I will get that information and get it to you.
Yeah, I need that information. That's very important to be able to make a decision.
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Houston. Councilmember Gallo?
Yes, what is your relationship with the police commission?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What is your relationship to the police commission? The police commission
Yes.
reviews,
Through the
advises, creates policy, but what is your?
Through the chair, we work, as you know, we're under the police commission's umbrella, so we report directly to them. So we are the investigative arm of the commission. So we investigate complaints of misconduct. When there is an issue that is not resolved, for example, with the chief, then we refer that to the police commission, and they have what's called a discipline committee, and they review the issue and determine what's appropriate in response to the allegation. Also, when there are broader issues of concern, we bring those to the police commission for resolution. So I report consistently on what the number of complaints are, the resolution of the complaint, and then we identify specific issues that we need the police commission to address. And of course, that goes along with investigating all individual cases.
Okay, so then what is your relationship to the federal monitor, the NSA? I mean, he's out here once every 3 months looking for things to correct and stay employed. So what is your relationship with the federal monitor?
Yes, we have no relationship with the monitor in the sense that there is no direct reporting line, there is no communications with the monitor, and my hope is that the police commission with CIPRA and with OIG will eventually be able to take over those responsibilities and help the city of Oakland get out from under the NSA. But we can't get from under the NSA unless we have an oversight agency to perform those duties that the monitor is required to do under the NSA. So the compliance officers, the monitor, somehow we must, within the city, assume those responsibilities. And I think the police commission, CIPRA, and OIG can do that.
Well, I hope that gets done in July. Thank you. We end that relationship with the monitor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just had a really quick question. So are the civilian investigators qualified to investigate all types of OPD complaints, or are there just some, are there some that will only be able to be conducted by a sworn officer?
No, we could conduct all types of complaints. Also, with the current budget, we'll be doing a lot of hiring. So right now, we only have 2 permanent investigators, and they have 2 contract investigators. Under the current proposed budget, we'll be able to hire 5 new investigators, and we will be looking to hire people of competent levels to investigate claims of all levels. So we would hire more likely more attorneys who then can investigate all levels of complaints, including criminal allegations. And so CIPRA would be in a position ongoing to investigate all levels of complaints.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. Colleagues, any other questions, or shall we move on to some of the other departments that are also here to present? Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Okay, and so at this time, we will hear from Oakland Public Works.
And if I may, Chair Brown, I think it might work best if I combine Public Works and DOT. They're very similar in substance, and they actually flow pretty well one to the other. So I might be able to create some time for you all in your busy schedule today.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right. So real quickly, wanted to, Josh Rowan, Interim Director of Oakland Department of Public Works. There's oftentimes a lot of confusion between who does what, Public Works and Transportation. And I hope to clarify some of this because we're actually about to start joining forces in other areas and maybe make it more confusing. But when you think of parks and trees, that's Public Works. The illegal dumping and the environmental enforcement officers, that's Public Works. Building, utility, fleet maintenance, that's also Public Works. The capital projects we do related to our facilities and our utilities, that falls into Public Works. And then actually all of construction management, even for transportation projects, has been historically in Public Works. That oftentimes causes some confusion when you have one department that does project management, the other department does construction management. That's actually an area that we're going to change moving forward. We're going to align by technical discipline. I'll touch on that in a little bit. And so at a high level, I'd have to say that both Public Works and DOT fared pretty well during this budget process. We enjoy significant voter-approved funds, be it through Q, be it through Measure U, be it through BB sales tax. So we're not a heavy draw on the general purpose fund, but where we are, I really want to thank the administration and finance for allowing us to be creative, because what we tried to do was bring value to the city. And so one of the things I want to really focus on this slide is really just the second and third bullet point. You know, equity is a pillar upon which we stand and the work that we do. And generally, it doesn't matter what type of map you show, from illegal dumping to potholes, that below 580, it tends to be a little worse than above. And then as you go to the edges of the city in Districts 3 and District 7, it tends to be a little worse than the middle. And so we want to look at the areas and continue to prioritize those that have historically been disinvested, really in the post-World War II history of Oakland. And so that's going to continue to flavor how we make decisions. From an operational perspective, we really focused on who are the folks who do the work, and making sure that we don't take any steps backwards in our service to the residents of Oakland. And so this is a very worker-first budget that we have with Public Works and DOT, because we are operating on such thin margins from a performance perspective that we really can't afford steps backwards. And many of our operations, if we were to go backwards, it would actually turn the whole operation off. And so that was another guiding principle, is how do we preserve the folks in the field who are doing the work. Yeah, we've listed some challenges here for you. I'm not going to read them all to you, but I do want to reiterate a challenge that I've brought to this body a couple times before, which is the challenges we face with the equipment. And that's not just a Public Works thing. That's with the police department, it's with fire, and Public Works and DOT. We're really at a point that we need to be looking at strategies for how we replace and replenish the fleet. It's going to become very problematic very soon. This last bullet point, and mine cut off, but we want to talk about also new approaches. And so the area where I wanted to reside for a minute is where Public Works is going to be combining with DOT, and where internally we're calling it DT3. If any of you have seen me wearing my green t-shirt, we're resurrecting the Don't Trash the Town initiative, and it's really focused all things right-of-way. It's not just trash, but when you look at the city's right-of-way, we want to focus on the policies and procedures that allow us to better control what's happening in the right-of-way. And so you start looking at what's going on. We have people working under permits. 2 blocks from here, at 14th and Clay, we have a section that has been behind a chain link fence for a year waiting on a building owner to pour a sidewalk. We're going to become less patient about things like that. We've essentially surrendered our right-of-way, and we need to be stiffer when it comes to that type of enforcement. We're seeing continuous levels of damage to our infrastructure, be it the pavement or our sewer services, our sewer utilities, and we've already made steps moving forward to start collecting on some of those damages. And these are 7 figures in aggregate per year, so it's not an insignificant sum. We've also talked about, and I'll get into this on the DOT side, but parking. Better parking management, better parking enforcement, investing in meters and meter repair. And so if we took 800 centerline miles of Oakland streets and thought of it as an asset, which the replacement cost is over $1 billion, so it's a pretty significant asset in the city's portfolio. what are we doing to protect it, and what are we doing to essentially monetize the use of it? And so it's going to come through a more robust permitting process. And at the same time, we believe that there are going to be some of the intangible benefits of economic development when we do things like get more aggressive with picking up the trash. One of the things you're going to see me continue to promote is environmental design. I know that's a little slower and it takes a little longer, but once we impact a location, it's there 24/7, and it really has excellent benefits. And so you start seeing many of these challenges. It's a front end and a back end. It's whether it's sideshows or dumping. It's how do we change the landscape, and then jump to the back end, how do we enforce? That's a big area for improvement with our dumping. We have a great EEO team, environmental enforcement officers. We're struggling to collect, and we're struggling to have many of these citations stand up. That's something that we need to address together and want to address. And so, you know, from a budgetary perspective, I feel like we're in a good place to move forward. I feel like the common energy that we can bring together between two departments is going to help both of us. And so the piece, though, especially from Public Works, that I would leave you with is the vehicles and the trees. The trees have historically been ignored for almost 20 years. They're having a direct impact on something I'll address on the DOT side. And I think you can start seeing these linkages. Trees, street trees, specifically lack of maintenance, and as a tree gets heavier, it needs a bigger root system, and the bigger root system's picking up our sidewalks. So it's this chain reaction that is one that we need to think about reversing. And so if I could jump to DOT, you're gonna, oh, sorry, that's a separate one, isn't it? It sort of continues on, same message, DOT's a little over 100 million, 30% comes out of the general purpose fund. Where that money's spent, though, is in our parking management. And we fought pretty hard and lobbied pretty hard and successfully to look at those folks as an investment opportunity. And so what we're looking at is by investing in our parking enforcement team, by investing in the meter repair team, we essentially believe that for every dollar you give us, we'll give you two back, based on initial numbers. And so we're looking at 13 additional FTEs in parking control. We're gonna, I believe that's a U-shaped curve, that we're nowhere near the optimum point for parking enforcement technicians that could be used in the city. We're looking at 400 new meters to meter again, treating the streets as an asset. And then we're unfreezing the meter repair technicians. And so that's the personnel side. The other side of it is looking at things like enforcing later into the evening and enforcing on Sundays. And so these are, we believe, low-hanging fruit opportunities that don't require months and months to spool up. These are changes that can be made pretty quickly to not only support the financial operations of the city, but just to provide order within the right-of-way. And then I can really, I'll wrap up with these last two slides. We've talked a lot as both departments, Public Works and DOT, about Measure U bonds. DOT especially is a bond-driven department, and so we're very excited that is back in play. We're essentially going to miss most of this year's paving season, but we're happy to see we'll be back on track next year. By the time we match local grants, we estimate we can pave 50 to 60 miles a year. And that's pretty substantial considering that the historic average is about 10. But just really are appreciative of the move to sell these bonds because DOT is so dependent on that. And we are a capital-heavy department. And so that's excellent. And when you see from these bullets, we have a lot that spins out of this program, not just paving, safety projects. We use it to match for other funds that we go after. So this becomes a catalyst for a lot of the work that we do. And then I'll share just this last bullet, and I'm not going to say too much because we have more to share later, but We're going to be ramping back up the sidewalk repair program, which is essentially we go do the work and then we bill the adjacent property owner for it. There's a big need for this as we start to address the future settlement for our ADA class action lawsuit. And so we're going to be very aggressive in having to get sidewalks built and ramps built to comply with our settlement requirements. And so the way we've done this historically is we seed the program, we get started, and then we do this on a reimbursement basis with the adjacent property owners. We also have we've expanded our equity program where we will work with those low-income residents so that it doesn't become an unfair burden upon them. The last thing we want is to have this work displace someone from their home. So that's something that we're very sensitive to. And so we expect this to ramp up, and the good news is we'll only be doing this for the next 25 years or so. A lot of work to be done. And so you can see, and I'll conclude with where I started. One of the things that we're looking at, as I said, is the DT3 super right-of-way team. Everyone who's has a right-of-way function, it feels like they're working in isolation. How do we come together as a collective and feed off of each other? An example that we've floated around is if you're a transportation capital project inspector, there's really no reason you can't be a transportation permit inspector and vice versa. So there will be some cross-training that needs to happen there. And while we're consolidating in the right-of-way, we're looking on the capital side to start actually creating clear delineation between the project types. So we'll have a transportation team and then more of a facilities team. Those skill sets are often quite different, and so we want to have those two unique teams on the capital project side. So again, we feel like we're in a good place. It reminds me of a question my CEO used to ask me where he'd say, do you have everything you need? And if I told him yes, I didn't get anything else. And if I told him no, he told me I complained too much. So let me just conclude by saying all things considered, we think this process went about as well as we could have hoped for. So we're grateful for where we landed in this.
Thank you, Director Rowan, for both department presentations in a consolidated amount of time. Really appreciate it. Before we invite council members to start asking questions, I do request that everyone keeps their questions to the budget specifically. And in the interest of time, we have a lot of departments coming. If we can keep our questions not too broad to OPW or OCDOT's overall work, but the budget-specific questions, that would be appreciated. Council President Jenkins.
Through the chair, I often get in trouble about the things that I say, but Director Rowan is the best department head that we have, and he single-handedly caught us back up on time, and I just appreciate all that you do for our constituents, and if I've offended any department heads in here, you're my favorite too. But
does that put an X on my back?
So in looking at this, so you've received a lot of criticism by taking out the visual anti-speed bumps that were put in to stop the sideshows. What do we need to do budget-wise to provide you with what you need to do to stop these sideshows?
Yeah, let's take a step back from that specific location because it's one of 20, and it's very much the same thing. And so what our team is looking at is we've reorganized in a way that we feel like we have the technical resources to very quickly come up with tactical solutions. Another example is Harrison. It serves as an off-ramp to the interstate, comes down towards the lake, very motivated community wanting to see something happen there. We actually have a design ready to go. We just can't pay for the implementation. And so what we like though about these types of solutions is we're talking tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars versus tens of millions of dollars. We're talking about, I think one of the challenges is, and my team, we argue with each other. I don't like the phrase quick build because quick to me is like tomorrow. And so when I tell someone a quick transportation project will take me 10 months, I get funny looks. But when you look at a typical capital project, the timeline's 10 years. And so we're looking at what can we do that spins these off in 6 months, 9 months. And so I think there are a couple areas to answer your question. One is we just have to do more pilot projects, but they have to be designed by our engineers. We don't want to just put stuff out that creates risk. And we've done this. I've mentioned before Seminary at Foothills. That was a pilot, worked well. Skyline at Redwood was a pilot, it worked well. Really, East 15th, the diverters, was a pilot, worked well. And so there are going to be these nearer term solutions that we're pretty good at designing, but I think we need to look at how we pay for them so that we're just continuing that succession. We tend to do them linearly. We line them up like a train, do the first one, then the second one, and that's really what we have the resources to do. But when you look at just the last 12 months, we did two sideshow interference projects, we did several tactical safety projects, and we have more in the hopper. So I think it's really looking at priorities as much as anything. I think there's probably space to, in the future, slow some paving down a little bit too, and talk about how much we should invest. Because at the end of the day, maybe you're talking $1 million, $2 million per year. Sorry about the long answer, but.
No worries. And through the chair, two things. It'd be helpful if we had just some costing on what we could do district specific, because I know we all have problematic spots in our district that we would like to have addressed when it comes to sideshows. So if you could get that to us. And then just real quickly, citations. We're not really collecting citations all that well. Is there a fix that possibly can be had when it comes to legal dumping?
So, through the chair. So one of the things that we've worked to do is in each district get top 5 priorities. And so, and try to then balance those priorities from a citywide basis. And that's why each council district has a member of the executive team assigned to them. We're trying to learn as much about the district as you learn about us. And it's just this rolling prioritization. The enforcement side, jumping to the illegal dumping, you know, if you compare it to parking enforcement, we have teeth there. We can, those citations go against the auto registration. You have to pay them if you want to register your vehicle. I think we have some ideas, but at some point it needs to cross over into the criminal realm when it comes to the dumping. The civil penalties are not sufficient.
Councilmember Houston, then Gaia.
Through the chair. And the penalties, that's what I was going to speak to about the freezing of the EEOs. It said that they were freezing a position. And in my budget priorities on the EEOs, I wanted it to be expanded. And the reason why I wanted it to be expanded to hire a legal team, because the EEOs go out, and, am I correct? When they go out, they look up indicia for like addresses, but they don't look for contaminated and hazardous materials, which they need to be trained hazmat so they can identify those so we can go for higher crimes for a crime against our community, dumping asbestos, hazardous materials, because we just got some asbestos pipes at the dead end of 105th. That's a hazardous, that's a crime against our community. So on the EEOs, I seen one position was being frozen. We need to add more to that. Where are you at with that, Mr. Rowan?
So our current roster of EEOs is staying the same. As far as your question about are they trained to identify hazardous materials, no, they're not. They're looking for evidence so that we can assign blame to whoever the dumper is.
Got it. So I'm talking to all my council members that not just an address, they need to be trained hazmat so they can identify the crimes against our community. Because like I just said, at the dead end of 105th, they dropped off asbestos pipe, like 40 feet of asbestos pipe wrapped in plastic, so the person that did it knew what they were doing because they tried to protect it, right? So on the EEOs, we need to arm them. We need to arm them so they can protect us. So I'm asking my colleagues that we need to put something in there to add to the EEOs to be trained properly. Not only need to be trained to identify these materials, trained to protect themselves at the same time with protecting our community. That was one question. I got another one, but I saw my president, Kevin Jenkins, saying something over there. No, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. And I would have liked to have some of the directors with Public Works have been with the city for a number of years, because they clearly understand the condition that Oakland is a mess right now. Oakland is a dump in many areas, but we don't recognize it. And having grown up here in Oakland, I've known violence all my life, but I never saw a piece of trash growing up. But if you go to any of these neighborhoods, that's why 4 or 5 of my employees now, we're not going to sit making more laws and more rules. They're out there cleaning the streets every day. Every day, and I'm out there every Saturday and Sunday, and I load up, pick up 5 truckloads of trash, illegal dumping, homeless sites that I go to Waste Management and unload. But I do that with volunteers, so you will clearly know the mess that we have in East Oakland, out of control. In my district, District 2, I helped with that illegal dumping, cleaning that encampment 3 times. And they finally cleaned it and cleared it. But the reality is, what I need to hear from Public Works, one is you certainly need mechanics, because a lot of the vehicles are sitting there at the yard on Coliseum waiting to be repaired. Huge trucks that we could use, that I could drive, that we can use to clean our streets, but we can't use them. So the question that I have for you, Public Works is not okay today. We need to staff it, equip it, and train it, and get them the vehicles to do their job. But I don't hear that. Oh, we're okay. But for me, the reality to make Oakland where it used to be, you need to have a safe, clean city. And right now, the cleanliness, I got calls from Jack London Square about the trash and the dumping that's going on. It's not my area, but yet it was a business corridor that used to thrive day in, night out. And so what I'm looking to hear from Public Works, what is the staffing numbers that you need? What are the vehicles that you need to get the job done? Because right now, we're not getting the job done. And I'm not going to make excuses, but we haven't even talked about the homeless situation that's growing daily. That is growing. I'd like to see some of us all come on, clean up the neighborhood, and you'll understand what's going on and who's doing it, when we're doing it. And but having worked for the city at one time with Parks and Rec, we used to have, including the people sitting at City Hall, going out volunteering once a month to clean it up. And you'll understand what the reality is of Oakland today and tomorrow. But I don't need to tell you, that's why people are leaving the city and businesses are closing, the safe, clean, and I want to hear from Public Works, what are we going to do to bring the city back to life and have a clean environment? And so that's what I'm looking for, your direction. And certainly I see Public Works every day, and I recognize what's going on and not going on. And I ask my colleagues on the city council to all go in their neighborhood once a week and clean it up. And you'll recognize what is really the reality that's taking place in Oakland today that didn't happen yesterday. Thank you.
Through the chair, may I address that briefly?
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more, council member. As you know, I don't have the long Oakland history to draw upon, but I have the initial reaction of moving to a city and seeing the trash, and it's shocking. I wonder though if we're not solving the wrong problem here. Last fiscal year, Department of Public Works picked up 20 million tons of garbage, 20 million pounds of garbage. It seems the better we get at picking it up, the more we get. And so that's where we're focusing on how do we unite with DOT to bring in these environmental designs, which I understand is actually something that used to happen in Oakland. That used to be part of Public Works' illegal dumping strategy, was to redesign areas and take them out of play. And then I don't think any of this works if we don't have teeth on the enforcement side. And so we look at what we're able to pick up. The last lever that I failed to mention is we're also looking at the policy side, our contracts with Waste Management, how we really, from a policy perspective, might be working against ourselves. But no disagreement from me. I'll take any advocacy for people and equipment as much as we can get, because we are a people and equipment department. I do worry, though, that if we get good at, say, picking up 40 million pounds, we'll get 40 million pounds.
Thank you, Director. Councilmember Brown, then Councilmember Wong.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your work, Director Rowan. It's really a pleasure working with you. So a couple questions that I have. What are some of the limitations of the illegal dumping camera program, and how would additional cameras, if deployed, how would additional cameras be deployed if funded?
So the thing to think about with the camera is it's another tool. I think too often cameras are pitched as a cure-all. I like to round the number up. So we're going to end up with about 36 cameras, but I'm going to round it up to 40 because it makes the math easier to do in my head. Oakland is 80 square miles, and with 40 cameras, that's 1 camera per 2 square miles. The camera viewing area is about as big as what I'm looking at in front of me. And so the camera is really only covering less than 1% of 1% of the city of Oakland. And so I think we have to look at where these hot spots are and how we're monitoring those. And it can certainly be through cameras. It can be through, I think we should go back to, the old becomes new, the old-fashioned stakeout. Catch some of these folks while they're dumping. I've heard it said before, if you clean it, they'll come back, and that's when you get them. And so, the cameras are just they're a function of the budget and the funds that are available. We're also looking at other technology ideas that probably aren't fully baked to discuss today, but technology will play a role. But I do think when you look at the size of the city and the number of cameras that we have, we're expecting a lot from a device that's roughly covering 2 square miles.
I see. And I know that the original intent of the investment in the cameras was to focus in on some of these hot spots, given that, it's not actually equally distributed,
Correct.
Throughout the city where these are occurring. So I think I would just kind of call that out. And then, is illegal dumping actually codified as a criminal violation?
You may be asking the wrong person on that one. I think there's a threshold at which it crosses over and can be a criminal issue, but I'm the wrong person to ask.
No problem, thank you. And then lastly, I did notice in the kind of online report under some of the special revenue funds, and so I was curious if you knew off the top of your head what were some of the investments DOT was looking to make, whether we're talking about Measure BB funds, especially given that some of that fund could be used to invest in some of the kind of special projects that maybe the council members have in their district around traffic calming, et cetera. So was curious about that, or even if we're talking about Fund 2215, 2218, 2219, 2220. Just was curious if you had any plans for those special revenue funds.
So generally, a lot of BB is tied up in staff expenses. And even if they're vacant, we have the ability to flip that at the end of the fiscal year and then spend it on transportation needs. And we've done a lot of that. So this year, we're using a good portion of BB fund balance to keep our in-house paving going. In another couple weeks, we're going to be doing a groundbreaking on Lakeshore. That was Measure BB fund balance. And so we're looking at those fund balances and trying to decide, is now the time to spend it, or do we sit on it? We made the decision a year ago we needed to spend it to keep going and not wait. And so certainly as things come up, everything is really spinning out of BB and out of Measure U. But I would again say, though, if you look at how the proportions shake out, we are still a paving first city, for good or for bad. And so the safety projects come out of the paving program. I'd like to see us where we essentially have 3 buckets: paving, ADA, and then safety. And we can look at how we fund those separately. I don't think one should prop the other up.
Thank you so much, Director Rowan. And maybe one last thing just to share out, and I'm sure maybe your staff that has been working for the city for a while may have shared this, but as we are looking, once we get through the kind of bond process, one thing that council members in the past had the opportunity to uplift to the Director of Transportation when we got started on paving was each council member had the opportunity to uplift, I think maybe it was like 10 streets per council member that they really wanted focused, you know, kind of outside of, you know, the ones that we know. And so just wanted to put that on your radar because that really helped, you know, with just some of the constituent outreach of, you know, some streets haven't been paved in, you know, years and are in urgent need of repair. So just wanted to put that on your radar.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, a few questions. First, I just want to reiterate as a comment what was said about the sideshow. The environmental design to prevent sideshows, as you know, Director, your inbox, my fellow colleagues' inboxes has been filled on the comments on East 21st Street, and would like a costing in terms of what it would look like for the budget to do these kind of treatments for each district. My other question is, so acknowledging the enforcement side of things, we do have a lot of trash that does exist. You mentioned something about our contract with Waste Management. Can that be amended to actually have Waste Management also collect trash in the public right-of-way?
So
or is that currently already in place?
No, we are actually negotiating some changes with Waste Management that we believe will provide extra support as we address the garbage in the right-of-way.
Councilmember Wong, may I request you to speak a little closer into the mic?
Oh, yes, I continue to have this issue. Yep, okay, so you are working on that. That's great. Good news. The other thing that I was wanting to check in on about is the bus shelters, which are a source of blight across the city. Does the current budget have the resources that you need to update the bus shelters across the city?
No, it does not. Presently, we have some newer bus shelters and existing projects, as you see on 14th. This past fall.
Yes, the one right outside our city hall.
Yes,
it's so nice.
We have about 100 shelters. An interesting thing there, and we're working very closely with AC Transit on this, but we're actually the only jurisdiction in the AC Transit footprint that maintains our own shelters. It's a long story how we got there, but the end of the story is they're beyond their useful life. They're becoming a risk to the riders, and we're slowly but surely taking the riskiest ones out. What we're trying to do is work together to pursue funding to do more pilot projects, put different ones in the right-of-way and see how they hold up. What we don't want to have are these ones with glass walls. We spend so much time sweeping up glass and removing those broken panes. To your question, that's an important item for us. It's currently not a funded item, but it's one that we're pursuing regularly with AC Transit.
Okay, sounds good. And final question is just, again, on the enforcement side of things, which several colleagues have touched upon. When it comes to these sting operations that we've talked about to actually finally hold people accountable, is that something that needs to be done through the police department, or can be done through actually Public Works?
So we would partner with OPD. It's very similar to what DOT experienced with tow sweeps. You know, when we show up in our white Fords with the yellow flashing lights, it doesn't really command a lot of respect. And so we move to a support role and would then work with OPD on that. And so we would seek to just be in a support position with them.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Director Rowan, I have just a couple of quick questions. Firstly, when it comes to speed cameras, Oakland, via state bill last year or the year before, is one of the pilot cities that can enforce it. Could you give us an update on that, and if that could contribute some revenue within this biennial budget cycle?
Yes, so just this week, you all approved us accepting money from ACTC. Part of that will go towards our speed cameras. We're looking at installing our 18 cameras by the end of this year. So they would be online first part of 2026. So it would, it would certainly be, I think it would have a small impact later in the fiscal year. We're going to start with issuing warnings, and so it'll be a slow ramp up once they're installed.
Thank you. And do you know, or if this is a question for finance, if there is a small amount projected of revenue from this already in our budget, or not yet?
I do not know that.
Okay. I think.
Brad Johnson, Budget Administrator. The proposed budget does not include revenue from the new speed cameras in the budget. I will note that revenue from moving violations goes to Fund 2416, which is your traffic safety fund, which the city uses to fund its crossing guard program.
Thank you. A question on tree services. It is to my very, very strong dismay that the Tree Services Division, since the 2007-8 financial crisis, was halved, and that now there's more going lower and lower. I wanted to hear from you if there's already, I know in the budget description it talks about existing staff that are remaining will focus on right-of-ways and emergencies, which is kind of already the default given what's going on. Are there other opportunities to fund our tree services which have an impact all over the city, not just in the hills?
I don't have a good answer for you today because we're still in that emergency response mode. I do think as we start having to address the almost 2,000 locations of sidewalk uplift, that it's going to force us to deal with the trees. We're going to have to. But as far as do we have financial sources identified for tree maintenance besides the $8 million grant that we just got? No. And so that's going to remain an important item for us as we move forward. But to your point, we're still in that reaction mode, dealing with emergencies.
Thank you. Which grant did you mention?
So there was a grant that Public Works just got for right after the urban forest plan was approved. I believe it was $8 million for tree maintenance.
Thank you. My last question is for our parliamentarian. There were several questions today about illegal dumping and what possible criminal ramifications we might be able to pursue as a city or what we may have right now. So just wanted to follow up on that.
Through the chair, yes. Earlier, Councilmember Brown had asked about, if I have the question right, what are the criminal penalties or other criminal laws that cover illegal dumping? And so generally there are under the Penal Code, it's a crime to illegal dump under Penal Code 374.3, and then under our Oakland Municipal Code, there are certain sections, including 8.11 that covers illegal dumping, and also there's another provision that covers illegal hauling. So combined, off the top of my head, those sections have criminal and different civil penalties to enforce. So there's a list of different violations that would apply to illegal dumping.
Member Houston?
That's a great question. And I'm just sharing this with the public, and I'm sharing this with my colleagues. Mr. Rowan said that they picked up 20 million pounds. He said if they put 40 million pounds on the street, they'll pick it up. We have to understand this. We're a city. We are not a garbage service, right? We are a city, and we have the same tools as waste management has, right? The same equipment. We need to deter this problem. This is not a cleanup. Let's deter it. Let's catch them. Let's prosecute them, because the city attorney can only submit fines. We have a district attorney that's willing to prosecute. If we have individuals on our street, this is not about cleaning up every day. This is not about, that money could be going to children programs, that money could be going to our seniors. We need to stop this crime against our community. We have to deter the problem, and how we deter the problem is we catch these individuals, and they're known. Noel can share with some of them. I can share with some of them. We have a district attorney now that's willing to prosecute. We prosecute and make an example out of them. That's how we're going to stop that, and this is how we will be able to use that money instead of picking up 20 million pounds of trash, which costs millions and millions of dollars, that can go to other services. So let me make it clear. If the individuals are watching or you have friends that are doing this, we are coming after you, because I will come after you. And we will have the district attorney. We're going to take these individuals. That's why I said it's very important for our EOs to be armed. Very important that they can identify hazardous and contaminated materials that's in this trash that's being dumped. So then that can be turned over to the district attorney, where we can do prosecution on felony charges. So I just want to be clear. This crime against our community has to stop. It's been going on long enough, and just what you said, Director, if it's 40,000, a million tons, we'll have to pick that up, and we do not want to do that. We are not a cleanup service.
Thank you, Councilmember Houston, and I appreciate your comments, Director Rowan, and we will move on to the burning question, Councilmember Wong.
Sorry, burning question. Just, I feel like one thing that we didn't cover was just graffiti across the city. So just on a related note, is there funds in the budget to clean up graffiti, and also when it comes to enforcement of graffiti tagging and holding those accountable, is that the similar relationship of, you know, we have civil fines, criminal penalties? Can you walk us through that? Thank you.
So the enforcement side does not come out of Office of Public Works. We have painters who are assigned to do cover-up, and generally that group runs 2 to 3 staff members. It's a very small team. We hit the most egregious locations. By no means is it a citywide effort. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Rowan. And now we will call up our next speaker from OPYRD. Thank you, Director Kelly.
Good afternoon, Council. Fred Kelly, Director, OPRYD. Thanks, Fred. So I think you all are familiar. Oh, do we have our slides up? Or do we need them? Yes. Okay. I'll briefly touch base on slide number 1, which is basically our approach. Oh, thank you. Our slide after the title slide. Our approach and prioritization process. And I think you're all familiar with the city's priority neighborhood framework. And we use that to, oh, thank you. We use that to evaluate our programs and services, and we used it to help inform decisions on service reductions and investment. And we identified Oakland's highest need priority neighborhoods using 7 demographic factors to help guide equitable resource allocation decisions. So on the second slide, which is here, when we were asked to discuss the service impacts of the proposed budget. Last week when we compiled this information, or when we compiled this PowerPoint, there were 1,000,001 moving pieces and uncertainties as to the potential budgetary outcomes. And so what we presented, and what I thought was prudent to present in this presentation or in this slide, was worst case scenario. If nothing happens other than what we proposed or what we had in our proposed budget, this would identify some of the greater impacts that we would be faced with. Since last week, there have been Herculean efforts by the city administrator's office, the budget, finance departments, HR, and OPRYD staff. And so we are now authorized to fill 7 critical supervisory positions, including 2 recreation center directors. So at the end of the day, what does that all mean? That means the town camp is fully funded and staffed at 19 sites. All 13 town after-school program sites will be operational and open for enrollment as of next week. There will be no reduction of hours at any of our 22 rec centers, and no after-school programs will be eliminated. However, there will be minimal reductions to program offering, such as boating, ceramics, tennis, and so forth. And then next slide, please. I'm just going to touch on this very briefly, because this goes back into some of the programs that we just discussed that we are now going to be able to offer. There are some internal impacts that are sort of impact how we deliver services internally, such as the positions that are listed there. Those positions weren't frozen last year. They weren't filled, but they weren't frozen. And so what that allowed us to do was to have individuals act in those roles. And if you're acting in those roles, it's a 7.5% increase in the salary that you're making. So it was a slight impact on those on the budgetary position. But now that they're frozen, we won't be able to have individuals act in those particular
I apologize, Director. We've lost quorum. I need to make sure we have one more council member return. 1 second.
Oh, pretty good.
I ran them away. It's been a long day. It's been a long, long day.
We have quorum again. Director, you can continue.
Thank you. Thank you. So basically, I was wrapping up. This was the last point I was making, is that internally, the freezing of these critical positions impacts the way we can offer services internal to our own staff. From an administrative standpoint to a supervisory staff standpoint, the department is slightly impacted by these positions being frozen and not being able to have individuals not be able to act in those roles. And I'm going to basically shut it down for now. I know there may be a lot of questions, and probably more information could be disseminated through the Q&A process.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions?
Yes, I do.
Councilmember Gaio.
Yes, for the public's information, Fred, it's what department is responsible for the maintenance of our parks? It used to be that the Parks and Recreation had its own unit. We would clean the parks and we would clean the mediums on the street. But now, we're, at least in my district, my city office workers, we're cleaning the parks in my district every morning.
That's a great question, Councilmember Gaio. There's an aspirational answer, but I'll give you the reality of the answer. Those roles and responsibilities have migrated over to the Department of Public Works. I know we've had discussions about perhaps having some of those positions that deal with day-to-day responsibilities, such as cutting grass, cleaning restrooms, picking up trash, come back to OPRYD. But again, we're still in the conversation phase.
Okay, so right now, Public Works is responsible for the upkeep of every park in the city of Oakland.
Yes, sir.
But secondly, as an example, I try to walk with my family once a week, Lake Merritt. And I walked it yesterday and the time before. It is a great challenge to what it used to be, right? Not only the cleanliness, the weeds, and then folks doing all kinds of other questionable things at the lake. What do we need to do to bring it back to make it the jewel of Oakland, right? And I still remember at one time even the World Olympics used to come to Lake Merritt. The rowing Olympics would be at Lake Merritt. They would come here to because it was a clean, safe environment. So what is it that we need to do to bring Lake Merritt back to the jewel of Oakland?
Through the chair, it's a very complicated question, Councilmember Gallo. There's a lot of components to this, one being encampments, two being illegal activities that occur in and around Lake Merritt, which is primarily the responsible of OPD. We know we work with Captain Yu when we are aware of large gatherings that are going to occur at Lake Merritt, but then there are some that we just aren't aware of that occur. We have park ambassadors. We no longer have park rangers who have enforcement capabilities. Those no longer are part of the umbrella of enforcement capabilities within the city. And from a budgetary standpoint, I can't imagine those coming back anytime soon. So our park ambassadors are limited in scope as to what they can do, but I mean, they are the liaison between the community and the park.
And so the other one is, I still remember the days where every recreation center throughout the city or parks was open in the evenings for us hoodies growing up in the neighborhood that we could go to and have direction, discipline, something to do. But I'd like to get a listing from you as to what parks and recreation centers will continue to be open maybe on a Saturday or late in the evening so we can play basketball, football, but have guidance within the parks. So if you could share those with me, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We certainly will do. Through the chair, we certainly will do that.
Okay, colleagues, if there are no other questions, thank you, Director Kelly. I just wanted to clarify one thing, and that is to reiterate that Town Camp is funded during the summer as well as year-round at all 19 sites?
Town Camp is funded throughout the center, and Town After School is funded after the summer as we get into the school session. Yes.
And then the after-school program is
Correct.
fully wonderful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we will now call up our next department, which I believe is Public Library.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Turback. I'm the director of the Oakland Public Library. So I'll go ahead and start. The first slide will be the approach and prioritization. So we balanced our budget this fiscal cycle primarily by shifting funds out of the general fund into Measure C and D and using fund balance that had been developed in those two funds. This leaves our general purpose fund budget is at approximately $11.7 million. This is below the maintenance of effort, which is $14.5 million. And so again, that is sustained for the 2-year budget cycle without impacting services. However, this could not be a sustained practice moving forward. This just summarizes our FTE counts over the 7-year period ranging from fiscal year 20 to the end of this budget cycle, fiscal year 2027. We have reduced positions, but we have increased efficiencies in other ways. Some of the frozen positions are primarily temporary part-time employees or positions. The impacts of this are that temporary part-time employees help us when permanent employees are on leave or call out sick. They also cover kind of off hours, so evening and weekend shifts or outreach events and things like that. And then the last slide just describes our barriers. So the things that concern me the most moving forward and that I'm watching are the impacts to our other departments that we rely on heavily. So Public Works is a big partner for the public library. So impacts to any hiring or filling of vacancies in the project management division of Public Works, as well as custodial services and maintenance. And then being very concerned about filling our funded vacant positions. I've heard a lot of that from the departments today. Sounds like will be a lot of movement to hire many positions if this budget goes forward as proposed. And I would just state that right now, the example I give is we've been able to fill 2 recruitments, or have 2 recruitments this past year. We have at least 8 recruitments that we need now. So on that timeline, that would be a 4-year cycle for filling positions. And as we know, we have retirements and promotions out and things every day. So vacancies continue to grow. And that was it for me.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Councilmember Gaia.
Yes, and again, thank you for the service, and certainly for those of us growing up in Oakland, the library was our second home. That's the place where we could do our homework, not at home, but at the library. So I want to thank you for having the libraries open in our neighborhoods. But the question that I have is specifically in my district, the Cesar Chavez Library is proposed to close down because we cannot make the monthly payments to keep the property. Have we made any progress with that? And because I want to do whatever it takes to keep the Cesar Chavez Library open for our neighborhood.
Yeah, there's no proposal to close the Chavez Branch Library.
So it's not planned
It's not
financially
planned.
to close it?
No, there's no plan to close that library.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, and that's about, firstly, I appreciate all that you do for our communities when it comes to access to technology. I know a lot of our residents rely on the library for access to computers and the internet and other things, as well as your very vast library of e-resources, including subscriptions to things like the New York Times, which not as many people know about. There's a line item I do have a question about. So there's something put in for, there's no doubt in my head that many of our libraries need new desktop computers. And there's a line item for 300 new desktop computers and to upgrade network firewalls, everything that needs to happen to be a city computer. The cost is $675,000. An average desktop doesn't cost that, if you do the math, you know, it doesn't cost that much. I wanted to understand what this money's being used for outside of the computers.
So it pays for the licenses as well. So there's the hardware and then the licensing, the operating systems. You may know that Windows 10 is going to be out of service by August. Our computers were 10 years old. We had a grant that was funded indirectly through the federal government to pay for these computers, and that grant fell through under the current administration, and so we had to fund it ourselves if we were going to replace them in time for the operating system kind of phase out in August.
Thank you. Colleagues, if there are no other questions. Oh, Councilmember Wong.
Hi. Yeah, and your last answer did somewhat answer my question, but what I'm interested in knowing if your department has a regular practice of pursuing various grants, including maybe, well, I don't know if under this administration the National Endowment for the Arts would have, available things, but also you had noted in your slide that, and I've observed it myself, the libraries have become essentially a drop-in center for many of the unhoused members of our community. Are we able to pursue some grants to support the type of work that you all are doing in that bucket of healthcare or homelessness-related services?
We regularly pursue grants, and I think we're very successful. At this time, we're not putting a lot of energy into federal grants, and even state grants will probably be impacted.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. Next, we will call up Animal Services.
To the chair, request to make a switch in the schedule to have HSD present and to swap out with Animal Services.
Absolutely.
And I believe Assistant City Administrator LaTonda Simmons is available remotely to do her presentation.
Okay, we will call up Assistant City Administrator Simmons via Zoom, I believe.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair and members of the council, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you for your accommodation to allow me to present by way of Zoom. I am Assistant City Administrator LaTonda Simmons, and I'm joined by a number of division managers and staff from the Human Services Department to be able to respond to questions that you may have. Robin Love, who oversees OFCY, could not be here today. I ask that you all keep her in thoughts as she deals with a family emergency. And I would like to ask the body to allow us to also respond to specific questions in writing to the extent that we need to provide follow-ups, recognizing that we are thin in staffing for the department. The Human Services Department provides, and I don't know if our slides are up, I can't quite see.
They are up.
Okay, excellent. The Human Services Department provides essential life services to the most vulnerable members of our community, families, seniors, and youth, across 7 divisions that support these communities in various stages of existence. For the purposes of brevity and recognizing we have about 20 minutes for this presentation, I'll just quickly run through the divisions. Aging and Adult Services, which focuses on seniors and persons with disabilities, supporting a number of programs like the Multi-Purpose Senior Services Program, the Senior Companion and the Senior Companion and Foster Grandparent Programs, the Assets Program, and Oakland Paratransit for elderly and disabled community members that provide paratransit services to augment the county's paratransit program. There's Alameda County Oakland Community Action Partnership, which manages the city's and the county's community services block grant funds. This is administered by a joint city and county appointed body. This division is dedicated to ending poverty within the city of Oakland and throughout Alameda County. There's Children's and Youth Services, typically called OFCY, established as the Kids First Measure K in 1993. It focuses on children's programs to foster the development of young people between the ages of 0 and 20 years old by providing grant funds for services and programs that improve outcomes for children and youth. It further is supported by an oversight committee that makes policy recommendations to council and oversees strategic planning, evaluation, and grant making through a competitive process. There's Early Childhood and Family Services, known as Head Start. The City of Oakland's Head Start program provides care and education, comprehensive support, and family services to over 1,000 low-income families. It supports children who are ages 0 through 5, who are able to attend the program at either centers or in their home, and even through daycare centers. And Head Start also serves pregnant mothers and prioritizes young first-time mothers and Black, Indigenous, and people of color, particularly women. The program, of course, is a federal program. It provides direct services to families at 13 centers across the city and most of the underserved areas of Oakland. Community Homelessness Services, which is well known by members of the council and the community, leads the city's response to homelessness by providing critical support to the homeless community by addressing housing instability, emergency intervention, and coordinated support. This work is performed with our partner department, the Housing and Community Development Department, which you will also hear from later. It supports, of course, providing housing solutions and coordinated support with Alameda County for the more than 5,400 unhoused residents per the 2024 PID count. It's primarily funded, as you know, by Measures Q, the series of HAP funding, HUD funding, and pass-through county funding, and increments of 1010 in terms of the city's general purpose fund. And there, of course, are administrative sections in the Human Services Department in the fiscal section that supports the entire department staff load of 274 employees with about a 28% vacancy rate as it currently stands. We can now move to talking about the budget proposal, which primarily affects two divisions. Next slide. I can't see if the slide has changed. There we go. We now begin with the conversations that focus on the approach and prioritization and the service impacts to the reductions that are proposed in the 2025 through 2027 biennial budget for the Human Services Department. These reductions and budget adjustments primarily impact two divisions, the Aging and Adult Services Division and the Community Homelessness Services Division. I am also joined and mentioned that a number of Human Services Department staff should be in chambers, and unfortunately I'm unable to see. If Annie Freiberg is available, I would love for her to stand up and just summarize the budget reductions for the two divisions. Annie, are you present? I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annie Freiberg. I'm acting HSD fiscal manager. So my team and I have this analysis. We analyzed the budget, the adopted budget for fiscal year 24-25 and fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27 proposal. So for CHS community housing, for fiscal year 25-26, we are expecting, with the mayor's budget proposal, we're expecting $17,806,973 deficit or negatives, and then for the second year, we also have $17,669,538. With this reduction, expected reduction for the next fiscal year, the one-time, we're not including the one-time HAP budget or grants. And also to reiterate, the 1010 general fund reduction that CHS is experiencing, it's about $2 million per fiscal year. And then also the help from the Measure Q, we're expecting about $2.5 million per fiscal year reductions. And for aging division, with the comparison of fiscal year adopted budget fiscal year 24-25, with the comparison with the next two fiscal year mayor's proposal, we are, for the first year, we're expecting $1,024,538,000 reduction. And for the second year, we're going to experience $1,177,568 reduction for the second year. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. And Anna Bactus, who is the division manager over aging and adult services, also present. She can speak to the service impacts of the reductions and the revisions to the budget for the Human Services Department that affect her division. Anna Bactus, are you present?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Bagtus, Human Services Manager in the Human Services Department, overseeing Aging and Adult Services Division. As you have heard from our fiscal manager currently, that we are going to be experiencing in this new proposed two-cycle budget over $1 million each year in funding reduction. The senior centers are primarily funded with general purpose funds. Right now, in this current fiscal year, because of the funding cut that we've experienced during the December approval of the contingency budget, our staffing at the senior centers had been cut dramatically. We are down to one person, full-time, senior center director for each center, and we have 4 city-run senior centers. Some of those positions are open right now. Luckily, we have one center closed, because that's West Oakland Senior Center, because of the construction. There's some remodeling that's been happening for almost a year now, and so that center is closed, so we are able to handle not having the full director position for each of the centers. When the construction gets done in June, we have to open the senior center. The community's been asking for this for such a long time. They've waited a long time, and they would like to see their center open again. It would be very difficult to open another senior center without full staffing. We have also lost some custodial services. We had a supervisor of custodian that retired in May, and that position has been eliminated in the mayor's budget. We also had retirees, full-time custodians, that had also been eliminated in the new budget. So we only are operating at this point with part-time custodians. And we are having a hard time trying to scramble where they need to be. A source of funding for us is rentals. We cannot do rentals until we have full staffing. Not even full staffing, but just partial, restoration of some staffing to be able to coordinate rentals. It's a revenue source for our senior centers. So with all of those cuts and difficulties that we have with staffing, it will be much challenged for us to be able to operate the senior centers at the full capacity that our community deserves and had been asking for. Right now, we are only operating 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, because, again, of lack of staffing. And we have reduced hours from 9 to 1. So we're only offering services half a day. So in addition to the senior services, that are offered by at the senior center, we have several grant-funded programs that are also operating at the senior centers. One of which is the Information and Assistance Program, which serves over 2,500 seniors per year, and this is to connect them to services that they need. Also, we have the brown bag program that's happening. We have the food bank program that's happening. So there are all these other services that are tied to the senior centers. So without the senior center and without really providing the full support for the senior center, it will be difficult for us to also continue some of these services. At the same time, we have opportunities to expand our services and be able to bring in additional dollars, including the CalAIM dollars. We now have a draft contract from the health plans, from Kaiser, and then we're talking with Alameda Alliance to bring in some of these Medi-Cal dollars through CalAIM, and some of these services are slotted and are planned to be provided through the senior centers because that's where it makes the most sense, and we can also take advantage of some of these administrative dollars that can go to the senior center and support the operations of the center. So these are some of the impacts that I just wanted for you to all to be aware of, from food security to health promotion and disease prevention to all kinds of activities that would connect seniors to services that they need here in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. In addition, Anna and members of the Human Services Department are actually reaching out to philanthropy to be able to address some of the issues in terms of program support relative to food insecurity, and we believe that there will be some exciting news that comes forward as those conversations develop. Moving to the next slide. For the most part, the issues with respect to some of the challenges the department has faced do focus on improvement of internal systems, which City Administrator Johnson has undertaken as part of his strategic plan of improving the efficacy of the city. I think I'll take this moment to just focus primarily on the second bullet, just to really emphasize the impact of one-time monies and the city's shift, the necessary shift in deferring upon the reliance of even general purpose funds. For the purposes of how the homelessness division is able to keep up with its work, you know, as the Human Services Department, along with our partner department, Housing and Community Development, are left at the local level to resolve the issues of interim shelter and housing production that meets the needs of our homeless community members due to the elimination of the redevelopment agency in 2012. Our efforts continue to pace behind the levels needed to support interim shelter and ramp up on the development of permanent affordable housing at 20% AMI below. This effective bottleneck continues to create a very slow pacing of the work that we know is essential in being able to solve the city's issues with homelessness. We know we cannot do it alone. While the goals remain to continue to support these interventions to allow for the swift remediation of encampments, providing people a place to go and eventually access to long-term permanent housing. We know that the competitive process in terms of the funding sources that are made available to the city and the exhaustion of those funds continue to hamper the city's ability to meet all of the needs as expressed here. While the 17 million, approximately 18 million per year, is provided for as a reduction, it does not factor the forthcoming HAP 6 application, and that is because it is moving forward as a development process on a different timeline that may bring these dollars into fruition after the city's budget is adopted. And we'll certainly keep the administration and the council aware of how that process is moving. Moving to the next slide. We did discuss, if you will, the challenges and opportunities, and in summary, Anna Bactes has spoken well about the opportunities that she has taken to expand senior services support with respect to identifying alternative funding supports. I've already spoken with respect to HAP dollars in terms of HAP 6 and the potential allocation of HAP dollars. I'll take this opportunity to also plug for the body's awareness, emphasis on the city's discussions regarding the allocation of Measure W dollars, which could have a significant impact in being able to support ensuring that shelter spaces remain open and that people are not returned to the streets as the dollars sort of dwindle in terms of support of CHS's work. We move to the next slide, which just intends to show that the Human Services Department at the time of the mid-cycle budget and after the balancing measures that were brought forward in December of 2024 has reduced its reliance on the general purpose fund significantly. Overall, the department relies on about 10% of general purpose fund support. And these dollars are essential, primarily as leverage to the many grants and other sources that allow the department across the 7 divisions to support the work of the Human Services Department. Next slide.
Through the chair, to Assistant City Administrator Simmons, we are pretty tight on time, so we want to make sure we reserve enough time for questions.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Assistant City Administrator Simmons. Colleagues, any questions? Councilmember Brown.
Okay. Yes. So I did have a real quick question. I guess kind of cost related. How much would it cost to actually, once the West Oakland Senior Center is ready to be reopened, how much does it cost to staff that site?
I believe Anna Bagtes and Ann Freiberg would be able to speak to those questions.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Brown. So for each senior center, we have to have a senior center director full-time. That's an estimated about $200,000 per year for a senior center director. That includes benefits, fringe benefits. We also have to have custodians. Right now, they're all part-timers. So I would estimate just those 2 staff positions would cost about $300,000, and then operating the senior center with all the utilities and security, everything else that needs to be put in place to be able to run it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, thank you to Human Services and everyone on the team. We will move to our next presentation. Is Animal Services ready, or should we go to HCD?
Through the chair, we can go ahead and transition to HCD.
Okay, thank you. Director Weinstein.
Hello, thank you. Emily Weinstein, Director of Housing and Community Development. Wait till the slides. So HCD's budget was primarily kept intact in the mayor's budget, our budget proposal. For the first year, it is a total of $143 million, and in the second year of the biennial budget, it is $122 million for year 2. In crafting, next slide. Oh, I can do it too. In crafting the budget, we approached it really with kind of 2 lenses. One is through a staffing strategy, and also looking at it through a programmatic strategy. So as it relates to the staffing, we ensured that there would be no cuts to our 73 existing filled positions. This meant really focusing on maintaining staff responsible for managing existing affordable housing projects that are under construction, loan closings of pipeline projects, and asset management of our existing portfolio of affordable housing. We also looked to the staff positions that would generate resources. So maintaining staff that is dedicated to applying for resources and increasing funding sources for affordable housing development and preservation. In order to maintain those staffed positions and meet our budget targets, we are looking at freezing approximately 14 positions across the department. That would save approximately $3.5 million of gross savings each year in the biennial budget. But it would result in lower service levels for RAP services. It would also increase the reliance on consultants through our NOFA processes and loan closings. And it may increase our risk of non-compliance with our existing funding sources and longer administrative processes. The proposal maintains over $6 million in Fund 1870, or Boomerang, for staffing costs, And that includes the costs of executive leadership, administration, housing development and preservation staff, and RAP staff. This boomerang as a source of funds for staffing enables us then to keep fiscal solvency in our other funds. As it relates to the various programs that we administer, our priority was to maintain fiscal solvency in all of those different programs, particularly focusing on RAP, our rent adjustment program. So in the budget, we transfer about 2.5 FTE, or $860,000 of RAP staffing to Boomerang, to 1870, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, to maintain RAP's fiscal solvency. We also ensure HUD and CDBG compliance. Because of HUD caps for administration, we've had to transfer about 5 FTEs, or $1.35 million of staffing for CDBG activities that are not covered by HUD grants to Fund 1870 to maintain compliance and to maintain the programmatic services that we're providing. Finally, not finally, but also as part of funding for homelessness prevention and eviction defense, we have included $1.8 million and $2.3 million for targeted homeless prevention in the biennial budget, and just over $1 million each year for eviction defense. This is a prioritized anti-displacement strategy and homeless prevention strategy, and is the most economical and evidence-based way to reduce homelessness. We also are looking at program delivery improvement. So in order to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our residential lending program, which supports low-income homeowners with rehab needs in their homes and units of between 1 to 4 units, we have brought to council already some programmatic changes, and we are also looking to freeze 3.5 FTE of vacant positions and contracting certain program elements out to outside contractors to serve low-income homeowners. And finally, our budget includes $180 million of Measure U funds. The original budget proposal did not include Measure U funds, but based on recent conversations and the mayor's budget, it includes $100 million in fiscal year 25-26 and $80 million in fiscal year 26-27. By freezing the almost 14 FTEs across the department, it will reduce, it will have service impacts. And those service impacts include RAP service reductions. So there will be an additional potentially 36 to 48 hours of response time per inquiry because we receive over 4,200 housing counseling inquiries annually. It'll reduce approximately 320 fewer rent adjustment petitions responses per year. There will be approximately 84 fewer rent mediations settlements per year, and longer processing times for rent registry forms, including phone and email inquiries, workshop seminars, and filings on behalf of clients in need. It will also reduce the tenant and property owner educational workshops that will be offered. Now, the proposal that is before you does not include the master fee schedule increase to the RAP fee, which I know is coming before you in a separate process, but with the RAP fee increase, that will help reduce or offset the frozen FTEs and also increase other positions that are not right now being covered by the RAP fee. The frozen FTEs will also reduce services across our housing development preservation, our development preservation and asset management services. So there will be a reduced capacity to underwrite or close constructions for about 15 new affordable housing projects and manage the project construction draw. So projects under construction have monthly draw processes that are staff intensive. It will also delay in implementing housing funding programs, including our pre-development loan program, which we recently received $7 million of a HUD Pro Housing grant to implement and start up a pre-development loan program. Having the staff to stand that up and oversee the program creation will be delayed, as will our over-the-counter R2H2 homeless housing, NOFA processes, and our asset management funding. We have not done a NOFA for asset management for preservation in several years, and it will be likely delayed into future years. And finally, there is increased risk of noncompliance with state and federal funds, particularly home key, home, IIGC, and more as there is fewer staff. To every single funding source has, with it a significant amount of compliance, and with fewer staff, it's just harder to keep up with all of the compliance requirements. Also, HCD administrative service reductions. There'll be decreased external communications, extended timelines to respond to PRRs, and longer timelines for contract management and funding requests. And finally, as it relates to residential lending, we believe we'll have an increased service level by contracting out a portion of the RLS program. We believe we'll be actually able to increase the number of households that were served through the residential lending program. On this slide is our sources and uses. I know it's very small, but just kind of at a high level, HCD does not receive any general fund, so it receives no Fund 1010. Our funding is primarily restricted to capital expenses and restricted capital expenses. Our CDBG funds, which is one of our more flexible funding sources, is restricted by service and administrative caps. And Fund 1870, the Boomerang funds, is really our most flexible source of funding. It is the only source of funding other than CDBG that we can use towards anti-displacement services, such as homeless prevention and eviction defense. Right now, 1870 is stretched thin to cover between $6 million and $7 million for staffing to maintain the compliance and programmatic restrictions, as I mentioned previously, and the fiscal solvency across the funds. And we have not, in the last several years, been able to have sufficient 1870 to put towards capital projects. The proposal also includes $180 million of Measure U funds for capital investments in housing development and preservation over the next 2 fiscal years. I will note, though, that Measure U are heavily dependent on Measure U, and after those Measure U dollars are spent, which will be allocated within the next 3 years or so, we will have a cliff. There's no sustained funding for HCD. And with that, happy news, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, colleagues. Councilmember Wong, then Council President Jenkins.
So a few questions on the rental adjustment program. Given the reductions, it sounds like for the, I guess just trying to translate what you talked about in terms of the experience for renters in the city, does that mean that we could expect more like illegal rent increases by landlords, or I think you talked about more evictions, right? And just trying to understand that a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think we could predict an increase in evictions or change in sort of behavior between landlords and renters. I think what will be impacted is our ability to respond and to provide support to renters and landlords, providing information, conducting workshops with the rental registry following up. It will slow down our process for our rent increase petitions, our rental petitions, as well as mediation. So in past years, my understanding is about 4 or 5 years ago, we had a significant backlog with our hearing officers, our hearings, and so we staffed up our hearing officers and have had a complete team of hearing officers. Right now, in this budget, we would be freezing 2 hearing officers, and so it would be a reduction of.
Okay. And the hearing officers do, sorry, the mediation?
They do the mediation and the rental petitions.
Okay. And then in this current budget, that the human services component that in the other department that works on homelessness, it continues to be separate from HCD, correct?
Yeah, we're 2 separate departments. We work collaboratively as it relates to certain funding sources that cross between interim and permanent supportive housing.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
So 2 things, and this is for the council. I think we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with 1870, right? Because it seems like every time we're in a crunch, we go to 1870, which is general fund money. And so are we going to continue to go and raid the 1870 fund, or are we just going to say this is general fund money and we're going to allocate it appropriately to the departments? Also, another thing that I'm going to be looking for as we're spending 1.1 and 1.3 on eviction defense, right? Who's being served? are we getting the bang for our dollar? If we're going to be sending general money outside of City Hall, it's imperative to know that we are getting value for our money, and those most likely to be affected are being served. Just some comments that I want to put out there.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, could we actually ask our budget administrator, Bradley, to share a little bit about Fund 1870, when it was created, and if it's only general fund money, which is what I believe it is, or if there's some other, and then Director Weinstein, please chime in as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Tomden, I only caught the second half of the question, but I think I'll answer. I think you're asking what the history of Fund 1870 is, how it was created. So prior to 2012, the city was a component. The city had another component, which was our redevelopment agency. In 2012, the redevelopment agency was dissolved. We became also the successor redevelopment agency, and property tax revenue that would have gone through redevelopment was redistributed back to taxing entities. Not to give too much history, that's why the state made money on it, because tax increment went back to school districts. The state didn't have to backfill school districts. The state closed its budget deficit. Of the tax increment that comes back to the city of Oakland, this council elected to split that increment 75%, 25%. 75% of it would go to the general purpose fund, 25% of that increment would be put into an affordable housing trust fund that became 1870. And so that is the boomerang element of Fund 1870. Starting this coming fiscal year, another subset of that revenue, which is called an AB 1290 pass-through, which is sort of a pre-redevelopment repass through the taxing entities from redevelopment that predates it, will also be subject to the same guidelines. So the amount going to 1870 will increase. So in the long story, 1870 was created to deal with 25% of boomerang money, and the 25% number comes from the amount of redevelopment money that was set aside for affordable housing when it was redevelopment.
Thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Brown, then Councilmember Guy.
And then potentially may still need you, Bradley. So just to be clear, what is the actual policy intent of the use of the fund?
It's to support efforts to create affordable housing in the city. So it's the operations, infrastructure, and investments needed to support affordable housing in the city. So again, redevelopment went away. That was our key source for affordable housing at the time. That's where our affordable housing money had sat. It was broadly for anything supporting affordable housing, again, as a replacement to redevelopment.
I see. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. What is the housing market in Oakland today? I'm not sure if you have that information, but what does the future look like? I mean, I see the surrounding cities, huge development, apartment units, and other types of housing. But what is Oakland's housing market today, and what do you see in the near future?
Thank you. Councilmember Gallo, so that's a very large question. I can say that Oakland has been distinct from the rest of the Bay Area in the sense that Oakland has produced over 12,000 units of market rate housing over the last 5 years. That puts us at a real difference from other large cities in the Bay Area. But the market has definitely softened. And in terms of the market rate housing, we're seeing vacancies of around 7% or so. And so the rents of those market rate housing have come down. As it relates to affordable housing, which is really our focus, is investing in housing for families at 80% or below, and specifically focusing on extremely low income, so families earning 30% of area median income and below. We have a significant pipeline of projects. So as it relates to what we've done as a city in terms of zoning, in terms of creating a structure to incentivize affordable housing, to put in place the pieces, leverage public land for affordable housing, we have all the pieces in place. In fact, we have 24 projects in our new construction pipeline. Our issue is really a couple things. One is enough funding. So Measure U, right? We allocated $80.5 million in our last new construction NOFA when the ask across those 24 projects was over $400 million. right? So we're just not able to provide the subsidies that are required to move those projects forward. And then secondly, all of those projects for new construction have to be competitive at the state for bonds and tax credits, as the funding is, that's the kind of the funding process now. And so we leverage our funds as best we can, about 1 to 5, and for those affordable housing projects, we are not particularly competitive at the state, as the tax credit and the bond, the regs are written right now. We're continuing to advocate to make changes, but one of the things that we have been very adept at in the last couple years is lining up projects that we believe will be the most competitive and moving funding in a way so that we can advantage the projects that will be more successful and that we can move forward. We will be coming before you in the next couple weeks with the annual progress report, which will give you a breakdown of the number of projects that were entitled and permitted and constructed over the last year.
Yeah,
and
yes.
that will help give you
Thank you. I would like to get that information. Where is the market rate housing being created in Oakland?
Yeah,
And surely, you know, if I look at downtown, I see a lot of new apartment units going up throughout the city downtown area, but also the Brooklyn Basin is an example. So if you can, I mean, I'll check in with you. I would like to know the areas and what do the numbers look like in terms of growth? Because, you know, that all deals with taxation. That comes back to the city, just to get that a clear understanding and from you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I think there's no other questions. We can move on to Duas.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Emmeline Espia, and I'm the Director of the Department of Workplace and Employment Standards, also known as DWES. So we'll just wait a second to get my presentation up there. DWES, Department of Workplace and Employment Standards. Okay, great. All right, just go right on. All right, so DWES is charged with supporting and protecting the citizens of Oakland through enforcing the intentional labor standards and business inclusion laws and policies advanced and adopted by City Council, as well as ballot measures approved by City of Oakland voters, including Measure FF, citywide minimum wage, and Measure Z, hotel minimum wage and working conditions. Because we are an enforcement department, the approach for our budget and the prioritization of expenditures is built on ensuring we are fulfilling the legal requirements of the policies and ordinances we oversee. When DWES was first formed in 2020 to oversee the voter measures, it was at the height of the COVID-19 public health emergency, and the city's resources at that time were also extremely limited. It was determined that when Measure Z passed in 2018, that DWES would need 9 new staff members to oversee the expanded labor standards, but those 9 staff nor the dedicated revenue stream to fund these positions were ever realized. This means that DWES has been challenged with fully enforcing the laws and ordinances that we oversee for several years. We have also been challenged with staying on top of the core administrative functions of a fully functioning city department, including responding to public records requests, public information requests, human resources management, finance and accounting, performance management, and more. And we are still building out all of these functions, including our partnerships with and relationships with key stakeholders, including other city departments. This also means our approach to budget development has been the same approach the last several years. We are continuing to do more with less, maximizing how we can do more than just the bare minimum, and reducing our reliance on the general fund by collecting the fees that we already have on the books, all while centering the needs of the city's residents and businesses. We are continuing to leverage technology, reorganize and modernize our processes, which includes a lot of slowing down to speed up, and aligning our staffing to ensure we are focused on activities that are aligned with both the letter and spirit of the laws and policies that we oversee. and that all of our customers, including city staff, are consistently and measurably better off as a result of DWES's efforts. So all of DWES's expenditures over the next budget cycle are reduced around 14%. The biggest service impact continues to be on activities related to our citywide labor standards enforcement, where we rely on raising general funds through employer enforcement fees to fund this work, about $1.3 million each budget fiscal year. And so how these fees are determined take into account both the financial impact on businesses, especially during distressed economic times, and the minimum staffing needed to enforce these laws. As we show in this pie chart, enforcement of citywide labor standards is the smallest component of DWES's budget. But it is also generally well known that workers, especially during distressed economic times, employed in retail, food service, travel, and hospitality, are the most vulnerable to wage theft. And these workers are often Hispanic, Black, Asian, multiracial immigrant workers, and many of them working multiple jobs. So currently, DWES investigations take 3 or more years to complete just due to the amount of evidence that's needed to be collected, evaluated, and processed. It has taken DWES on average 2 years and 2 months to close a case with findings. And for about 10 of the 24 closed cases, it took over 3 years to close, with 3 cases taking 5 years. These are definitely protracted timelines. And this work would take even longer without collaborating with worker power advocate organizations that have a long and deep history fighting for workers in the city of Oakland. These organizations have been instrumental in bringing visibility to job quality issues across low-wage industries in Oakland. Our budget proposes restoring a grant that was eliminated this fiscal year to the Partners of Fair Labor Oakland, also known as FLOW, to support our outreach work. Working with community partners is seen as a best practice in labor standards enforcement, and a report by Rutgers University's Workplace Justice Lab shows that neighboring jurisdictions such as San Francisco and Santa Clara invest 3 to 6 times more than the city of Oakland for this community work. This pie also shows that our city contracting equity work takes up the majority of our budget. This work is divided into 2 units, with our city contractor labor standards team enforcing the payment of prevailing wages and the hiring of local residents on construction projects. Our contract compliance unit oversees the small local business enterprise program and the disadvantaged business enterprise program on projects with federal funding. And our business certification and engagement unit engages in outreach and small business capacity building activities, including certifying businesses. While nothing related to business inclusion is suggested in the department's name, this programming is actually a substantial component of DWES's portfolio. And while we know that a lot of the work that is going on in business inclusion isn't necessarily meeting the needs of small businesses, we hear about concerns around waivers and happening, then we know that we need to actually measure these outcomes that we are doing. A lot of our administrative resources also go towards business inclusion, and we are working really hard to articulate how these resources are leading to businesses being better off. So we know that from the 2020 draft disparity study and several years of stakeholder engagement with small and local businesses that there is a long-standing trend that large businesses that tend to be white-owned versus small local businesses that tend to be minority and women-owned are securing most of the city's contracting dollars, even with a geographic preference for Oakland businesses. This is despite approximately 60% of the city's certified firms being non-white. So there are concerns about the waivers, as I mentioned. These include, and there's lots of reasons for this, including only 4% of all the businesses in the city of Oakland being certified, as well as a mismatch between what the city buys and relevant businesses not being located in the city of Oakland. The draft disparity study provided 4 sections of recommendations. We are exploring all of these as well as other best practices across the country. Over the past couple of years, we have implemented several of these, including more outreach and looking at our internal systems. And we know that if we want to remedy these disparities, we have to continue to be bold, intentional, and we can't just keep doing the same things we always have. In terms of DWES's overall priorities, these are linked closely to the new strategic plan, particularly around streamlining operations and optimizing how we manage the work. Our department-wide priorities are to improve processes to be more efficient, effective, and equity-focused. In our service areas, we are striving to fully implement each service and measure our progress towards these goals, as well as determine the financial costs of achieving the outcomes. This slide shows a few examples of what we are striving to look for in terms of how much we are doing, how well we are doing it all, and who is better off. We know that data can help drive how we operate, help us target our strategies, as well as build transparency and trust with all of our stakeholders. DWES has never formally published reports on its activities, and it's a high priority for us to embed data gathering and regular reporting into all of our processes. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation and for all of your work moving forward. Pay equity, contracting equity, and many other things. Colleagues, any questions? Okay, then we will move on to, I thought I saw Joe DeVries from Animal Services. If he's ready, we will take you.
Good afternoon, thank you. Give me 1 second. So yeah, Joe DeVries, Deputy City Administrator and Acting Animal Services Director. Good to be with you this afternoon. I will keep it very brief since I know you're getting a lot of presentations. I don't know if the slides are going to be put up or not. Yeah, okay, great. So the, let me go here. So the, there we go. In regard to OSA, Oakland Animal Services approach and prioritization for this budget cycle, just to frame it, in 2023, our budget was approximately $5.8 million. Our proposed budget for this year, for this upcoming fiscal year, is about $5.1 million, which is about a 12% reduction. But I want to point out that prior to this proposed reduction, there were past reductions that have really greatly limited our staff, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. Our approach now for the next 2 years is really priority is to maintain the ability to meet our state and city mandated services. These include sheltering and providing medical care to animals, dog licensing, rabies vaccination, isolating of biting animals. It also includes emergency veterinary care, managing the disposition of potentially dangerous and vicious dogs. And Councilmember Ramachandran, I think you got to see some of those when you came out to the shelter, not ones you want to play with, but ones you definitely have to manage. And then, of course, accepting owner-surrendered animals and identifying people to adopt those animals, and then, of course, redeeming stray animals that are reclaimed by owners. Our primary cost reduction strategy and approach this fiscal cycle is to maintain the freezing of the director position. As you know, I'm serving as an acting in that role. The theory is that if we keep our frontline staff that are actually tending to the animals, we'd rather have a team with a part-time leader than a full-time leader with no team. And I think the animals appreciate that. Our secondary approach is really relying on outside funding and staffing by Friends of Oakland Animal Services to help us meet our non-mandated services, but services that the community has come to expect. I will point out that in 2019 or 2018, our live release rate of dogs was around 60%, which means we were having to euthanize a lot of animals. Our live release rate now is in the 93rd, 94th percentile, which is one of the best in the states. And it is really not because of our city funding, but because of our Friends of Oakland Animal Services funding and the people that they provide, and our amazing volunteers that help to foster animals and to find permanent homes for them. An additional strategy that we will be bringing forward later this month is a revision to the Animal Control Ordinance that will create some operational efficiencies, bring us up to standard with best practices, and make our practices similar to neighboring jurisdictions. The potential savings from that is really unknown at this time until we implement. Point out the recent reductions, as I mentioned earlier, due to the current budget and staffing shortfalls that will remain in effect. Starting in January, we reduced the hours for drop-in customers to 5 days per week. It was a 7-day operation. Now on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, visits are by appointment only. This does hinder the acceptance of surrendered animals. It does hinder our adoption rates a little bit, but our staff just simply can't keep the shelter open for all drop-ins 7 days a week. The animal control officer availability for standby emergency calls has been reduced. And actually, there's the typo in here I just caught. Our animal control officers are on call for regular work from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We have one animal control officer available for emergency standby from 7 p.m. to 12 midnight only. We no longer can offer services after 7 p.m. that are non-emergent, and we can offer no services between midnight and 9 a.m. Just because we have only 3 animal control officers on duty active right now due to a couple of injuries. Again, the director position will not be filled. The impact here really is our ability to get some of the work done, such as rewriting the municipal code. When I took the position in January, I thought I'd have a code in front of you by March. It's more like June, so that's a perfect example of the slowdown caused by not having a full-time director. Other internal protocols and policies that we're trying to implement are just slowed down by it being a part-time position. We do anticipate reducing the hold times for stray dogs to 72 hours instead of 1 week. That brings us up to the standard, or down to the standard of jurisdictions, of neighboring jurisdictions. We're going to put new limits on the acceptance of stray cats into shelter that present as healthy but have no identified owner. And we're going to be offering the shelter manager the discretion to accept owner-surrendered animals when we don't have the capacity to meet that. All of the services that we're providing right now are being provided by approximately, by staff that's been reduced by approximately 40% since the last budget cycle, and all of those positions will remain frozen. And just to touch on some of those mandated services, the shelter cares for about 3,800 animals housed that are required under state mandates, and about an additional 3,400 animals that are required under OMC mandates. We provide veterinary care of all sorts to animals, emergency care, spay and neuter clinics. Again, about 3,800 animals are receiving veterinary care each year that under state mandates, and 3,400 under city mandates. Placing animals into homes, live outcomes is our number one goal, and doing that is one of those services that people really rely on. Customer service, responding to phone calls is quite a challenge. We have only 3 public service representatives working the front counter. We used to have, I think, 7, and so that's one of the reasons we've reduced our hours. And so our response time is slower than we would like it to be, and that's just what we're going to have to make do with for the next 2 years. A lot of our field services, I think, is where people see the impact the most. Our animal control officers, we get a lot of calls about barking dogs that we just can't respond to. We get a lot of calls about stray dogs that by the time we get there, the dog is nowhere to be found because they probably wandered home. And so there's a triaging that our animal control officers do in terms of field services. But what we don't want them to give up is the response to potential violations of animal welfare laws, animal cruelty, again, vicious animals, potentially dangerous animals. We need our ACOs to take charge in those situations and actually build cases. And then last, well, not last is volunteer services, but second to last is euthanasia. And sadly, it is true that we need to put animals to sleep. We don't like to have to do that, but that is a mandated service that we provide. And I will stop there and answer any questions.
Thank you for the overview. Colleagues, any questions? Well, then my only word of advice is go visit the animal shelter. I had a great tour of the facilities, got to meet people on the ground, lots of great animals, and I appreciate the goals that you have all set of getting live animals out the door. There are plenty ready to be adopted. Encourage people to come. Thank you.
Just one question.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Councilmember Guy.
So, Joe, what are the days of operation? Monday through Friday, or you said they're Monday through Sunday?
No, we're open Thursdays through Monday. We're open for drop-ins. Thursdays from 11 to 7, Fridays from 12 to 5, Saturdays from 12 to 4, Sundays from 12 to 4, Mondays from 11 to 5. Tuesdays and Wednesdays is when we're only open by appointment because we just can't handle the volume.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we were ready for EWD. Director Kennett.
Good afternoon. I believe the slides will come up. My name is Ashley Cannett. I'm the Director of Economic and Workforce Development. So as a department, Economic and Workforce Development is focused on stabilizing and growing our local economy in an equitable manner to increase business and real estate investment, support jobs, and invest in our social and cultural assets to generate revenue and then create a thriving and economically sustainable city. Next slide, please. Or maybe I control it. I control it, okay. We touch 23 different funds, including the 1010 General Fund. And for each fund, as you know, at this point, we were given an allowance from budget based on past trends and revenue projections. Across all funds, our overall allowance was about $25 million. This is down from $35 million at the mid-cycle and down from $62 million in 23-24. And as soon as we received our allowance, we started thinking about our priorities and our approach. And we first worked to make sure that our revenue assumptions aligned. In some cases, we had information about leases that would be expiring or maybe new leases we would be entering into, and so we made those adjustments accordingly. We then worked to protect our staff. So for a department that is advancing work across so many disciplines and really out and in community, and a department that we really take pride in being responsive and accountable and in touch with our business community, maintaining our staffing levels was my first priority. We documented our core services, we identified staff and labor costs needed to deliver on those core services, and we worked to ensure that all of our core services were aligned with the Economic Development Action Plan that is still in progress. We also took full advantage of low-hanging fruit, like retirements or resignations, anything like that we had information about. And then we worked to shift costs from 1010 into other funds. So trying to move staff costs out of those vulnerable funds to the extent possible. And I'll address how we did in that regard on the next slide. We then moved into a review of our contracts, and we reviewed all of our contracts that are either obligated or core to our services. And then we moved on to O&M, which we reduced and streamlined and really worked to concentrate as much as possible. With respect to contracts, there were many that were naturally coming to a close and others where we worked to carve out budgets so that we can continue the work in the biennial. So for example, our bid formation work or our corridor safety ambassador work. Those are contracts that we've worked to carve out funding for. And then finally, there are other financial obligations that are the city's contractual obligations, but managed by EWD. And so these were addressed as non-departmental expenses, and I'd like to thank the budget team for working with us on this. These are obligations like the Scotland Convention Center or the funding that goes to many of our top cultural facilities or our major cultural facilities. So in terms of impact, what are the impacts of this budget to my department's ability to deliver core services? And then first, because we prioritize staffing, that's really resulted in fewer resources for grants, programs, O&M, and contracts. We don't have the funding now for the activations that we've done in the past, some of the direct support for events, direct business support in the form of grants, or for marketing. Additionally, the exercise of trying to move staff costs out of the general fund highlighted that one of our other key sources for funding staff, particularly our public-private development staff, is also vulnerable. And we've known this for some time. But our 5-6XX funds, as we call them, our redevelopment funds, are a finite resource as we continue to wind down former redevelopment work. And we are working hard on identifying solutions to that in the coming years. There's one position that we requested and budgeted for that was frozen in 25-26. The mayor's, or the then mayor's, budget transmittal message indicated that we will be retaining a leading role in public art fairs and festivals, but permitting the fairs and festivals is a very time-intensive work. It requires significant coordination across the departments, even across other agencies, like BART or AC Transit, for example. It also requires a lot of judgment and discretion, which is why we need the more senior coordinator position. And I will keep working on a solution to this, but the impact of not having that position in 25-26 is that we will not be able to permit all of the fairs and festivals that make Oakland, Oakland. There is also a position that was deleted, and we will absorb those duties among existing staff. That's a position that is working in our workforce development division, but it's funded by our public-private development division. Reducing funding for the cultural affairs requires that the division identifies strategic ways to support the arts and culture sector while staying focused on our unique role as government, leveraging other opportunities for community investments. And so if there are opportunities for additional funding, if that magically appears, what our priorities would be to, of course, fund that special activity permit coordinator position, which was frozen in 25-26, and then advance the funding for the special activity inspector so that we can have another person in that role in 25-26 rather than waiting for 26-27. There are additional priorities, for example, the summer youth employment program, which was impacted, the day labor program, which was cut, restoring, for example, subsidies for the $5 after 5 p.m. parking program downtown to encourage activation of our downtown in the evening hours, and then additional funding for the corridor safety ambassador program. And with that, I will turn it over to all of you for questions. I'm available.
Thank you. I will ask a couple of questions and pass to Councilmember Unger. In our errata, we did receive something about the Scotland Center needing funds. Could you explain the necessity of adding this?
Yep, the Scotland Convention Center is a city-owned asset, a city-owned real estate asset, and we are contractually obligated towards certain fees each year, a management fee and other fees that sustain the operations. We are also contractually obligated to, when they identify operating subsidies or operating shortfalls, we're contractually obligated to provide those, to pay those as well. And so we are working on strategies to identify sustainable funding sources. It's very common that convention centers in cities require support. They are not often self-sustaining. But for the moment, for the time being, we are contractually obligated to support those operations, and we think it's critically important that the convention center stay open. Not only does it directly support jobs, but it is a unique asset that we have in our downtown to bring conventions and all the spending that goes along with that activity.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. In cultural affairs, is there a temporary ELD director still funded in this budget?
Yes, we are continuing to hold funding for a cultural affairs manager. The position is currently filled by an ELDE, and we are working on our recruiting for a permanent manager.
Thank you. And then there's a line item of $2 million for contractual services for business development. What does that include?
This is a variety. It's an aggregation of a number of contracts that we anticipate, including the bid formation work that I referenced. I'm looking at my manager. The community ambassador funding, I believe, is also in there. We've tried to carve out a little bit of money for marketing. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head, and my manager might be able to give me some assistance. He's telling me I'm right.
That's fine. I have a sense of what it's used for generally.
It's an aggregate for a number of things we're looking to advance in the coming years.
Okay, got it. And then lastly, I know there's some funding for cultural grants remaining from TOT money. About how much is that, and how many grants do we expect to go out this biennial cycle through that funding?
We are reimagining our approach with this TOT funding. We anticipate focusing on fairs and festivals, and we are going to have, while our special activity permit division is the entity, the division that issues the permits, we expect to have the process of vetting fairs and festivals occur through our Cultural Affairs division, and they'll go through a process of accepting applications and working through the criteria so that we are equitably distributing those funds across the city. So that process is still being worked out as we think through this transition.
Thank you. Councilmember Unger.
That permits coordinator position that's going away, would you consider that a revenue generating position? Net, would they pay for themselves?
I don't know that they completely pay for themselves. I do know that our special activity permit department is generating far more revenue this year than they have in the past, and their goal is to be revenue generating net. So the position does generate revenue. Whether or not it completely covers its costs, I can't say for sure.
Do you anticipate losing revenue without having that position?
Gross revenue in, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then Councilmember Gaia.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the presentation. Was curious, just for the benefit of my colleagues, can you talk a little bit about entertainment zones and what could be the potential impact here in the city of Oakland if we were to implement that? And then if potentially, have a cost estimate for that implementation.
Sure, thank you. And through the chair, entertainment zones are legislatively allowed now by the state. It's state legislation. And what it really allows is it's open containers of alcohol in the street. So it allows a sort of a festival, a fair ambiance. You can close down a street and have people buy alcohol in brick and mortar or from vendors, and just have that sort of feeling in a closed setting. Our view, there are several cities that have begun to implement entertainment zones. San Francisco has several, but really across the state, Santa Monica, Santa Clara, San Jose, there are others. We're looking at those carefully. What we are seeing is that they work best when there is infrastructure in place. So when you have business champions who are really able to bring the resources together, when you have very regular activations and entertainment. And one of the things that we're thinking is that maybe there's a very nice opportunity to nest, or not to nest, but to align entertainment zones with some of our cultural districts and other areas of the city where there's already a lot of cultural and nighttime activity. One of the things we are aware of is that you really need to have the infrastructure, whether it's physical and or services, to support safe entertainment zones. So you need the security, you need to be able to close the streets, you need the porta potties, you need the activation, you need the entertainment. And we have been working with partners in the uptown area right around the Fox and businesses to understand what this might look like from a cost perspective. The quote we have right now, and we're working through details with them, is about $40,000 to $50,000 for a weekend, so for 2 nights. And that is not the entertainment. That is just simply the street closure, the management, the security.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the information, and certainly, well, let me ask you, where is Oakland viewed today economically? I mean, we used to be known as a sports and entertainment city, and certainly the times have changed, but economically, where do you see Oakland today and in the near future?
Through the chair, Oakland is incredibly well positioned to really thrive in the coming years. The natural assets that we have, the physical assets in terms of infrastructure, transportation, public transit, we've got educational institutions, we've got an educated labor force. We are so rich in assets, and I'm excited to work with partners to leverage all of that. We are oftentimes a city's economic profile or strength is tied to the real estate market. That's struggling right now. We have construction costs that still continue to exceed the revenues that a developer might expect, and so that remains a challenge. You heard Director Weinstein talk a little bit about that before. And really, businesses that are here and want to grow, want to expand, what they need are stable operating environments in which to do their work and where they can attract business activity. And that remains a priority for us and for the city.
But you know, in certain neighborhoods, certainly we see many businesses closing down, leaving, well, due to many reasons. But I guess for me, it's what is it that we need to do to attract people to come back? The Port of Oakland is one avenue that we have available in terms of growing the job creation and growing people wanting to come back. The airport is the other one that we need to reactivate like it used to be. But now San Jose and San Francisco are competing, including Sacramento. People are flying out of Sacramento to get to places where one time they come to Oakland. So what is it that economically we need to invest in to make sure that people come back? Because those are the tax generation avenues that we have available. But I guess what is it that we could support you with to get other businesses to relocate in Oakland? And the last one was even Kaiser Hospital one time were going to build their headquarters right on Telegraph, but they chose to go to San Francisco with their Kaiser headquarters. So I guess what is it that we need to do to invest to keep people in Oakland and attract more businesses? Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Gallo. I'd like to just pause on one point, which is that even as businesses close, and there's a cycle to running a business, and for some it's a natural time to close. There are so many businesses that are open, and we need to start celebrating those businesses that are finding ways to deliver on their dreams here in Oakland. There are a lot of them. One of the things you can do to help support us and the city overall is to help us implement our Economic Development Action Plan. That is work that is in progress. We're going to be bringing it to CED later this summer in July, I believe. And our goals there are to attract, grow, and retain key sectors, to support businesses, to build Oakland's workforce, to invest in and implement place-based strategies, so that's promoting real estate projects, and then to amplify Oakland's social and cultural activities. And together here, with these 5 goals, we're firing on all cylinders and celebrating what makes Oakland, Oakland.
Thank you. And the last comment I'll make, I would like to see us continue the Summer Jobs Employment Program, Summer Youth Employment Program. So that's on the list to being phased out, cut out this summer?
The funding, we are solid and in place for this summer. The Summer Youth Program is operating. It will start in June. We would like to identify more sustainable funding going forward. It used to be the mayor's Summer Youth Employment Program. We'd love to talk about that more with Mayor Lee. The general fund funding was cut for the program, and so our funding right now is Measure HH, the sweetened beverage tax.
But we'll have a summer jobs program.
We will this summer, yes.
And the other one you have on your list is the day labor program. Is that being cut out?
That was cut, yes.
That is being cut?
That was cut with the, I don't remember if it was with the mid-cycle or the contingency budget.
Okay.
But late last year.
I'll check back in on those subjects. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Wong.
Thank you. Chair, through the chair, I'm certainly noticing the growing storefront vacancies in my district, like the Walgreens that is just around me that's become very blighted. Do you have a sense of the total volume of vacant storefronts that we have? Do we have any positions or staff that are really dedicated to filling those vacant storefronts in your department? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, we play a less direct role. So the key parties in filling vacancies are the business owners, the landlords, and potential tenants. And then I'll also grant, the brokers who are trying to do some of this matchmaking. We have very close relationships with business owners and brokers. And when we hear about a business that's closed in San Francisco, for example, I might send an email to a broker colleague and say, hey, have you been in touch with this business? Do you think they'd like to be in Oakland? So we are doing that sort of work all the time. There are other programs in other cities. You might have heard about the Vacant to Vibrant program in San Francisco. A lot of these programs do require some sort of subsidy. Either you're helping the tenant to pay full market rent, or you're helping the landlord to accept something less than full market rent when we're trying to bring, nonprofits or tenants that maybe can't afford the full rent. So there are opportunities there, and we are working with philanthropy and other partners to see if we can bring some sort of funding together to help there. So and then there's some property that the city owns, and we work with tenants, and we can lease directly especially like around Franco Gawa Plaza. But for the most part, it is a private activity. We support with matchmaking. We always have our ears out for businesses that want to be in Oakland or landlords trying to fill spaces, and we are in constant dialogue with all of these partners.
Do you know if other cities take a more proactive role and we could change that if we budget for it?
If we wanted to fund a program and maybe use that funding to attract a match or to leverage other philanthropic efforts, there's definitely a program that could be crafted in that regard.
Okay, that's great. And then the other question I had was just around the Community Ambassador Program. I saw that funding is restored for that, which is great. When it comes to that, does that only apply to the business improvement districts, or is that, like, which areas are actually going to get the ambassadors is currently budgeted?
So this past year, for example, we focused on those corridors with considered high priority coordinators, maybe with high vacancy rates or high rates of crime. We have not yet determined exactly how the next 2 years how we'll allocate that money. There doesn't necessarily have to be a bid in place. It is often very more efficient to work when there's a bid in place because there's infrastructure, there's staffing, there are relationships. But for example, Hegenberger, there is not yet a bid. We're working on creating a bid in the coming 2 years, but we can work with Black Cultural Zone, for example. So it's a partner. They're in the city, they're not a bid, but we can work with them to stand up a corridor safety ambassador program.
Okay.
And they have been recipients of that funding in the past.
Great. And then one last question is, does your office currently provide technical assistance to small businesses? So supporting them applying to like grant programs, loans, all of that?
Absolutely. That's the core of what our neighborhood business assistance team does. They are out in community. They take appointments at libraries, in person. It's language.
You have different languages
Different
too?
language, and that's on staff. And we are, yes, technical assistance, connections to loan and funding opportunities, connections to CDFIs. That's the work that we do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Colleagues, any, Councilmember Houston.
Yes, on role and responsibilities, page 6, number 6 too, workforce development. Can you share with us some of your job creation initiatives?
Yes, our workforce development team, they staff the Workforce Development Board. They also are the recipients of federal WIOA money, and we take that money and we pass it through to partner organizations. So they work on training and placement, and they also will, when there are opportunities or grants that come up, they will step into those roles as well. So they often focus on hard to place folks, so folks that are maybe not in the education system, not currently in the labor system. We are in the process of accepting a grant from DVP that's $11 million helping to put parolees into positions with Caltrans. So that's a lot of the work of the workforce team.
So what organization was that?
Sorry, which? The WIOA is the funding, the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act.
And they're giving how much to the department?
Oh, so sorry, and then the grant that we're taking over from DVP is an $11 million grant to help place parolees into positions with Caltrans.
So when you say workforce development, they have a level right below that called job readiness.
Yes.
Because, and that's what I was going to talk to Councilmember Brown about when we had spoke earlier this morning about it. They mentioned workforce development, but we have to work on the job readiness. Most of the individuals that are in the tier 1s and tier 2s aren't even ready for workforce development. We got to get them job ready first. Does this apply? That $11 million apply to job readiness?
Not that particular grant, but there are other grants that the workforce team oversees. So their major priorities, the workforce division, our major priorities are to strengthen employer partnerships and engagement for economic growth. That's identifying where there are gaps in training, so talking to businesses and understanding where there are those gaps, expanding equitable access to jobs, and then also expanding and enhancing the summer youth employment program. That's one of the priorities for the coming year, and that is a form of training as well, and job readiness.
All right, well, thank you so much, Director. And I'm confident that either myself or my colleagues will continue to reach out with additional questions we may have.
Great, I welcome it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and next up, we will have planning and building. And just colleagues, just so that you know, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule, and so I have opted us in to receive some reports from some of the items that were placed on tomorrow's schedule. But of course, you know, let me know if there's any hesitancy on that. Excellent, and so we'll hear from planning and building.
All right. Good afternoon to the committee and through the chair. I'm Bill Gilchrist, Director of the Planning and Building Department, and very happy to have this opportunity to go into more depth on our budget submittal and its implications operationally. If we can get the slides up, thank you. And do I have control there? Great, all right. So actually, all right, we're starting with service impacts. Just to give some frame, many of you know this already, but some of the listening audience may not, and bear some clarification. We are one of the few departments under 2415 funding, which means we are an enterprise center. We actually are budgeted based on the activity we do and the fees we receive for that activity. We have a very, very small percentage of funding coming from the general fund that's applied towards training, but it is very, very small. And by comparison with all of the departments at City Hall, we are the most heavily funded by the 2415 Development Enterprise Fund. And as a result, at this time, we are not proposing any reductions in service. As a revenue-generating department responsible for city development, the fiscal budget is critical in improving the department's service level. So we are actually going to be leaning into doing more in terms of improving our capacity and our service response. So by maintaining the current fiscal year's budget amount for 25-27, we'll be able to continue the improvement of these services by filling vacant positions. We are currently in the process of recruiting, and also this will allow us to better support the development that is necessary and crucial at this time, given the city's current fiscal challenges. I do want to mention, just in terms of the resources, personnel resources, as we have cited that we'll be leaning in to fill those, that with our overall department, we have 213 budgeted positions, around 62, a little less than 62, are vacant, about 28% vacancy. And within two categories, we're waiting really on the approval of budget to move forward with hiring. One is in the planner series, where we have a 36% vacancy, and the other is in the permit tech series, where we have a 42% vacancy. And with the permit tech series in particular, that will translate directly into improved services at the counter and with the public interface. We also have eligibility lists we're waiting on for the inspector series, where we're currently at 19% vacancy, and with some of our support operations in fiscal and admin, where we're around 25% vacancy in those arenas. So our approach and prioritization, given this condition which we find ourselves, that we have funding to be able to, again, hire and to enhance our development services, the principal focus is just on that, on the improvement of our services across permitting, enforcement, and development. And based on the fee schedule that Council actually adopted this fiscal year, the revenue that PBD has collected to date, we are forecasting that our revenue will be an additional $9 million on top of the target that was provided by the Finance Department. Now, this is incorporated in our $62.4 million budget allocation, but just so you know, part of that is due to action that the Council took earlier with the fee update. We're proposing to use $22 million of fund balance for each of these fiscal years, and also using $2 million of carry forward as well. We have $970,000 identified for contracts, principally for customer training and service, also for our general plan update, and for our on-call support, which has been instrumental in helping us keep our head above water, particularly where enforcement's concerned and with plan review. I also wanted to note that our strategic approach towards looking at our enhancements is really around 3 categories, and the council has been a big partner in all of them, but with our focus on regulations, on our processes, and on our resources. How can we leverage those toward better output? This council recently voted on zoning amendments that have helped us move considerably toward that goal, particularly for the Broadway-Valdez area and parts of the Downtown Specific Plan, Oakland Specific Plan. Last year, along with the adoption of the plan, you also passed zoning amendments which have done a significant role in moving projects from conditional use, where we have to go through a series of hearings, to make them ministerial. In fact, this past week, there was a major venue at one of our public locations that wanted to do a accessory facility for recreation. And prior to the adoption that the council passed last year, that would require a conditional use permit, which could have taken that project out 8, 10, 12 months. Because of the changes that we did through regulations, that is now ministerial and by right, and we will be moving through that review in a matter of months. So we're seeing that kind of action again accumulate through these amendments that we're bringing before the council. We'll be bringing some more before you, before your recess, that will also have a similar effect in terms of moving things along more quickly, moving them out of discretionary review into ministerial review, and even where we've had our review procedures for design review. We are going to be bringing objective design standards into implementation, and they will complement the ordinance amendment we'll be bringing to you in June. But this is, again, within the framework of our regulations, how much time we can cut out of our processes by moving categories of projects outside of extended regulatory reviews. Then on our processes, we also are looking at ways that we can move permits more quickly through our system with the interface of the public. One of the things that we've done, both through our internal information technology team and with help from our good colleagues at ITD in the department, we have instituted a process called rapid permits, where applicants can actually submit online permits in categories of residential infrastructure systems, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, solar, also for re-roofing and for insulation certificates. And these projects actually constitute a large volume of the permits that we process through the department. About 45% of all the building permits that we process come through that category. And as a result of applying the rapid permits process, those are actually processed in a day. We have over the past fiscal, a fiscal period beginning FY 24-25 up to April 30th of this year, we have had about 6,596 of these permits submitted, and there have been 100% processing, most within the same day that they have been uploaded. We also are looking at broadening that, those categories of applications that can go through the rapid permit process. We're having to work with our, again, our good colleagues at IT to see how we can tee those up, but we're looking at including such categories as window repairs, foundation retrofits, non-structural kitchen improvements. So particularly for the homeowners, that this will be a very significant improvement over the processing and processing time. We have had, across the board, about 82% online submittals. And for those of you who remember, prior to the pandemic, we did not have any online interface with the department at all. So again, that's something that was an innovation over the last 5 to 6 years, and again, really seeing how we can hone that process more effectively as well. We have about 18% of our permits are actually submitted in person. We have got a system that we are working on. We're close to really greenlighting it in total, but it will help us do our internal monitoring well, using data. I did hear, I think from one of my colleagues earlier today, leaning in on data to help us do better management and tracking and accountability. And we have made some very significant strides over the last several years in getting to a point where we will be able to rely with high confidence on our data management systems to make sure we can keep up with what's happening when, and also know how we can hold staff accountable for performance along their specific duties and assignments. So again, we are really leaning in with the budget that we still have, the fact that we do have a budget to work with. We have not suffered significant cuts. We want to make sure that we're taking full advantage, especially given the fact that what we do is so integral to the economic development of the city. So the more that we can be available to be able to turn key applications, be they through entitlement, be they through the building permit itself, and hopefully the large number of projects we're moving out of entitlement so we can do those ministerially, then the more quickly we can get projects in service for the city. We are looking in the near term to extending our office hours, actually starting next week, when we have the return to office, the 3-day return. We're looking at extending our office hours for permit intake starting at 8:30. We again are working with ITD and other permitting departments to enhance our software services for easier public interaction. We're working with ITD to track and manage our transaction times, as I mentioned, and focusing very strongly on management and technical training for our staff, both that they can be very well steeped in any new regulations, changes in code, et cetera, and handle those quickly, but also in terms of the customer interface, that we can provide a more inviting face and interaction for the residents and citizens who invest in this community and are so important for its future. We also will continue to leverage on-call services to assess in our processing of permits, plan reviews and inspections as needed during our continued staffing shortages. And as we see the staffing filled, the categories that I mentioned earlier, then we can always reassess how much we need to lean on the on-call services in order to make our goals and deadlines for our processing. We're also doing some work with human resources to revive a category of code enforcement inspector that many years ago was combined to a special combo with building inspectors. And what we have found is that in the recruitment, that makes it a little bit more challenging to get inspectors for code enforcement where we also need them. So HR is working with us to revive the use of the assistant code enforcement inspector classification. And we also think that will help us tremendously in terms of really beefing up that capacity. We'll also be coordinating our work with other departments that are involved in blight control and community enforcement. I've heard that come up as a theme several times in the presentations early today, and we will certainly be at that table. One thing I do want to bear in mind, and would like the committee to also bear in mind, is that we interface with other departments. Most of you know this, who have been involved with the city operation. But we also interact with OPW, with DOT, and the fire department on permit issuance. And I want to lift up the work that the city administrator's office is leading in helping to coordinate our work with those other departments. From a perspective of an applicant, all of this is one process. They're not really caring what the org chart says, or, you know, this is over at DOT and this is over at PBD. They really want to have a clear sense of a continuous and smooth line in terms of their process, in terms of the process of their permits. And the CAO's office is tremendously helping all of us focus on ways we can interface more effectively in that regard. The other thing I'll close with is that from a strategic perspective, what I've been talking about up till now has been really more transactional. But we also, as you all know, are the department that are responsible for bringing the plan updates to you. The specific plan for downtown, the general plan update, phase 1, which you all approved, and we were one of 9 out of over 100 cities that actually got our general plan housing element in on time for the state HCD to not enact any penalties against us. We worked assiduously. You all were great partners in helping us make that happen. And we are on phase 2 of the general plan update now, and we'll continue to work towards the land use and transportation element, among others, that we'll be bringing before this body. This will be a great opportunity for you all to also set policy about how the city develops. Many of the issues that you will have raised with the other departments today can also find some aspect in what we adopt finally for the general plan update phase 2. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you in making that happen as well. So at that, I will open it up through the chair to whoever has any questions to ask. And I also do have with me Albert Merritt, who is our assistant director, who's over our ops and administration.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions?
Yes, I do.
Councilmember Gallo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bill, for the information, and certainly enjoy. It's a pleasure to work with you and your response. Just to be clear then, our employees will return back to work full-time June 2nd.
We have June 2nd, no, it's okay, ask the question. No, the policy right now, what's been announced is that we have 3 days in the office and 2 days out. Your question, no, I see you shaking your head. Your question is really whether or not they're coming in full-time, whether they'll be in the office physically from Monday through Friday? Is that the question?
Well, you know, the reason I asked that question is because certainly I get a lot of requests, and I call you directly.
Yes.
And certainly I walk over to your planning department, but there's no one there in terms of people trying to get their permits processed. So I will ask you to train me on how to do the electronic or whatever type, so I can show other people how to do it.
We'll certainly do the training, and if I may, through the chair, respond to the council member, just on that one point. I know you have more. I do want to say that we do have from Monday through Thursday right now, that we have walk-ins on Monday and Wednesday. We have appointments Tuesday and Thursday. So physically, there should be someone present, but it may be an issue of access or being brought up. We are going to be discussing internally what that work schedule is going to look like next week. We know we have the mandate to get folks back in under the direction from the CEO's office on the 2nd of June. How much more we go beyond that, I will be discussing with my leadership.
So our employees will still be working 2 days from home?
No, I'm not saying that either. As I said, we will be making the determination whether or not we do the 3 days or raise it to 4.
Okay. Then the last question I have is regarding property. Like, we have the parking lot that's been sitting here behind the building here, a parking lot that we all used to park, but it's been sitting there empty for years now. I mean, are we moving along, Ms. Betsy, with our private properties that we could lease, lend, or sell to generate support for the city? Is that one on the, because it's been sitting there empty for years, and it's not on your agenda.
That's not really on my agenda. When something needs to be done with the property, it'll be on my agenda.
All right, then I'll check with you in terms of when are we going to get that developed or used, or have Houston camp out there on Sundays.
And just again to the chair, to the council member, depending on how it is intended to be used, that may very much come back through our shop in terms of either the master plan or the amendment to the downtown specific plan or whatever the intended use is. So one of the things I would certainly encourage is that we take a look at what the plan says now and see how that might be the project that can be, incentivized to happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Administrator Lake, did you want to respond?
Sure, through the chair to Councilmember Gallo. If you're talking about city-owned properties, that we dispose of those through lease or sale through our Economic and Development Department. And I think last year they came to you with the list. I think there's 16 properties that you've set your notice of surplus regarding, and then the department can do 1 to 2 of those dispositions a year. So it is possible to come back with that list and reprioritize them, but with the staffing that we have, it's not possible to go a lot faster.
Okay, colleagues, any additional questions? Councilmember Wong?
Yes. So having recently seen the draft master fee schedule, I'm curious, has your department ever done like a economic analysis when you're looking at the fees for permitting that balances, like as we raise fees, right, we might get less buildings permitted to see what would actually be the right balance of fees to get the most buildings permitted and the most money, if that makes sense.
It does make perfect sense, and to the chair, to the council member, and what you're asking really is the elasticity on right now. I'm with you.
Yeah.
The way the fees are set up, and we actually had our fees passed earlier. There'll be more coming before you, but they'll be for the other permitting departments. We are doing this based on a cost recovery, which essentially looks at the time it's taking, resources it's taking for us to process, and then the numbers land there. It is a concern always how that looks or how it affects development choices.
Yep.
But, and who's our city attorney?
And not even, I would say.
But just as, I just want to make the point that as I have understood this from my time here, from my years here, is that we really must have the cost recovery. We don't have any real latitude around that in terms of state law and how we have to apply it.
Okay, because I suppose, actually, just to retract my earlier comment, I think it'd be the fee, the total fees, each building times the individual permits that we're allowing
plus we shouldn't take into account the tax revenue that we're generating overall from each of the buildings that then we permit.
And through the
I know
chair
that
to
would
the
be
council member.
complex, but
Well,
yeah.
it's a solid economic analysis.
Yeah.
But it is beyond the scope of the rubric we're really charged with under the fees per se, because again, that's got to be generated or determined by cost recovery.
Okay.
But in terms of the overall analysis, what you're saying makes great sense.
Okay. And then the other question I just have is around, just to add on to Councilmember Gallo's comment around our city-owned property. I know there was an effort to try to merge, I think, the Planning and Building Department and the Economic and Workforce Development Department at some point. What has been the holdup there or the barriers there? Because it makes sense to me. So we just love to understand the reasons behind that.
I will defer to the decision-making body, to the chair and the CAO.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that was a proposal in the prior I think the prior budget. Yeah. And then upon further analysis, that effort was put on hold.
Okay. What was the reason, just so I can understand? Yeah.
Yeah, and so I need to, I don't have the reasons at hand, so I'll have to get back to you.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
And I just have a couple questions. So first one is around the ACELA permitting kind of program. Are there, what are the barriers to full implementation of that, software?
Well, and again, I will speak from PBD's perspective. There are multiple departments that are also accessing that as part of the whole permitting, so fire, OCDOT, et cetera. We are working with IT on a regular basis. They've convened an ACELA steering group, and ACA Lake can certainly speak to that as well, where there are different modules. When the system was initially set up, they didn't seem to have the concept of the streamlining that we're focusing on now and that your question speaks to. A lot of this is really coming down to, again, the prioritization of which modules or changes or enhancements can be done around capacity and bandwidth, moving from this task, next task, next task. What we're trying to do is bring some sense of cost benefit to how we prioritize those. So where we're focusing either our staff with ITD, and we do have a good partnership with our internal IT team along with ITD to look at ACELA to see where we can do our enhancements. But again, it has to be prioritized around resource and capacity. So there are advances that we are making step by step. And certainly that's something that we could be sharing on some regular basis.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And so my next question, I'm sure many of my colleagues can kind of speak to this as well, but we had some inquiry from, business owners around some of the permit fees after their property, like a commercial property, has been, a victim of crime. And so I was curious, what are your thoughts around, maybe fee waivers to really kind of help with, those who have been, businesses that have been impacted?
I appreciate that, Chair, and I will tell you, as I was schooled arriving here from New Orleans, Louisiana, about the fee discussion, what I understood, and you have some colleagues on the dais who also, we had the same conversation upon my arrival, and it gets back to the question, the response through the Chair, Council Member, to you. The way the law is set up, and I have been told this both by City Attorney and by Finance Department, historically, whoever's been the director, on the cost recovery, we are obliged to recover the costs for the work we do. And I certainly, as a director, would not have any unilateral authority. I would not be delegated with authority to be able to waive fees myself. That would have, if it's possible, that would have to be, or to decrease fees or discount them. That would have to be raised to no level like this body. But what I've been told is that if we were to have a category of project, and a lot of them are worthy. I mean, this is not even about it. I mean, they bring great value and social value, opportunity, restoration homes, all of that, affordable housing. The city would be obligated to offset the difference. So let's say if we had $100 as a fee, nominally at the window, everybody has to pay $100 for this particular permit. If we had a category, like you're saying, that property owner's been victimized by crime, and they're trying to put the property back together. If we had a legislated category there that said it's only $60, that $40 would still have to be made up somewhere. And from what I understand in other jurisdictions that have tried this, often the general fund is the only place that cities have to offset what the enterprise fund would require from the fee payment. And again, just given where things are. But I would certainly defer the chair and any other members of the council on this question to the city attorney's office, and hopefully they will instruct you from the same book they instructed me.
I see our budget administrator waiting in the queue to clarify, but just to quickly clarify, the state law mandates for certain types of fees that the city cannot recover more than its cost to provide the service, but not that it's mandated to recover all cost, and our budget administrator can clarify.
To the council, so favorite subject, Prop 26. You are not allowed to, under Proposition 26, recover more than the reasonable cost to administer the program for any fee outside of certain key categories that are waived. If you do more, it's considered a tax. It has to go to the voters. That's what Proposition 26 lines out. What that means is, for any of our funding sources, if they're going to be balanced internally, you're charging a cost recovery amount, or you're charging a less than cost recovery amount and subsidizing it. Those are your only options. So you can recover cost recovery or less than cost recovery and subsidy. So example, for your park and rec fees, we do not charge a cost recovery amount. That is not what we do. We do not want to charge that amount. It would price out all of our kids from all of our recreation programs. So there's a desire to subsidize it, and that's what this body has done in the past. For the Development Services Fund, to keep it whole, the maximum amount we can charge is cost recovery, and if we wanted to charge less than the Development Services Fund than cost recovery, then it requires a subsidy in from the general fund or another eligible source in order to make up that whole.
So it's the same thing I heard, yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Councilmember Houston?
Thank you. Mr. Gilchrist,
Sir.
Just a question on COVID is over. Why aren't people coming back to the workplace? I got a major problem with that.
No, to the chair, to the council member, I do understand, and as I said, we will be processing that, and we will get word back to you. I do appreciate your point.
And I'm talking about across the board.
I appreciate your
If
point.
I was in charge, people be fired if they ain't back. That's just me. I'm just saying the truth, because COVID is over. People are making excuses. I'm here, my colleagues are here, I see other people here, and I get calls from my constituents that people aren't answering their phone. When they're answering their phone, they're being short with them. They don't see them face to face. Our public and our constituents across the board deserve better. They're taxpayers, and I'm not scared to say the truth, right? I'm not. So I'm just saying, COVID is over, and people are making excuses why not to come back because they might not be around. They might be doing other things. I'm just saying this. Individuals need to come back to the workplace, period. That's what I'd like to share.
And to the chair, no, acknowledge that, council member. And yeah, I'm here every day. I understand.
All right, colleagues. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your work, and of course, we will always reach out if we have any additional questions. Thank you so much.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you all through the chair.
And
for your continued support, by the way. We're going to be bringing more zoning amendments, try to make things easier. Thank you.
All right, we welcome it in CED. Okay, so first off, colleagues, I know we've gone through the agenda, so while we still have quorum, I would like the opportunity to call the public speakers, and also if there's any folks that signed up for this item.
Calling this public speakers who signed up for this one action item: Derek Barnes, Brooke Levin. Once you hear your name, please approach the podium, or if you are in the Zoom app, please raise your hand. Derek Barnes and Brooke Levin. Okay. Brooke, I have unmuted you. You may unmute yourself and begin your 2-minute comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Jenkins, council members, co-chairs of the Budget Committee and City Administration. My name is Brooke Levin, and I am here speaking on behalf of the Oakland Parks and Recreation Foundation and as co-chair of Measure Q. We understand the significant financial challenges the city has and are here to highlight the Oakland Parks as a vibrant part of the community. And what we want to see is a healthy and safe and clean and well-maintained park system in Oakland. First of all, we support the mayor's proposed budget to create a roadmap to fiscal health, which includes a return to compliance with all voter-approved ballot measures without waiving maintenance of effort provisions. We also support the Budget Advisory Commission's more detailed recommendations regarding mandatory voter-approved ballot measures being prioritized for compliance. This would mean developing a plan to end the extreme fiscal necessity declaration, and this applies to not only Measure Q, but also the 2 library measures, C and D, the newly passed Measure NN, Measure X, which is the auditor's funding, and Measure W, democracy dollars. Secondly, reconsider proposed funding reductions and freezes in park and tree maintenance. These are impacting the performance of the Measure Q deliverables. And it's stated so in the budget, and it's a very concerning situation. That means less restroom cleaning for the public, less mowing at the athletic fields. Thirdly, we'd like to see the auditor's mandated Measure Q audit fully funded. It's due to be for 22-24 cycle, and there is no funding appropriated for this mandated audit. That was one of the big selling points of getting Measure Q approved. Thank you very much, and we'll be sending you a full letter with all the details.
Thank you, Brooke. Derek Barnes. Calling on Zoom user Rajni Mandal. Did you submit a speaker's card?
Yes.
Under what name?
Rajni Mandal or Nina Mandal?
Through the chair, we do not have a card for you. We only had 2 cards, which were Derek Barnes and Brooke Levin. Through the chair, that was our speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you so much. So colleagues, also on Zoom is Councilmember Ramachandran, and here with us in chamber, we still have 2 departments that are available to present to us. So Human Resources and I believe ITD. And so if we were to hear their presentations today, that will kind of shorten the time for tomorrow that's slated. Does that work? Excellent. Yeah. So let's hear from Human Resources. Thank you so much for being available.
My name is Mary Hound. I'm the Director of Human Resources. I have the privilege here today to talk about my department with you for a few moments. So as you're aware, the Human Resources Department is responsible for administering the competitive civil service system, labor agreements, risk management systems, training and development, employee health benefits, and equal access program. And we also have a FTE count of just slightly north of 50 FTEs and an operating budget of roughly 18 million. And so, I can do this myself. So our approach and prioritization when it came to our zero-based budgeting were the following: that we assumed that there would be a relative reduction in citywide recruitments due to the ongoing hiring freeze, which has been in place since March of 2024. We have also eliminated use of temporary staff and redistributed work to existing staff. We mainly use temporary staff at our front counter so that we maintained, so that we had it open at all times to be able to welcome both visitors from the public and also from other departments. And we have reduced our outside training contracts by 50%, and we've also eliminated underutilized or unutilized operations and maintenance funds. So on this next slide, you see the service impacts to our budget for the positions that will be either deleted or frozen. All of these positions will impact the recruitment and classification team. And so deleting or freezing these positions will impact the volume of recruitments that can be performed by the remaining staff and the supervision that's provided by the staff who are eliminated. So the first one up is deleting one of our principal human resources analysts. We currently have 2 who work in on the recruitment side. We have another principal analyst who oversees classification, but we would be proposing to reduce one of the FTEs in the principal for the recruitment side. And so that will result in shifting supervision duties to other staff, which may impact those staff's ability and bandwidth to perform recruitments. Next up is deleting one FTE of our human resources managers. We have 2 managers right now budgeted in our recruitment team, and so losing this manager who oversees the recruitment and classification team will basically eliminate some of the duties that this person had been performing, which includes data analysis and support for the Civil Service Board, process improvements, and also overseeing the sworn staff recruitment process. And then deleting 1.0 human resources technician. This position provides a lot of support for the recruitment staff, and so that impact there is pretty self-explanatory. And then second to the last item would be to delete one FTE in the administrative assistant 2 position, or classification rather. This position provided support for our Civil Service Board. That board meets once a month. There are appeals and other classification actions that need to be reviewed by this board. So this position provided a lot of oversight to that board and also overseeing a lot of the subpoena for records process. And then finally, freezing one of our senior human resources analyst position. Again, the effect of it would be that there will be an impact on the remaining recruitment staff. And that's it. So.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Colleagues, any questions? I'm happy to dive in first.
Sure.
So in hearing from various departments, I have observed a theme that has to do with the hiring process. We did receive a report in one of the committees yesterday that the average time frame for hire is about 90 days, if not longer. What would it take to support expediting that hiring process for our city departments? And I guess specifically, which positions?
Well, all of our human resources analysts positions support the hiring process, but in terms of the hiring timeline that you heard yesterday, it's a combination of responsibilities that are on my department side, the HR department side, and also responsibilities on the hiring department's end as well. And so I think that on certainly having more staff to work on the recruitments would alleviate some of the backlog, or some of the timelines rather. I don't know if we have a backlog right now. And I think that certain process improvements to look at those would be helpful as well.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any additional questions? Does Councilmember Ramachandran have her hand up? Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and so on that note, we will have a presentation from ITD.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Tony Patala, Director of IT. I believe we have a presentation going to get up in a second. There it is. So I'll just briefly go through our proposed budget, approach, process, impacts. So our proposed budget, as submitted, has about a $6 million reduction from the previous fiscal year, and that's across all funds, and it's primarily consisted of existing projects or planned projects, as well as vacant positions and some filled positions, which are really more attrition or planned separations, retirements, things like that. And so the approach to putting this budget together, which was a difficult budget, as we all know, was to look at the most critical services that the department provides to the city and the departments in the city as an internal service primarily, and prioritize those. And so the list, is mostly comprised of the type of systems you expect: Oracle, Microsoft, Motorola, et cetera. So major enterprise systems all the way down to some smaller department-wide, systems only used by one or two departments. But that nonetheless, if we were to turn those systems off, would have a negative impact on those departments' ability to do city business. So that's how we came up with our budget. That was the approach. It's really what I would consider a keep the lights on budget, meaning what we're doing is just maintaining the services that we have, all the core services. So to look through some of the impacts, these were the vacancies that are proposed to be eliminated, and then, as mentioned, there's some attrition as well. And just some of the impacts of those vacancies, I think one of the big ones will be the elimination of business analysts that were assigned to the Excella team. So these were vacancies, long-standing vacancies we had not filled, and unfortunately are now being slated to be deleted. And that's going to have an impact on our ability to do work in Excella and improve permitting work. And there's a lot of work that's happening there. We have a lot of great projects lined up, but it does limit our capacity. So the projects may take longer than they otherwise would have. And so there's also the elimination of an administrative analyst, that's primarily on the contracting. As you can imagine, as a central service, we process a lot of invoices and things like that. And so that's a bottleneck for us. And then we have some O&M reductions, which I'll go into right now. So we have $458,000, $521,000 in fiscal years in the radio shop, $75,000 in the telecommunications. That primarily limits our ability to do repairs to equipment. Those are units that are very heavily, equipment dependent. So radios, devices, mobile data terminals, things like that. We have a lot of equipment that we're maintaining that is, beyond its lifespan, and we don't have the ability to replace. So this funding, there is no funding available to replace those units or maintain spares. So we're really just, again, keeping the lights on, and that's what you see in these numbers. The reprographics is the same thing. That's our print shop, so we don't have the ability to buy the type of supplies we would to fulfill requests. And then finally, I'll just point out that Oak Wi-Fi and the support for that is also slated. Now that's, I want to point out, separate than the Oak Wi-Fi in the building. That's in the public right-of-way. That was a network that was installed in the public right-of-way, and we will not have the ability to keep a contractor under an agreement to provide maintenance and support for that. I do want to highlight there's $2 million that was added for critical public safety increases, Mark 43, telestaff, Oracle integration, really strategic and critical projects. So that was very beneficial to come out of this budget, in addition to the reductions. So I just want to highlight that the $2 million increase is very vital to some of the things that we've identified as priorities in the department. That is the high-level overview of the budget, and I can take any questions now.
Excellent, thank you so much. Councilmember Wong.
Yeah, a couple of questions. So can you talk a little bit about the databases that we support citywide? It's my understanding that if we want to move towards performance-based budgeting, we need to have databases in place to achieve that, and we may not be close to that right now. If you could comment on that, as well as, is it true that Oakland PD has their own separate IT system, or what is the structure of the centralized IT department versus Oakland PD's IT? Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair, to the first question, we have several databases, and you can imagine there's lots of, we have, I think we have 65, core systems we've identified at funded, and then around 200 applications that are out there being used. In terms of the enterprise databases with the type of data that we would want, I think we would start first with Oracle. and go from there. And so I think as we develop a performance-based budgeting approach, I'm actually confident that we'd be able to find a lot of the data that we need already in-house,
Okay.
and that my department would be able to support that as soon as we identify the data sets that we're interested in. So that is to say the databases that we do have are in good condition and are well maintained, and I'm confident in our ability to extract that data and use it for analytic purposes.
Okay, it'd be achievable under this budget, basically.
I wouldn't, maybe that's a slightly different question.
Okay.
It depends on the initiative. So
Okay.
if there were to be an initiative to establish a performance-based budgeting, format, we would need to determine what the requirements were for that, and then if there were any budgetary implications and how that would fit into the existing project's, capacity we already have.
Okay.
So those would be the two issues, funding and capacity of the staff to do it. That we have the data, it would be what's the scope of the project. To the second question, we have a public safety team inside of ITD that supports both fire and police, and that's a pretty well-structured team right now. They manage all the server infrastructure, all the hardware, computers, radios. But there are some specialized systems that are managed by the ITU, or the Information Technology Unit, inside of OPD, and that's headed by Carlo Beckman. And those are things like the flock, public safety cameras, license plate readers. There's a few other body cameras that are very specialized that we don't centrally manage. However, we do support ITU, and we work very closely with them in all of our initiatives, so they're kind of our point of contact.
And who supports the overtime tracking? Is it within your department or the OPD?
So we don't, my department doesn't manage the overtime tracking for any department, but what we can do is establish the infrastructure and the systems to do that. So that's one of our priorities to work on, and funding is available in this budget to integrate telestaff with Oracle payroll, which would then facilitate the ability to do better tracking. However, it wouldn't be my department that would do the actual tracking. We would establish the system to do it.
Okay. And then this is my final question. Do you think, just given that we are in the middle of Silicon Valley, that there would be private companies in technology who would be willing to, I don't know, say on a pro bono basis, support some of the IT needs here in the city of Oakland?
Yeah, again, through the chair, I do believe that there's potential to work with tech companies on initiatives, and there's multiple ways to do that. Some of the ones that I've seen that have been most effective have been the establishment of pilot programs that specifically look to work with tech startup companies or companies that are looking to work with governments. And some of the more effective things I've seen have been let's say, relaxing of some of the procurement requirements to enable startups to work with government, because that can be one of the big barriers, is if a startup wants to work with the government, and then, so again, that's just what I've seen elsewhere. Not saying that I would recommend that or that that's what appropriate for the city of Oakland, but in response to your question, I have seen that done in other cities to some success.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues. Any other questions? Does Councilmember Ramachandran have her hand up?
I do have a quick question. Thank you, Director Vittar, for the information. Just a really quick question on the $2 million line item per fiscal year on public safety related improvements. You mentioned that, this has to do with things that could prevent against another cyber attack, et cetera. What else will the $2 million a year be used for?
Through the chair to Councilmember Ramachandran, the bulk of that is for Mark 43 and the implementation of the records management system in the Oakland Police Department. So this was a system that was identified previously and spoken about here in these chambers. It's a 20-plus-year-old system. It's very difficult to maintain. It's very limited. It limits OPD's capability to do records, to do records policy and management, and also to comply with the NIBRS standard, which is a different standard for FBI criminal justice reporting. And Mark 43 does support that. It's a modern system. So the bulk of that funding will go to the implementation and then ongoing maintenance of Mark 43. Second to that is the funding for Oracle and Telestaff integration. So that's gonna, it's a pretty heavy lift to integrate those two systems. And it's just that payroll is a complicated operation in itself. And then anytime you're gonna integrate a payroll system with another system, there's a lot of complexity there. So we're gonna need consultants to support that integration. So that's the other part of that funding. So those are the two primary initiatives that that funding supports.
Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. Colleagues, any additional questions? If not, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so at this time, I would entertain a motion to continue this item to tomorrow at 1 p.m.
So moved.
After, right? All right, and so at this time, we're going to go ahead and take open forum, and the last time to submit speaker cards was at 10:33 a.m.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Before going into that motion, we have Derek Barnes for open forum. Derek Barnes, and through the chair, I believe
Rajni Mandal would like to speak, and we can honor that.
Okay. Per your request, Rajni, you may unmute yourself and begin your 2-minute comments for open forum.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Rajni Mandal. I'm from District 4. I want to point out that many council members' budget memos include the item transferring IAB to CIPRA. This refers to a proposal from 2021 that claimed to cut police costs and staffing by transferring internal affairs to the Community Police Review Agency, which is a branch of the Police Commission civilian oversight process. In fact, council approved funds over $100,000 for a consultant to draft an implementation plan, which was due this month and which conveniently will only be available after this budget is approved. What this proposal does not factor in is that internal affairs investigations, they investigate over 1,500 cases every year, whereas CIPRA investigates 200. In order to transfer IAB to CIPRA, you would have to increase CIPRA staffing by 600%. In addition, this plan is against the negotiated settlement agreement, which requires internal affairs to investigate every complaint of misconduct. This plan has been a recurring talking point from the Coalition for Police Accountability and NSA plaintiffs' attorneys, and it has made its way into the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, Police Commission, Finance Department, and City Council. This talking point has no basis in reality and should not be part of your budgeting process. There is no other city in the nation that has internal affairs completely done by civilians. Please consider looking into the details and history of these proposals prior to supporting them. There are other ways to save money on policing and police's administrative duties, and that includes changing police policies and getting out of the NSA. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Chair. That was our only speaker.
Okay, perfect. And so can we just restate the motion?
Is it to reconvene here tomorrow at 1 p.m. for the continuation of this meeting, please? So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. At 3 p.m., we had a motion made by Councilmember Unger, seconded by Councilmember Wong to continue this item in this meeting to tomorrow, Thursday, May 29th, 2025 at 1 p.m. here in City Council Chamber. On roll to continue this item in this meeting until tomorrow, Council members Gayo.
Aye.
Fife, Jenkins, and Houston is excused. Ramachandran.
Aye.
Unger.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
And Chair Brown.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes with 5 ayes, 3 excused, Fife, Jenkins, and Houston to continue this meeting to tomorrow.
Excellent. And so our meeting today is adjourned.